It has come to my attention that the puny humans enjoy an annual period of celebration known as Christmas, where they daub their primitive dwellings in needless lights and colours. They have none of the visual splendour of Sontaran kill sigils or bludgeon emblems. Instead, this festive period requires the exchange of gifts, none of which explode, decapitate, or render the victim down into an easily disposable broth. This evening, I intend to confront Madame Vastra and her boy companion with a missile toe.
Merry Christmas. Look, it's Christmas. Thank you for joining me on this special day to talk about a bit of festive Doctor Who trivia. I'm sorry that everything in your life panned out this way, but here we are. It could be worse. You could be watching a video out at the 11th hour like me. Ha 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 ha! Christmas deadlines! Self-imposed Christmas deadlines. So ho ho ho, let's get you your free festive facts. Did you know that a Sontaran was once mistaken for a Christmas elf? Now, this isn't to say that Sontarans are the origin of the elf in mythology and lore. No, because as we all know, Christmas elves do exist. Every Doctor from 1 to 13 has probably encountered them. Christmas elves are also nefarious warlocks that try and sabotage Father Christmas's antics. This fact comes from A Soldier's Education from 12 Angels Weeping. It's a Dave Rudden short story, so you know it's going to be filled with amazing tidbits, such as the infamous Commander Strow, who is infamous in Sontaran circles for being sent on a scouting mission, only to create an international incident where he was mistaken for a Christmas elf. Now that's adorable, but stop and consider what it would take to mistake this for this. Or maybe they just mistook Dan Starkey for his other character, Ian the Elf from Last Christmas. Tangential fun fact? Ian has his own short story, where he has an existential crisis with Father Christmas as he realises his life isn't real, ending in a suicidal breakdown, accepting his non-corporeality, as he realises he came from reruns of 1985's Santa Claus, the movie. Yeah, oh, maybe it's for the best, said Ian as he faded away. A Soldier's Education is not a Christmassy story, but it does give us some cool Sontaran lore. This is Sontaran Boot Camp, Sontaran School. A Sontaran's education lasts about 3 minutes as they are deployed in their battle pod, in which they get to scroll through the entire Sontaran information matrix, picking articles that come to their attention, giving them mere minutes to form their personality, guns, interests, grenades, and goals in life, using said guns and grenades. The Sontaran we follow is Dan Starkey's Strax, who decided his personality and path in life through this short online course. Scrolling through articles, it's the BuzzFeed approach to learning about the modern world around us. By clicking on articles about Sontaran battle armour, Rutans, nurses, necessary or cowardly. That takes him then to learning about the Atmos incident, which then in turn takes him to learning about the Doctor. I love the idea that a certain combination of interests could lead you down a path of being this guy. Elsewhere in this short story, we find out that the invasion of time has been retconned by the Time Lords. Perhaps memories of that victory stolen away. Yeah, victory, that's what I'd call that outing. The Time Lords have erased an embarrassing chapter of their history from existence, in both an inverse and meta sense. Terrible fucking story. But it's only fair, as the Sontarans have retconned some of their own Time Lord history out of existence, and they assert that the Time Warrior is the first encounter the species ever had with the Doctor. Now, canonically, is that true? No, and I will be petty. This is the pettiest web series on the internet. But Sam, maybe Dave Rudden just means the TV stuff. Sure, except this story also references everything from Doctor Who magazine comics to weapons only spoken about in obscure Target novelizations. Dave Rudden knows his stuff. As a self-professed fan fiction writer, I'd even go as far to bet that he uses this very wiki. Over to the Wintertime Paradox now. Man, I just can't recommend these books enough. Christmas Eve, 2011. Osgood is a unit understudy working in the Black Archive. When all of her colleagues go out to get drinks, a Sontaran cloning vat machine starts up again, and starts generating monsters from the DNA of the late 18-year-old Luke Rattigan. I am not making this up. Fanfiction fucking rules. Osgood versus Luke Rattigan monstrosities. Patronella Osgood got the recognition, got the promotion, by killing various deformed monsters in the shape of Luke Rattigan with psychic paper, Dalek propulsion weaponry, Auton chairs, memory filters, and the Fourth Doctor's scarf, which he just finds in a box. Big ol' alien box. The story is absolutely wild, emboldening fanfic priorities in the best of ways. Apparently UNIT just has everything. One of her colleagues is an expert in Ice Warrior swords. I studied the blade. And there's another character, as a loving reference to writer Nikki Haringsma, who specialises entirely in Absorbaloff tech. That's her job. So there we go, Sontarans at Christmas. According to Madame Vastra, the closest Sontarans have to a Christmas holiday is when they're gifted their first grenade. Good luck to them.
You better not shout, you better not cry, you better watch out, I'm telling you why. A Sontaran warfleet is coming to reduce your planet to atoms.
What else is topical right now? What else is in season? Spider-Man! Oh man, you should have heard my cinema screening the second that Sylvester McCoy stepped out. After all, as we do know, the Doctor and Spider-Man are, at the very least, acquaintances. They run in the same circles and go to the same parties, according to Marvel. In fact, it's a regular old Spider-Verse down here, with Doctor Strange, Doc Octopus. There's a couple Marvel Doctor Who crossovers, even when it's not meant to be licensed. Punisher's friend, Microchip. Yeah, Punisher used to have friends. In issue 33 of Volume 2, the two of them stole plans to build a combat robot called the Dalek. The Punisher has his own Dalek. Yeah, but can he go upstairs? In issue 79 of Power Man and Iron Fist, Danny Rand and Luke Cage ending up battling killer robots let loose from a play called The Day of the Dreadlocks. Within the comic, the two of them follow a disgruntled janitor down a back alleyway who disappears in a blinding flash of light. Escaping from the Dreadlocks, Luke and Danny take refuge in a small old bookstore that's bigger on the inside, where our janitor reveals he is a time traveller who wrote the play The Day of the Dreadlocks and never anticipated that his dreaded enemies would use the play to get close to him. So a tea-drinking, technobabble expositioning time traveller living in a ship that's bigger on the inside. Chris Chibnall, I have found one of your children! But according to this year's Legends of Camelot, Jacqueline Rayner insists that the Doctor and Spider-Man are close friends. Just gonna go get the book. I am struggling to find the book. You know, Donna, the uncle of a friend of mine once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Pretty much every fictional character under the sun is brought up in some way in Legends of Camelot. Dennis the Menace, Sherlock Holmes, Xena Warrior Princess, Bifa, Bofa and Bomba, the dodgy one that looked at me like that, Peter Rabbit, Iggy Pop, Idris Elba, and Huey, Dewey and Louie from Disney. In the new year, we'll get into why some of these characters are canon and not the ones you think.
There's no Noddy.
This is a weird book and one I'm not entirely sure you'll vibe with unless you're deep into Arthurian mythology. It also kind of overplays Donna, to the point you might even get sick of her, and that's insane. Now the Doctor's had enough run-ins with Arthurian lore. The 12th Doctor once met a young King Arthur who was looking for a sword. 7 was recognised as Merlin, 4 taught Lancelot how to use a blade. Arthur also apparently exists permanently within the Matrix, next to Rassilon. I don't think they ever explained that one. The future Merlin Doctor is a red-haired man, although other books have tried to rule this out entirely as an imposter. Only for this book to reassert it, but now say that the Doctor isn't Merlin, because that's ridiculous. No, the Doctor is an agent of Merlin, who is one of the 3 original elementals. Ah, you guessed it, from before the dawn of time. Jesus Christ, how many of these guys are there now? So the great ancient forces of Morgwen, Merlin, and Arthur, a god called Arthur, are playing out medieval historical reenactments for the rest of time. This book is insistent on pointing out that the Doctor isn't Merlin, but he's Merlin's handyman. He does all the dirty work for him, which I think is meant to be less silly, but isn't. There are still magical Dungeons and Dragons Lancelot world that the Doctor can crash into at any given time. So when you really think about it, Spider-Man being real just doesn't mean anything at this point, does it? And fact number 3. Doctor Who likes to talk about animals. There's not really anything festive about this one. On the DVD of Creature from the Pit, you can find this curious little scene.
Hello. I'm on the planet of Chloris, and I've been captured by some bandits, and they think they've got the upper hand. But never mind. That's another story. Now, a little while ago, I happened to be on Earth, and I was having a discussion with a friend of mine who said that on Earth, you have some ferocious animals, and he started to get a little bit competitive about certain animals and creatures you've got on Earth that are either deadly or large. And naturally, he quoted the elephant, which he said was the largest, and he quoted among the deadly ones the puff adder. And of course, well, I mean, I didn't want to put him down, but I just had to talk about some of the things I've bumped into on my travels. I mean, I remember the Rebos operation. Do you remember the Shrivenzahl?
Now, originally shot on the studio set for The Creature from the Pit, the TV show Animal Magic managed to get a quick clip of Tom Baker in character telling viewers of the long-running children's show all of the strange creatures he's met on his travels. Clearly improvised, but also totally in character, means that this is canon. Honestly, look me dead in the eye, if the Doctor's in character, playing himself, I do not see a difference between this and this piece of media. I see the same picture.
The Shrivenzahl wasn't all that big, really. I think smaller than an elephant, but it was extremely voracious in its appetite. It was a carnivore, that means it eats meat. And I'll tell you how fierce it was. 6 buffaloes a day it used to eat, and 2 wheelbarrow loads of coconuts, unbroken. When it wanted to break the coconuts, if it did, it had very short arms, but it used to put the coconut in its arm like that, and crack it like that. And that's the Shrivenzahl. Then there's the crinoid. Do you remember the crinoid? Tall as a Douglas fir.
I don't know if you've watched Creature from the Pit recently. From the moment he's put into chains, there is no moments where he could do this without other people hearing him. That's the fact, everybody. At some point when he's taken prisoner in part 1 of Creature from the Pit, the Doctor randomly starts talking to thin air, a guard, about all of the crazy aliens he's met over the years, his favourite animals.
Now that was a creature. It was quite difficult to beat that one. Somehow I managed it with a bit of help. Then, of course, there was the Wirren. The Wirren in the story of the Ark in Space, do you remember that one? The Wirren was a gigantic insect with a sting so fierce it could have done an elephant in 5 seconds. And that's only 3. Then there was the Fendal. Do you remember the Fendal? This Fendal was so deadly, when it used to pass anybody, it would just walk past someone and just go...
How are you meant to react to that? In fairness, Creature from the Pit isn't the most normal episode. Further proof that Creature from the Pit is a fever dream. A very erotic fever dream.
What did you say? You don't believe it? Well, you look out the next time I'm on. Bye-bye.
But just before you go, here's a seasonal Christmas recipe for you and your family to make at home. In 2004, a book called A Christmas Treasury Short Trips was released, and thanks to a sequence of events that have happened since, I'm on the internet making a Beep the Meeps Grundian eggnog recipe. Oh yeah, that's one I did earlier. For the record, just so you know, that is Beep the Meep.
So a legit character. 50 grams of caster sugar, 6 eggs, 2 pints of milk, vanilla pod, so split. So do you know how to split one of those?
I'll show you how, mate.
Do it. But don't do it right now, we don't need to do that yet. Place the milk, eggs, sugar and vanilla pod. Right, so vanilla pod.
Just some tomfoolery, just some kitchen tomfoolery for you on this Christmas Eve. We've been cooking this eggnog for a solid 15 minutes, Harry. You haven't inquired one piece of trivia about Beep the Meep yet, man.
Tell me about Beep the Meep. Where does he appear? When's his first appearance?
I actually know, which upsets me greatly.
This is him, for the record.
He looks like a little evil fuck.
He's a nasty little fuck is a great description. Expressive eyes, a round furry biped with long ears, belies his true nature as a malevolent homicidal would-be conqueror and dictator.
There he is. Right, you gotta do the sugar.
We decided 50, not 5 OG.
Yeah, not 5 grams of sugar.
We have elected to go for an actual unit of measurement. Paul Condon?
50 grams is 3 tablespoons. You're like a bloody TV chef, you are.
We'll find out. Yeah, throw it all in. Yeah, throw it all in. It's my first time seeing many of these ingredients.
Don't cut yourself, I know what you like.
The recipe actually says put the whole thing in and let it soak like a bay leaf.
Oh, really?
Oh no. I'm not going to put my fingers in there. That'd be...
Just do it over the bowl.
Can I get that Edgar Wright shot? You know the one? Against.
What are you doing with that? What are you doing?
I'm doing a one-hand whiff.
Not how you
film. Fun fact, I have a GCSE in food technology.
So these eggs are going to like boil. They're going to be like hard-boiled eggs. Yeah, eggs in a Christmas.
Beat the eggs.
I'm trying to without making a mess. It's getting noggy.
You there, boy! Get the biggest nog in the town! Extra ingredients. I also want to add some red food colouring for the blood effects.
It's the wrist action.
Oh shit, look at that. Jingle bar, making the egg. Making the egg. Christmas making the egg.
Christmas egg. Christmas egg. You see that Seth Rogen film? Knocked Up.
Yeah, man, good one. Told you don't come around here anymore. Got your fucking arm and all. I found it in the cupboard earlier and I've never seen it once before in my life.
I think it's a cookie cutter.
So not useful here.
No, not with the eggnog. What are you doing? Just this.
A Grundian blood nog was a torture device. Beep the Meat planned to give Sharon Davis a Grundian blood nog to punish her for stroking his fur. After he was defeated by the sick doctor, Beep the Meat claimed that no amount of Grundian blood nogs would be a suitable punishment.
That'll do. A dabble, do ya? Oh, hi, welcome to my show. Hey, listen, look at this now. Just don't get it on your clothes. That's very... I did say a dabble, do ya?
Did you know that eggnog is terrible for cholesterol?
Look at that. Look at that. It looks very red. It's not supposed to be a boozy drink, is it?
I disagree.
That's sort of going globbly in the glass. It looks kind of cool. Whiskey's rising to the top there. Almost done, eh?
I am actually pumped. Sometimes I feel a bit like this. Sometimes I feel a bit like that. I feel a bit like that.
Grumpy.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Thank
yes.
you for my festive nog.
The nog for the bog.
Cheers. Knock, knock.
So this is bad for my cholesterol, you say?
It's like a milkshake. We've all gone for a second sip, I think.
Cheers! Hey! Hey! Merry Christmas to all of you at home.
Venusian karate.
Welcome back to Bro Canon. Series 3.
Welcome back all to The Matrix, rolling in the new year with all of the Broke Canon series staples. A hangover? Check. Instantly copyright claimed music? Check. And 3 new weird corners of sci-fi show Doctor Who explored for your entertainment and confusion. Check. That was I'm Gonna Spend My Christmas with a Dalek by the Go-Go's, by the way. Made at the height of Dalek mania. My favourite lyrical highlights are a Dalek asking for plum pudding.
Please, may I have some more plum pudding?
And Daleks having toes. Add it to the wiki.
I love you. Happy Christmas. You love Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you.
But as fleetingly festive as that may be, it's not the only Doctor Who bop, mind you. Who could forget? Then of course there's... And what conversation could be had about Time Lord Rock? Truck, if you will.
So I wanna be Mr. Pond, and I can't lie and say that I'm fond.
But if you wanted something not written by a bunch of YouTube sex offenders, may I recommend...
I cross the void beyond the mind.
The empty space that circles time.
I see where others stumble blind.
I seek a truth they'll never find.
Eternal wisdom is my guide.
I am the Doctor. Today's first fact brings us to this 1972 spoken word disco track. Yep, we're kicking things off with a bang. Things aren't changing around here. Performed by John Pertwee and written by Rupert Hine. Do I count this as canon? I don't know. Is this someone writing and performing the Doctor on a sold licensed product? I'm bound, categorically, to talk about it. But more than that, it's also canon, as the Fifth Doctor recites it in dialogue in the Big Finish story Circle of Time.
I cross the void beyond the mind to seek a truth they'll never find. Don't follow you.
A bit less arch, Doctor.
Know me. I am the Doctor. And
5 shows us that he knows the song and the lyrics to his own theme music.
Honestly, do you have music playing in your head when you say rubbish like that?
Hey Sam, that's a bit of a stretch, you think? Well, there's precedent for it. Not only has the Doctor been attributed to some real-world books writing under the pen name of Doctor Who, but this is also a reminder that in the early 1970s, the Doctor was a public celebrity, popular on radio and TV, and almost made president of the universe. It isn't unfounded for someone that famous in that period of time to release a disco track. Trust me. Also, do I need to pull out the Titan comic where the 10th Doctor discovers his own opening title crawl in person? He's seen it with his own eyes. All I'm saying is, the Doctor canonically knows what their theme tune sounds like. It has words.
The latitude of human minds. I am the Doctor.
My voyage dissects the course of time. Who knows, you say? But are you right? As fingers move to end mankind, metallic teeth begin their grind. With sword of truth I turn to fight the satanic powers of the night. Is your faith before your mind? Know me. Am I the Doctor? I don't know, dude. You wrote the song about yourself. You tell me. Could you imagine hearing this in a nightclub? Disco or otherwise. But don't stop it there, because it gets even better. Some may ask, who is the Doctor? But Devo Spice here has the answer. He is the Doctor.
Hello, I'm the Doctor. Just the Doctor, and this is my crew. How do you do? I'm just a madman with a box, a big blue box, foxy and sexy, if you only knew. Yes, it's bigger on the inside. Ask Captain Jack, it's a great ride back in his mind. I reside in the TARDIS, home is where the heart is, and like Lisa Simpson, I can see you through time.
This is a 12-track Doctor Who rap album. Time Lord Rock? Truck? More like trap. Time Lord rap. And man, if this is what trap sounds like, I gotta get in this.
me, I would go to the moon or the stars or the moons of Mars and drink a sonic screwdriver at some planets dive bar and get an alien to come down to my place with me. Just be careful, I don't come down with a space VD.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of this.
I can seek out and find my old bully Big Reggie, then I sneak up behind him and give him a big wedgie.
I bought this album, by the way. $10 on Bandcamp. What a purchase. Please donate to my Ko-fi for more great investments into the series. I don't just bring this up to rag on a nerdcore rapper. I'm above that. I bring up Devo Spice's album here because it includes cameos from Janet Fielding, Katie Manning, and Peter Davison, all in character.
So what do you say, Doctor? Can I come along?
No. I've already had one treacherous redhead in the TARDIS. I don't need another.
The canonical impulses in my head are trying to tell me that the Fifth Doctor once had an adventure with nerdcore rapper Devo Spice. These impulses are my demons and are destroying all of media for me. Yo, did you hear that new Peter Davison collab? Oh, that Fifth Doctor verse slaps. So there you go. This and this. Canonical texts. Sue me. Fact number 2. The Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste, originally named the Amazon, was famous for its mysterious abandonment at sea in 1872. There are many different explanations, all of them happened, and the Doctor was involved with nearly all of them. Now on TV, it seems pretty clear-cut. In the chase, Daleks appear chasing the Doctor and company, get into shenanigans, resulting in many innocents jumping to their death. Jumping ship. The first on-screen depiction of a dead baby. Oh yeah, it's all fun and games till you drown a baby. In the episode, they promptly hot-footed out of there. The Doctor doesn't even acknowledge the ship he's on, until his second incarnation, where he says that everybody on board got exterminated. The second Doctor had his own journey on the Mary Celeste, where it later turned out the ship was abducted by aliens. The Doctor came to save them, and then all killed by a sea serpent. No Daleks involved. Even Terry Nation, who wrote The Chase, doesn't have a definitive answer on it. In the Dalek Annuals, he decided to basically rewrite the plot of The Chase, but takes the Doctor and company out. Instead now it's a story of 2 young boys who steal their uncle's time conveyor, travelling to Pompeii, World War I, and the Mary Celeste. In this version of events, a young kid from the 1960s pushed the Dalek into the sea. Are these 2 events happening at the same time? I don't know. Which one's more ridiculous? Okay, I tried to sleep, but it's weighing on me. So here is a topographical graph of where every single Doctor is during the events of the Mary Celeste disappearing. If we're to believe all of these events happened, that means they must have all coincided. So here is the place where the Doctor enters, captured by the crew. The 2 boys who have stolen their uncle's time machine, they're also on the deck because he has to push a Dalek off. The second Doctor, let's say, is here. The sea serpent is definitely there. But wait, there's more. Then Pertwee rocks up again and has his own comic adventure with the Mary Celeste. I love how in such quick succession over the course of just, 9 years? The Doctor Who franchise has come up with 4 different reasons that the crew of the Mary Celeste disappeared. In a stitch in time, the third Doctor shows someone his cool time machine. And considering that we're in 1872, the man quite rightly freaks out and tells the captain that there's a time bomb on board. So in this version of events, the Doctor didn't bring Daleks to the ship to kill everybody. Irresponsibly, he showed off his ship and made everybody leave in lifeboats, also dooming them to death irresponsibly, as a large wave came and swamped the lifeboat, killing everyone on it. Oops. Sorry about that, dear fellow. Look, it was either me or the Daleks. And then, if we haven't already had enough, Nardole shows up.
The human ship was called the Mari Celeste? Something like that. Anyway, the Enzomedans assumed that any species they encountered would communicate as they did, by digesting each other. The Enzomedan ambassador got through the whole crew and then very sadly choked on a lifeboat.
All we know is that everybody on board definitely died, and 9 times out of 10, it was Doctor Who's fault. Except, wait, no, I'm getting a mental update. Sometimes they didn't die, because their descendants, the descendants of the crew of the Mary Celeste, go on to play an important role in the Faction Paradox series. At some point in his life, the Doctor went back to raid the ship. There's life jackets and the sign in his study in the pilot, which I guess he's keeping as a trophy. And a character from the V&As claims that his grandfather survived the Mary Celeste as he was rescued by a mermaid. Add it to the graph. Oh wait, there's more. Turns out, the HMS Artichoke, Roanoke, many of history's most famous ships actually went missing due to a giant intergalactic illegal game show. Hopping back over to the Legends of Ashilda book, because yeah, you've been dying to hear more of this thing. In this book, Ashilda's doing the whole pirate groove, islands and treasure and animatronic dogmen, before finding out the entire thing is a wind-up and they are on the ship, an artificial island in the middle of space. It's season 15 of The Fortunate Isles, and Ashilda is the latest winner in a battle royale total wipeout game she didn't know she was playing. Even detailing the merchandise, banners, t-shirts, and action figures they had made of Ashilda. Well, at least somebody wants her. For all we know, these ships went the same way as the Mary Celeste. I choose that option. Fuck it. Remember that time where I told you that the First Doctor almost abandoned one of his companions? Well, he did it again, for considerably longer. Move over, Vicky. This is the time the First Doctor ditched Dodo and left her on an alien swamp planet. Their Fairies at the Bottom of the Garden is a mid-short trip, which can be found in this book, which decomposed about 20 years ago. Travelling with just the two of them, they visit a stinking, awful, oozing planet full of rotten foliage. The Doctor loves it. Dodo questions what she's doing with her life, when suddenly, just as a goof, takes off in the TARDIS, Capaldi style, and just leaves her to it. In previous stories, Dodo has shown a crippling fear of being abandoned. She also coincidentally has expressed a distaste for jungle worlds, because it's where all of that mental trauma happened to her. But I bring up this gap specifically because it's the only proper opening the First Doctor has where there could be solo adventures with no companion. Really rack your brain. Try and think of a moment where the First Doctor is alone long enough to have all these solo adventures we see. I'm thinking this story, and this one, and the annuals. In all of the annuals, when he's not travelling with John fucking Gillian, the First Doctor picks up a ton of new friends. There's so many niche early Doctor Who companions who could only fit into this place in the timeline, you see. Jack, Harold, Dot Strong, Shelley, Shirtzog, Amy and Tony Barker, Shivani Bajwa, the Mortimer family. The Doctor travelled with all of them, which was a French bulldog owned by Tony and Amy Barker. He accompanied his masters on a trip in the TARDIS. Sounds to me like the Doctor gets busy. Whilst Dodo is waiting for him on the smelly bug planet, the First Doctor is battling devil birds of Corbo, trolls, like actual trolls. There's Sensorites and Zilgans, and what the fuck are Zilgans? Dodo wouldn't know, because she wasn't invited. No wonder this is a companion who got locked up in an insane asylum after her travels. It makes me wonder if this is something the Doctor can just do. Sorry, Martha, need a bit of a change. I'm just gonna bench you for a bit, and we can pick up where we left off. The actual bastard, he did though. He did do that. If we are to believe this borderline fan theory of mine, it does have to be restated that the Doctor never gives a reason for getting in the TARDIS and leaving her. There's not an argument or any drama around it. It's not some clever plot thing he's doing. He just up and goes. Poor Dodo. And this is back in the days where the Doctor can't even fly the thing accurately. There is no saying that he would have ever been able to get back to Dodo, but I guess that was a chance he was willing to take. When I crunch up the numbers, it seems that the Doctor has travelled with this many people in between leaving Dodo and going to pick Dodo up, and has had this many adventures without her in this very space of time. What the fuck? And he does come and pick her up, eventually, returning in the story's climax to smash a giant crystal flower with his cane. It turns out they were on a giant flower in space the whole time. And I guess that was the lesson he wanted to teach Dodo. Fuck around and find out. Unsurprisingly, this is the story where she decides she wants to leave. But don't start feeling too sympathetic. Maybe there's a reason the Doctor treats her this way. Did you know, in the book Bunker Soldiers, Dodo unwittingly inspired a series of events which caused the Black Death? Oh, hello, Dmitri, governor of Kiev. I think it'd be an awfully good idea to catapult diseased corpses into the city. That's an excellent idea. I'll tell the Mongols to do the exact same. Yeah, guys, that's how you get the Black Death.
You can't rewrite history, not one line!
If you really want to get into these Dodo-less stories, one of them is actually about the Great Fire of London. When it comes to meddling with time and causing human atrocities, you're 2 for 2. Just as bad as each other. Maybe it would have been a better send-off for her if the Doctor just forgot about her and left her on that bog planet and never came back. It makes just about as much sense as her actual exit.
Are you my mummy? If you could concentrate.
Welcome back to The Matrix. Today I'm looking at where my notes usually live, and there's just one thing that says, keep it short. So that's the kind of motivation we're going into 2022 with. Noble, brazen. Listen, I don't know about you, but my OCD has me contractually obligated to get 25 of these out a year. Otherwise I look at that playlist and I feel bad inside. It's fine being a slave to my obsessive tendencies though. Someone has to benefit out of it. Sadly, it's not you. Harry's brother tried to kill Sarah Jane Smith. Today's first act takes us to the proto-Sarah Jane adventures, the Big Finish self-titled EP Sarah Jane Smith. These audios though, were not kid-friendly. Barry Letts and Terrence Dix are telling stories about terrorist bombings and biological warfare, homeless young men floating in the Thames face down, a lot of black magic. I guess Canon and company really stuck. Serial killers and cults. But hilariously, all of these really dark adventures tie in almost perfectly into School Reunion. Both that episode and the Sarah Jane Adventures make plenty references to them, down to Luke's car and the fact that K9 is out of commission, that Sarah can use Venusian Aikido, and that old Aunt Lavinia dying. What is it with Doctor Who and dead aunts, by the way? Nothing big, there's just a few. In the end, this run was cut short as Sarah Jane Smith returned to television with a whole new setup and cast of kids to babysit. With only a 3-month gap in the interim, Sarah Jane Smith was very busy before the events of School Reunion, and has gone through a lot of trauma. Did you know that just the year before School Reunion, Sarah Jane Smith was like a public figure? Oh yeah, this undercover woman with all the world's biggest secrets in her attic. She had a television series where she was the lead investigative journalist. The late great Terrence Dix decided this television endeavour backfired and left Sarah Jane Smith on the run for her life. This never really gets resolved, meaning I guess that Sarah Jane Smith is a fugitive during the events of the CBBC show? Like, don't get me wrong, she shouldn't be hanging out with all these kids, but that's for some other reasons. Namely, because last time Sarah was on a university campus, there was a cult society trying to murder her. Fatal Consequences introduces the stepbrother of Harry Sullivan, who, remember at this point, is missing in action. We've covered him before. He's probably fine, according to Big Finish. Will Sullivan joins a uni society, and within the week is radicalized into an alien satanic cult with plans for genocide.
All these kids these days getting brainwashed at the University of PC.
As it turns out, this society of young adults are actually worshipping Demnos, the Roman god of moonlight. Oh, I joined the society back in second year. And the Brotherhood of Demnos just love the Mandragora Helix. Yeah, it's a Mask Mandragora sequel. The whole thing. Sarah finds herself in the middle of a holy war between children, drunk children, who plan to kill the Herald of Mandragora and bring about an end to humanity. Man, everyone is out to get Sarah in this one. Harry Sullivan's stepbrother attempts an assassination. Hilda Winters, the fascist from Robot, she's back. She's almost shot in Florence in Series 1. Things get so bad for Sarah that all of the characters worry about her paranoia, always looking in rearview windows, and even apparently carrying a rape alarm. Dad, when is she gonna fight this Levine? Sorry, son. No fun alien antics. We're going to Antarctica to solve the human sacrifice blood pact conspiracy that has brought about this holy war. In the final story, they send Sarah Jane to space. One of the few stories set during the first space tourism flight, not led by a multimillionaire because this isn't a dystopian world. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, Elizabeth Sladen's final Big Finish outing sees Sarah Jane abandoned, as Sarah Jane floats around the orbit of space. An adventure that then is left on a cliffhanger. Something, then she's in a school. Yeah, that's an unfortunate cliffhanger. People have tried to resolve the gap, including One Short Trip. This Stephen Critchlow story tries to bridge the gap between this and Series 2. And my word, just the absolute definition of canon plaster. Sadly putting this short-lived series in Doctor Who Purgatory without a proper intended ending. Add it to the list of unresolved stories. Cliffhanger endings we will never get the answers to. Like Big Finish's Well-Mannered War, Daleks Among Us, Dalek Empire, and the forever lost Gabby Gonzalez. Taken before their time. Maybe if we go by the theory of canonical multiplicity, there's still a Sarah Jane Smith right now, floating in the orbit of space. Forever. Dear God, someone please get her down. Fact number 2. The Doctor's home planet sometimes is Jewel. Busting out the comics now, I think the TV comic line was really admirable. It just absolutely played by its own rules. Even changing the planet of the Doctor's birth entirely. The home of the Time Lords, Jewel, as seen in the War Games, the Three Doctors, and named in Return of the Daleks, was a really barren wasteland world, where about 50 Time Lords live. It's a very small operation they're running here down in Burbank, Gallifrey. By the time of 1975, the Doctor had referenced his home planet as Gallifrey many times on TV. Hell, the Doctor himself was about to go visit it in person that very same year. Curiously, this time, Sarah Jane Smith was invited. The absolute cheek of it. The Doctor's returned to Gallifrey many times with human companions. But no, Sarah, you see, my lifelong best friend, Sarah. My people are racist. Yeah, thanks, Doc. Cool. Thanks for sticking up for me. Turns out there are no such prejudices on the planet Jewel. Making me think this is a much cooler place. And there's a little part of me that prefers this iteration of the Time Lords to what we eventually see in The Deadly Assassin going forward. And these Time Lords are just absolutely buck wild, caring less about the preservation of the web of time, and more interested in whatever floats their boat that week. The Dalek Revenge, Virus, and Treasure Trail are all comic stories where the Time Lords send Sarah and 4 on missions. But it's never clear what the motive of these missions are. Treasure Trail, for instance, is set in Italy in 1944, with Nazis looking to steal some famous artworks. Doctor, for your next mission, we need you to retrieve some famous Italian paintings from the Nazis. It is never explained why the Time Lords deem the Italian treasures important enough to send the Doctor to save them. This is quite strange. Especially as there's no intervening alien threat, there's no time interference shenanigans. The Nazis historically were going to get those paintings. And the Time Lords are actually, I guess, intervening with the natural course of human history, and have very vested interests. That painting wasn't kept in a Nazi vault for a couple years. I don't get it either. In the 5th Doctor story, Fallen Angels, the 5th Doctor remarks that the works of Raphael, 20th century painter, not Ninja Turtle, were all fixed points in history. Somehow. Somehow it tracks. I hate this series and its inconsistent consistency. Continuity told across decades. shits. And then there's also the story where a human imposter who looks a bit like Tom Baker fools all of the Time Lords into thinking he's the Doctor. But that's one for another time. Jules Time Lords? They're not the smartest bunch in the book. Last year I picked up this hardback coffee table book called The Time Lord Letters. How'd you describe this thing? The collection of letters and notes that the Doctor has apparently written throughout his many travels, some of which, if you place them in their actual stories, are batshit. Did you know that whilst on the Orient Express, the 12th Doctor stopped all he was doing to write Agatha Christie a written letter, asking her what she would have done in this situation, despite the fact that there is no way to deliver it and he's trapped on a ticking clock whilst people are dying around him. Christ on the Nile, that is accidentally hilarious. And also oddly in character. You want to solve a mystery riffing off Agatha Christie? Bring her on! It's not the first time he's done it. Agatha, I have no idea if you ever get this letter. I have no idea if I'll ever bother to send it, or be alive to send it, or want to send it. I'm on a train, the Orient Express. Dead people in mysterious circumstances. Someone sees something horrible, and then 66 seconds later they're dead. There's something called the foretold. How does it fit together? And what's it doing here on a train in space? If you've got any ideas, I'd be really grateful. I mean, I saved you from a giant wasp, so I think you probably owe me. Despite the fact that if he does send the letter, that means he survived, meaning he probably figured it all out anyway. Thanks for the advice if you have any. The Doctor. This letter is currently held as property of St. Sed's College Library. And there's just a ton of really weird, unlikely letters. The Doctor has a lot of pen pals. We've got a school report from Barusa from his days back in the academy. An apology letter to the meddling monk after he rigged his TARDIS and left him for dead. The death certificate of Luke Rattigan.
This one's going on my bedroom wall.
As well as the Doctor's actual final goodbyes to real companions. It creates an image that the Doctor is a very sentimental guy who isn't always hopping on to the next adventure, leaving people in it because he dare not look back. No, he's staying in contact with Uvanov and Toos from Robots of Death, the people of the town Mercy. Elton Pope got a whole apology letter in which he just mostly recounts the events of Love and Monsters, as if Elton didn't just experience them himself. I saw your video, by the way, and you're right, you know. When you say that when you're a kid, they tell you it's all grown up, get a job, get married, get a house, have children, and that's it. You're right, it's not. That's not it at all. Like you said, the world, the universe is much stranger than that. It's so much darker, so much madder, and so much better. Elton Pope, philosopher. Who'd have thought? And it's just a lot of entries like that. Who knew that the Doctor felt so fondly for Lord Charles and Lady Cranley from Black Orchid? Two random humans who tried to frame him for murder? Chloe Webber, the Cardew family, Father Christmas, who wasn't even real, and therefore probably does not have a P.O. box. The airport controller from Time Flight. Other favourites include the note that the Doctor wrote to John Smith, a note that completely breaks the story human nature, the message that the Doctor scribbled on Margaret Slevine's baby egg, saying, "Please adopt me. Here are all the crimes she committed, but she's gonna be good this time." Who knew that the Doctor also keeps in good contact with Danny Pink, Queen Victoria, Horatio Nelson, and Harriet Jones? That last one really doesn't work. I don't know which one of those raises the most questions. Don't worry, Sarah Jane, Brigadier, Harriet. The Doctor didn't abandon you. He's always writing Christmas cards every year. They just needed first-class stamps. As for Robin Hood and James Corden's character, I just don't know what to make of these. Lots of these hardback books are very derivative, just sort of playing the hits and saying the catchphrase that you remember, not usually adding to the canon intentionally. And even rarer do they actually have a story of their own to tell. But it's fun, it's silly, it's dinky to think that the Doctor stops mid-adventure to write out a little note to someone, and that he always does say goodbye in excruciating detail. This hyper-literal reading I'm applying to it does it no favours. but it does make it slightly interesting.
Oh, sorry, it's nearly 8 p.m. I'm going to have to go outside and do the clap for the NHS.
Eyo, I finally got around to Eve of the Daleks. My personal review, I spotted 3 Daleks. 3 Daleks total. And that's a major decrease since their previous few appearances. It's just not enough. On the other hand, some very nice and very loud fans on Twitter told me that 13 and Yaz might have a lesbian kiss Yas Queen embrace this year before they both die. I tried searching the wiki for this, but there's no precedent, it seems, for the Doctor to enjoy kissing human women. So this must be insider info. What does Thassi Stan01 know that I don't? All I do know is that Yaz can do way better. There's also the question of whether the Doctor even identifies as a woman. Can you technically have a same-sex kiss if one participant is non-binary or post-gender? I genuinely don't know. Not to shit on any pride parades here. But apart from the real-world on-screen prospect of a lesbian kiss, 2 actresses kissing, the Doctor has been very vocal about concepts like gender identity and human approaches to sex, and how none of them apply to Doctor Who.
We're the most civilized civilization in the universe. We're billions of years beyond your petty human obsession with gender and its associated stereotypes.
You're lucky you're Electro, Doctor Who, because that got very close to mansplaining. You would think this is an attitude that changes with the show. The Capaldi era was the most progressive yet. But did you know the first Doctor thought the exact same way? In this story, characters struggle to work out the sex of a newborn baby. The first Doctor says to cast aside these preconceptions. Whoa, look at Grandpa over here. Okay, Time Lords are gender fluid, which is why, of course, they all learned Victorian gentleman stereotypes, complete with male pronouns,
I am he and he is me,
and vague, sometimes sexism.
Oh, Polly, why not make some coffee to keep them all happy while I think of something?
I know what you're thinking. One of the most famous William Hartnell lines of the Doctor is him saying he's a citizen of the universe, a gentleman to boot. But in other stories he's rectified this, that despite how it makes him sound, in truth, he's not even a man. Gentle or otherwise. Now that's almost definitely a line referencing the fact that the Doctor went from being a human man from the future to an ancient space alien, but I have nothing if not my queer readings. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the sentiment, but in terms of canonical self-identity, this is kind of a newish one. At least when he and him were used as recently as Day of the Doctor, Season 10, and Twice Upon a Time. Of course, these things aren't mutually exclusive, and there's full likelihood the Doctor accepts these pronouns to save time. Sex is entirely flexible among our people, while gender is merely a social construct.
But you still call yourselves Time Lords.
Thanks, Bill, for the assist there. Again, oh look, Gallifrey is one of the most gendered societies in the series. Apart from Susan, it takes the classic run about 12 years to depict a female Gallifreyan on screen, and then about 5 more until we see any impositions of power. Have you watched Deadly Assassin lately? It's a sausage fest. Until Rassilon came along, all of Gallifrey was ruled by matriarchal leaders, exclusively. What happens if they regenerate into a dude bro? It seems the Doctor is bigging up his own people, because we've never seen this on screen. If Gallifrey is so advanced and post-gender, why does President Romana still face institutional sexism? The answer is that these were stories written in different decades by different writers, but I don't get that. I can't accept that. In Doctor Who, there's species without the concept in their society, ones that have 72 genders simultaneously, and another that swap every 2 minutes. I mean, that last one sounds fucking exhausting. But hey, you do you. Live your truth. I'm hardly gonna support 58 of your genders and tell the other 22 to get back into the closet. Come on. On that topic, there's a very popular Stephen Moffat quote where he jokes that River Song has married 428 times, 1 time for each gender. So that went down well. Then, and I don't quite know what to make of this story, there's a little short trip called War Crimes, detailing the entire social culture of the Ulkra, These guys love gender conventions. As a coming-of-age ritual, young Orkra boys would be sent into the forest to kill a beast and return wearing its pelts. If they failed this initiation, they would not be allowed to remain male. The victorious would grow into warriors, to fight and write poetry and watch Seinfeld. But those who failed would have their genitals removed. I'm just reading this from the page, from the horse's mouth, and were forced to eat isumui berries until they developed female characteristics. Estrogen and empathy and brain cells. Forced estrogen. Our protagonist in the story does transition himself, but only because he needs those berries to think good. Same. Yeah. I don't think the author of this story expected it to be so relatable. Bizarre story. It ties into the war games as well for some reason. Cool, yeah, always said that story needed to be longer. I think we have to assume that the Doctor is genuinely gender fluid or outside of gender in some remotely alien way. And the Doctor generally does not mind being attached to these labels. But 8 did. Interference Book 1. 8 firmly denies ever having been a man or a woman, and resents being described as such. 13 similarly says that she's not a man or woman in The Good Doctor. Not in any sense that you would understand anyway. When an angry priest goes all not my doctor about a female incarnation, contradicting the sacred law. Sound familiar? Do notice how the only characters who do refer to the Doctor as they/them are Jack, River, and the classier Masters. They were all using those pronouns before a female actress was even cast for the role. Could be coincidental, but I reckon there's something there. Gender's for the humans. According to Ross T. Davis, there are future incarnations of the Doctor unaccounted for that were visibly? In between genders, or neither. Wow. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something for a TV program on Turf Island? Personally, I'm still hoping for the Doctor that was described with the flaming fire sword. Yeah, can that be the next one, please? Can that be 14? Fact number 2. I'm feeling censored. At this point, I couldn't travel in the TARDIS, mostly because I'm a woefully inadequate man, but also because I swear constantly. It's just part of my vernacular. I don't know when I do it anymore. And Doctor Who, at its core, is a very family show. That is, of course, until it isn't.
Better to die than live like you, a bitchy trampoline. No,
Are you human?
Now don't be a bitch.
No, you forgot one.
No. That would be rude, though.
In this one, the Doctor says the word shit. I do realise the optics of bringing up this author after an entire segment on sex and gender, but Gareth Roberts once wrote, in his book Only Human, there's an amazing throwaway line when Nine tells his companions that the TARDIS translation circuit has a swear filter installed. Parental guidance for speaking. This filter got inside everybody's head, everybody present in the story, not just inside the TARDIS, and prevented them from swearing, making it utterly incapable for the Ninth Doctor to speak his mind.
Will you stay still, you idiots? I don't know how many times I
The 12th Doctor carried so much internalized anger that the psychic paper would just read swear words. This is the only mention of the no swear words filter, and I have to assume that in the later seasons, Bill got into the parental settings and turned off the lock.
If I hear any more language like that from you, young lady, you're in for a jolly good smack bottom.
My mind has just jumped to Horns of Nimon.
You meddlesome hussy.
That doesn't count. In my fan theory, the Doctor installed this for Susan Foreman, kept it on during the war, during the Time War. That'd be a bit weird. And then definitely kept it on the second he started inviting sex pests on board. I choose to believe there are some characters who have the desire to swear so much that they break through the TARDIS translation circuit without even realizing. I might be okay with genocidal problem solving, but I draw the line at swearing. Not to mention, there's no swear rule. Could have involved racial slurs. Could have saved a lot of friends being spared that stuff. Perry Brown in one of the Telos novelizations, uses the N-word. So, I guess I'm now reshuffling my favourite companion tier list. She's even higher. This is just one of those little flourishes, one of those great cutaway lines that just gets my brain going. Ah! Perfect for Broke Canon. Fact number 3, please. Now, what do we do when it comes to continuity when there are interactive stories with branching story paths? Well, I have a mental collapse. But maybe when I play Attack of the Grask, one of the Doctor Who video games, or pick up a Choose Your Own Adventure book, these are just separate timelines, splintering off into parallel universes. How about that? Well, yeah, but all of them are just as valid as each other. None of these end the universe, apart from the Grask, where if you fuck up and freeze everybody on the planet, the Doctor chides you and says, you've just killed Christmas.
You're not good enough. Stern is the taking part that counts.
You just froze the entire planet and trapped millions of innocents. Anyway, off your pop. Many of these Choose Your Own Adventure stories don't have dead ends. They don't have losing timelines. The worst case scenario is that you just get one of the more boring endings. I dare to dip my feet in. I want to see if these things can hold up and all of these endings can coexist. This is Claws of the Macra, and after 3 goes, rolling my little dice, keeping my score sheet, I found out that the main character in this can change events. It's not just a matter of go left, go right, commit crab genocide, don't commit crab genocide. But the kid protagonist you play as is given decisions that can just influence entire events and whether things work or not. The Doctor presents his sonic screwdriver. If you think the sonic screwdriver should work, turn to page 39. If you decide that it shouldn't, turn to page 8. If you think the man is dying, turn to page 38. If you think he's just seasick, turn to page 133. And yeah, I went to page 133, and instead of a death scene, he was just fine. He was genuinely just seasick, and I decided that for him. I'm sorry, that's sinister. I don't like the power. I don't like the insinuation of causality that gives me. All in all, there are 7 endings in this, which sounds like a lot of choice, but also consider that you're getting wildly different stories every time. There isn't one macro plan, there's like 5 different macro plans in this book, and you might just stumble upon one of them. It's not even consistent whether the macro in this book are mindless savages, evil smoke-sniffing crustaceans, or good guys. You just have to get lucky and see where the day takes you, as to what their morality is, and what the plot is. On my first playthrough, I'm on a school trip to an oil refinery. I slip away, go through events, and meet the Doctor and Amy. They take me to meet a nice professor, who clearly has lots of information he wants to tell me. I refuse to hear any of it. Repeatedly. Which leads to us discovering a macra tied up, experimenting on it for sakes of, crab studies. That was my major in university, actually. The macra breaks free, goes wild, I try to fight it, it knocks me out, and then suddenly, I come to, discover I'm at the ending of this story path, and the Doctors fix it all, whilst I was asleep. Cool, thanks. I didn't choose much of an adventure there at all, guys. That took me about 7 minutes. Not a satisfying story. On my second playthrough, I refused the oil refinery entirely, and went to the beach, and found a bunch of macra there, who weren't getting up to much of anything. So I try to approach them because I've read the first ending and I know they're actual good guys who want to form a very above-board legal pact with the Earth. I approach them and get immediately eviscerated. The decisions you pick also impact how bloodthirsty the Doctor's feeling. One of these endings just involves Unit arriving and the Doctor saying, yeah, bomb 'em. There's no place on this Earth for macra, he says many times throughout the book. Macra can't change, he states in one ending where it turns out macra can't change, despite the rest of the book showing that they can. There's a word for that. Ah, right, it's prejudice. It's designed so that there's no unhappy endings, apart from, for the crabs. But there are crap endings, where the Doctor just teleports a macra away with a sonic screwdriver and calls it a day. Or Unit just arrive and say, yeah, no, we handled it. And all the Doctor can do is just shrug. I guess the best case scenario is the ending that hints that you can travel in the TARDIS too, But I got this ending and nothing happened, so 11-year-old me would be devastated. This won't take a second, the doctor says, operating the controls at lightning speed. Doctor, it's working, says Amy. The macro can't breathe. I know, the doctor nodded. That will be happening all over the refinery soon. Or the macro will suffocate. There's no other choice. I've seen it before. They're the scourge of the galaxy and they never give up. The macro gives a final croak and lies still. That's it. That's the end of the macro. Anyway, want to travel with me in my time travel machine? We were only just talking about genocide. Can we go one episode without talking about Doctor Who genocide? On the same note, one of my favourite ever audio stories is You Are the Doctor by John Dorney. Seven and Ace land on a spaceship and have to stop a villain of the week, except they keep feeling compelled to make out-of-body, strange choices that they would never usually make, before getting caught by baddies, killed, and then having to start the process all over again. Is it a Groundhog time loop? No. You Are the Doctor uses the conventions of the Choose Your Own Adventure books, where the bad guy is making all the choices and piloting the Seventh Doctor and Ace. You are the Doctor, a mysterious traveller in time and space. Will you succeed in foiling the ghastly plans of the horrible Porcians?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I mean, it's my job, right?
Although there's no actual branching story path, there's no alternating story here. I mean, it's an audio drama. That would be a task. Remember how I said I felt like I was influencing events? Deciding what would happen based on not the choices given to me, but what I thought would be funny to happen? That's what the pig villain in this is actually doing. As for video games, when you die, you could call that a branched off doomed timeline, but mostly I just want to say, get good.
As you can see, we've not made it to the Congo yet, but we've found we rub along rather well, even if he is strangely fond of K-pop.
Message from the Time Lords on Gallifrey for the immediate attention of the Doctor. News has reached us of a plan to dominate the universe using a time instant replay unit, Tiru, being built on the second moon of the planet Regia. An evil force has taken control of the mining base and is refining the rare mineral heatonite. Regain memory and it's gone. Latest intelligence suggests that the Rejan moon complex is intended to lure the Doctor into the Master's clutches. Master is thought to be planning it. Okay. Splinx is now an improved programming language known as Cyborg. To use this highly structured but simple language uses Z and executes.
Hey, I was reading that!
I just wanted to know who Splinx was. Who's Splinx? Oh right, how could I forget? Splinx was the one-time Sixth Doctor Who companion who was a robotic cat. His only appearance was in Doctor Who and the Mines of Terror on the BBC Micropower from 1985. Shoot me in the head!
Is this what we're doing? This is what we're doing. You expect me to find something to say about the Doctor's robot cat Splinx. I played this game for a week. I played it for a week. Have you seen the graphics? And I'm none the wiser. This game is difficult, not just because it's running on primitive operating systems, but because it's too fast to read. Apparently the paper manual that came with this game was filled with information, none of which explaining the Master's plan, why the Doctor is assembling items to kill him, and why this planet has its own off-brand, legally distinct Daleks. What it does tell you about are rock formations and the geographical landscape of this planet. Like, come on, that's boring. What am I going to do? Broke Canon. Heatonite was a mineral demonstrating a combination of radioactive, organic, and metallic properties? I don't think so. We like drama here. And what's more dramatic than infanticide? Killing a baby. The Doctor tried to kill a baby. Not just once, multiple times over. It was planned, methodical. This is categorical imperative. Surely the darkest, most out of character and wacky short trip. Where yet, no twist, 8 different Doctors try repeatedly to kill a young child before they can come of age. It's the whole, would you kill Hitler as a baby rhetoric. My answer, no, obviously not. The society that birthed and moulded Adolf Hitler is responsible for him.
but also I'm not in the business of killing babies. In Doctor Who terms, there is a objectively correct answer to this moral question. That answer is, Doctor Who should stay the hell away from that stuff. And for the most part, it does. May I offer you my copy of Series 6 of Doctor Who? No, really, please take it. Let's Kill Hitler is an entire story about this, situating a screwball comedy in one of the most non-Doctor Who, not child-friendly or optimistic moral conundrums. The utilitarian approach in this are the bad guys, for trying to make the call at all. And your thoughts on the episode aside, you come away with a meta-sense, a meta-text, about Stephen Moffat exploring what kind of stories Doctor Who should tell. The Doctor is a children's hero. Questions like this and stories like this are not his world. Doctors 1 through 8 subjected Sarah Jane, Ace, Charlie Pollard, Jamie McCrimmon, Joe Grant, Susan, Perry, and Tegan to this insane display. Oh, I hope you liked that adventure, my boy. We really showed those dinosaurs what's what. Anyway, now, let's go murder a kid. I would say these are their Doctor's respective best friends, closest companions. Why did any of them stay on board the moment this happened? Where the Doctor shared with them that he was attending a baby's christening, carrying a knife. The third Doctor carefully removes a silver knife from the package and prepares to use it. Jo is at the head of the queue with the mother trying to distract her. Sarah realizes what the third Doctor is about to do and is appalled. The fourth Doctor tells her that in 52 years the baby will be murdered by his aides for the devastation to the planet he caused. All in attendance are 8 weirdly dressed hobos carrying a little silver knife, ready to make that call. The ultimate call. The one that the fourth Doctor had already grappled with, and came out the other side with a mature and peaceful philosophical angle befitting a character of his mythological status. And those were Daleks. Daleks that still had computer brains. But this human baby, I swear to God he's gone too far this time. This time I'm gonna do it for real. This regeneration, I'm finally gonna get him. I guess they were all practicing for the Time War. Sorry, I'm like uncharacteristically riled up. Usually I'd just be laughing at this. But not only does this feel gross, it feels amateurish. When you write a story, you pick a main character to best communicate that story's intent. Doctor Who will never be the character needed for this story.
It's mountainous, with me at the summit, in the stratosphere, alone. Left to choose.
Do you get why I don't like this speech yet? Can you seriously picture any of them going through with this? Not even the War Doctor would, and his whole MO is butchering children.
He must die, Mr. Thorne!
All of the Doctors look at each other apprehensively. Which one is going to have to be the one to do it? Guys, it doesn't actually matter, you're all the same person. The oldest there, 8, approaches the baby, looks into the mother's eyes, and then suddenly realizes, wait, no, she loves this baby. I'm holding my head. You can't see. I'm holding my head. The takeaway is that things will be different this time. Because of the threat that these strange men brought to this christening, the mother will suddenly become a very caring mother. And this future crisis can be averted. Apparently. Well, he will grow up to be a little rat bastard. But think of all the people joined together in their fear of the Daleks. I mean, this baby. Think of all the good that'll do. It's just not the franchise for this. Doctor Who's been a lot of different things. They'll commit genocides every other day of the week, but the second you start to resemble and seriously consider going through with one of the most recognisably real-world philosophical debates of morality, what's stopping the Doctor from doing this to just everyone? Everyone in human history. Oh, by the way, no fixed points here, notice. Ugh, I want to wash my hands of this whole thing. If you can, dig out Categorical Imperative. For all the wrong reasons, it's a must-read. Hey, if you thought that was bad, how about the time the Doctor killed 600 million people in the year 2003? Yeah, really, and they didn't come back, and it wasn't a cheat. Quick, guess which incarnation of the Doctor did this? You're correct, it's the 7th. Oh, look, Seven might not get his hands dirty and kill a kid. Come on, he's got standards. But in the book Eternity Weeps, the Doctor can only save Earth by killing millions of humans. And he does. Death on a biblical scale, this isn't a fun story, incredibly punishing and damning. God, it's a really cheery episode today, huh? As the virus Agent Yellow ravages the entire planet. The only plan that the Doctor can come up with is liberating pinhead singularities from inside the moon as a last-ditch attempt to sterilize the Earth. VNAs? More like VNA. Are you sure about that, Chief? There had to be another way. Eternity Weeps is a very Doctor-light book, instead focusing on the doomed failing marriage of Jason and Benny. Benny Summerfield. Not those two. They had a lovely relationship. Crazy sex life. Things start off pretty light-footed as the world tries to find the historic burial site of Noah's Ark. It's even a little bit funny at first. There's a human settlement on the moon, 2003. Bruce Springsteen is the President of the United States of America, and Liz Shaw makes a long-awaited return. Guess what? Within just a couple chapters, Agent Yellow has destroyed loads of Africa, loads of Europe, and almost all of Asia. Dead. Not a 2022 read. Oh, but how's Liz Shaw doing? She's a scientist, she'll be great for this story. Oh, Liz dies horrifically. Liz dies pointlessly, putting her own antivirus into effect. It's a really spiteful send-off for this classic companion. One that's been contradicted since, as she showed up for Sarah Jane Smith's, the Brigadier's, and the Doctor's funerals. I'd say the weirdest part about this is that even within its own range, so like its own self-contained continuity, there's books set before and after this in the year 2003, there's no world-ending virus. 10% of the population have not been killed by the Doctor.
Remove 1/10 of the population.
There's other VNAs that completely wreck the world and go Doomer mode, but they always revert it and get back onto the original timeline. This is the original timeline. Sorry, how much? 600 million people the Doctor burned up. Thank you to Oncoming Storm for recommending me this one. Fact number 3, something less despairing, please. Virions! There's a good chance the Virions are the craziest Doctor Who monsters of all. This species of alien would have been great in the last fact, but better late than never, I guess. The Virions are a culture of biological scientists. Nobody really knows anything about them other than the fact that they have a zero-tolerance policy for all viruses. We've never even seen one past its hazmat suit. Anything more than the common cold, and you will get wiped out by these guys. But they were infamous the universe over for the creation of a variety of biological weapons and agents. Sorry, I said this one was going to be happier. It's silly. We feeling like a bit of silly? Somehow, by containing and cataloguing every kind of flu, virus, contagion, tummy ache, what have you, they managed to develop superpower flus. Flus that, when infected, give you the ability to control minds, time travel, induce beneficial coincidences, liquid luck, the power to mutate the genetic structure of any living being, and wish granting. Hang on, no, you're telling me there's a flu out there that turns you into a genie? You can grant wishes by contracting the right virus in Doctor Who. And they do! The Virions can grant their own wishes. As you can tell, they would easily be the most powerful species in the series if they didn't have such a one-track mind. All these guys care about are like coming in SWAT team and working on a new vaccine, working on a new pandemic. The Bill Gates of the Whoniverse. That's a joke, I promise that's a joke. But they weren't always like this. In their very first appearance, this will surprise you, the 2007 Doctor Who storybook, 10th Doctor and Rose come upon them in a village where they're just trying to evacuate everyone. A really modest, small-scale affair. They're a bit like Jadoon, but instead of justice and crime, they're more about everything being clean. Many times in the years since, they appeared in Big Finish, and it becomes the Doctor's job to regularly make sure they don't incinerate Earth. What happened to make these guys so angry? Oh right. And then there's the little fact that the Virians created all life.
It is now the most widespread virus in existence.
But if
You know it better as life.
a virus, all life in the universe was caused by a virus.
No, but the mutation, evolution, the constant capacity for change. That is the infection.
Oh no.
We have the cure.
The Virans, a C-tier Doctor Who villain, created all life. And apparently can take it all away. And why am I only just finding out now that Charlotte Pollard grew to be thousands of years old? She became an agent of the Virans when she left both the Doctors, and yeah, I guess they put her into storage.
The prolixity will be used to accomplish the mission. We have ultimate authority. All other priorities are rescinded. We are prepared. We have the capability.
To do what?
To eliminate the contagion called life. At source, the universe will be sterilized.
Oh my god. You've gone mad. Stark staring mad.
I'm gonna have to listen to all of this, aren't I?
This huge detail comes from one of the most niche projects Big Finish has ever put out, the Charlie Pollard spin-off series. Hey Charlie, can you call like Torchwood or something? These guys are very strong. The Virian plan on this is even madder. Apparently, they're anti-life and plan to completely expunge the spark of life and cutting off all life at the roots right at the very beginning. No life means no more germs. The ultimate detox. They plan to suicide reality bomb everything. But that plan only works because they put that spark of life there in the first place. The only reason Virians aren't a bigger threat is because the Daleks released a bunch of their plagues for funsies. That's what you get for skimping out on the Charlie Pollard series. What, you don't want to buy our new spin-off box set? Bro, Charlie Pollard discovered the meaning of life, existence, and everything. So, really, you're missing out.
A noble brow.
Hey, remember that short story I was writing?
Is this one about the fish?
Yeah, the fanfic. Just finished. Tell me honestly if it sounds wank. So the Doctor takes off in the TARDIS onto his next adventure. Turns out there's a stowaway that's been on board the ship the whole time. The whole series.
Oh, you mean like the one in the beginning?
What's beginning?
The audio story. The beginning? They did that one before.
Ah, shit, really? When?
And in the comics, they did that one already.
Yeah, well, there's been like a million comics, so...
Yep.
Nah, see, my one's different. My one's got a fish in it. There's a fish as the villain.
Uh-huh.
Erin, I know you've seen a lot of Doctor Who, but I honestly think you're messing with me here.
Rude.
Okay, forget the idea. How about, Laika the Russian space dog goes on a time travel adventure?
That's alien bodies.
I can't believe this.
Have you tried deleting it? Well, that's what I'd do. They've done that already.
Thanks. I'll do that right now.
Not a proud moment. Welcome back to Broke Canon. That conversation didn't actually happen, by the way. So I guess, in terms of my own lived experience, you could call it non-canonical. Today's topic are TARDIS stowaways.
Nice opinion, Doctor. One small issue. I am inside your home.
Oh, we got people living in the walls. In the transcendental walls. In fact, this idea I had is so deeply unoriginal that it goes as far back as the Doctor and Susan's first ever voyage. When they stole the TARDIS from Gallifrey, they technically took with them, kidnapped the Time Lord Quadriga 3911 Stoin. It was Stoin's job to take the TARDIS out of active service, and he just happened to be on board when this guy and his granddaughter went for a 3,000-year joyride. I mean, that's Doctor Who. That's the show. The Doctor and Susan dumped him on the moon, where he henceforth became a recurring Big Finish villain. I used to have the little crack theory that this was an alternate universe Davros origin,
But I'm just finding out now that he blew himself to smithereens, trying to find a way to undo all of the Doctor's adventures. The Doctor and Susan radicalized this man. According to Terry Malloy, he believes that Stoyne goes on, living inside the Doctor's TARDIS, trapped as energy. So I don't know if we take those, but that sounds like a stowaway to me. Then there's the resurrection fish. I literally wrote a story about a fish stowing in the TARDIS, you fucks. The Doctor bought Susan a pet fish from the planet Quinis. It played dead so well, the Doctor forgot about it for 8 regenerations. When the 8th Doctor rediscovered Susan's old room, he also discovered this guy, who had grown so big he started breaching the planes of reality. Because of how the TARDIS works, it's possible it's still alive today and did not know what it was getting itself in for. You're immortal now. Shit. Then there's Mariana. Mariana was another Time Lord who happened to be the previous owner of the Doctor's TARDIS. Bogglingly, it would take the Doctor 4 regenerations and 200 years to find out she had been in the ship the entire time. Alright, the 3 of you are going to have to settle this between yourselves. I think Marnell from the VNAs is the legal documents, which means, sorry Doctor, your TARDIS is getting impounded. The Doctor stole a ship with 2 Time Lords still inside. At least Davros had the courtesy to announce his presence, and then try and wipe him from history. God damn, these are weird stories. Both released on the 50th anniversary. Big Finish decided this is how they're going to celebrate the 50th. By hiding a bunch of random old people in the back room. She's still there, by the way, as she's trapped in a point of infinite stillness.
Wait a sec. Why have you got a woman locked in a vault?
4 doesn't have time to worry about that because there's also a stowaway monster rummaging around from his early days. I guess somebody left the TARDIS door open and a big monster man crawled inside Chitterton. This one is a Doctor Who magazine short story from 1980, where 4 and K9 have to do some TARDIS spring cleaning, by the sounds of it. Sorry, I hope I'm not coming across too annoyed. Every time I come up with a good Doctor Who idea, I find a piece of media that's done it 10 times over and way better than I ever possibly could. When I say that anything that can possibly happen over the course of many decades will eventually happen, I meant it like as a positive thing. I wanted to have the cool ideas, though. I wanted that for me. Then there's the Eminence, a gaseous psychic baddie, who flew into the 4th Doctor's brain and just sort of took up residence there. As it's been revealed, this thing lives inside the 4th Doctor, the 6th Doctor, and the 8th Doctor. I guess it skips generations, as it lives dormant inside their brain. That's a stowaway. I'd go as far to say hitchhiking.
We've been here all along.
Lest we forget, the Doctor has a room inside the TARDIS that contains a Doctor Strange-style Eldritch horror, and another room with a miniaturized planet inside. Nobody ever asks him what the deal was with the miniaturized planet full of people on it. And lastly, there's Myla from Patient Zero, a Dalek agent who, as a result of many infections, can become invisible and non-corporeal, apparently snuck into the TARDIS some point in the chase, and has been there ever since. When did she sneak aboard? The Mary Celeste episode? The Mechanoid story? Dracula's castle? Huge if true. Patient Zero as an audio story is absolutely nuts. I have listened to it before, but somebody had to remind me that there's a pathogen which can turn normal people into Daleks. The casing and everything, on the spot.
All humans must know my delays by order of the Daleks.
This invisible woman camped out in the TARDIS from Season 2, Season 23. And if that's not far-fetched enough for you, she also swaps places with Charlie. I guess just a lot flies over this dude's head. I think at this point the Doctor should invest in like a burglar alarm or something. This woman has snuck in 2 times in a row. And I guess the Doctor and the TARDIS both didn't care enough to let each other know. Absolute scenes down here in Doctor Who. For the record, my story had Perry and Six, and there are a bunch of dudes, good guys and bad guys, who had just sort of accumulated over the years and built a little hideout, stealing stuff from the other rooms and building like a little tree fort. But no, but I guess you'll never see it, because I'm a plagiarizing hack. Some people might say there's no such thing as new ideas, but for me, I think that's doubly so. Planet's fucked. Sorry, I don't want to be the one to break this to you. Earth isn't doing so good. Doctor Who world or otherwise. Doctor Who is a program that will not shy away from conversations of climate change. There are countless stories that involve, feature, or reference a completely ruined Earth. Depressing, damning warnings. That's part of science fiction's MO. But at the same time, consider this. The existence of planet Earth existing at all in these future sci-fi stories is in itself optimistic. There are still humans in the 51st century. Gotta hope. But the fact that we exist at all is getting more and more naive by the day. In the Whoniverse, we know that there are multiple times in our planet's future that the whole place is inhospitable. According to the Macra, the planet has already gone beyond the point of no return by the time of 2010. That's pretty heavy stuff for a children's book. Maybe that Macra was just biased? Like, hey, I'll take some of those toxic fumes off your hands. Get out of here, you crustacean. We're gonna choke to death on our own fossil fuels and we're gonna like it. We all know that socio-environmental inaction will lead to Orphan 55.
Be the best of humanity.
Worms matter.
Oh.
It's a message that's kind of hard to miss. Though I still don't quite understand where this story sits. Earth degenerates into an orphan planet forever, and we all become dregs forever? That doesn't seem very reversible. But the Doctor describes it as one potential future. Which, that's not how this show works. We're not jumping time tracks. We're not going to a parallel Earth. Unless the Doctor changes that, I guess we're dregs now. I'm a dreg now! In Earth's future, a corporation also takes over and rebrands Earth as Tellus, named after the company Tellus, so I guess things are going to be really cool in that century. It also has some other bad phases, at other points in our future being called Avalion, Mondas, Nuskaro, and Aerith. Nuskaro? More like Nuskaro. Man, how badly do we mess this place up? Even further down the line, the Time Lords decide to cover it up and rename it Ravalox, taking our culture back to the medieval era. Something that the Time Lords never face any ramifications for, no one ever brings it up again. But you know what? Why should they? According to Lawrence Miles, and disregarding Rusty Davis, the entire Earth was formed around Gallifreyan technology. They made the Earth, they can do what they want with it. Curse of Femric, Ship of Fools. Most parallel Earths or alternate Earths are irradiated wastelands full of black sludge, and also sometimes vampires. Pretty fucked that it takes us till after the 52nd century to get on that. Especially when the Doctor can knock up a little device with Luke Rattigan in 5 minutes that cleans the entire atmosphere. In this book, you actually can make a pact with Macra, trading food and shelter and that good fume stuff, whilst they suck up and clean our ozone layer. Did nobody tell Macra that they didn't have to brainwash humans to make them create CO2? We do it quite willingly. I found this book in a pub just this week and accidentally took it home. It's cool. Bars, libraries, same difference.
I like to think I liberated it.
And there's an entire short story about climate change, followed by a little mini Doctor Who themed essay about Earth's past and Earth's possible future. And I quickly put it down the second I realised I was learning stuff about our world rather than the Doctor Who one. Utterly useless information. For instance, and this is my favourite quote from the book, if learning more about space helps reveal what we're doing to Earth, perhaps it can also help us find solutions to slow or even reverse the damage we do. Perhaps the Doctor Who story of the Green Death might show us how. End sentence. Every single Doctor has also watched their own version of Earth ravage itself. Yeah, in the future, we're fucked in 13 different ways. Plague and motor damage in the Dalek invasion of Earth. Water death in Underwater Menace. Dinosaur doomsday. Pirate death. Death by pirates. Plague. Oh, I know that one. Time Lord displacement, which apparently, this wasn't us. The Time Lords moving the entire constellation is what burned up the entire world. Because that story's green, there's loads of plant life in that. It's a healthy planet, but the Time Lords threw a solar firestorm at it in order to shove it halfway across the galaxy.
Climate change debunked.
Curse of Femric involves a dying Earth thousands of years in the future. I think the Doctor reverses this one, but not the others, I guess. Artron Death, Sun Expansion, Reality Bomb. Fingers crossed for a Reality Bomb, can't lie. Another dinosaur-themed Doomsday. There's a lot of these. And more solar flares. And Dreg Death. Dregadeddon. Does that work? Armored Dragon. Yes! Edheim, you're a hack writer. Because All 55 is a terrible name, you should have called it Armored Dragon. And that's the facts. Earth bad. Planet broke. Oopsie! Have a good week, I guess. And fact number 3. You may have thought that the Fifth Doctor's final moments involved him saving his companion from Spectrox poisoning in fan favourite story The Caves of Androzani. But you would actually be mistaken there, you stupid bitch. Only the true fans know that the Fifth Doctor's final moments were confused surrealist delirium.
Feels different this time.
Let's go over to the unmatched Big Finish story, Circular Time. 4 different short stories. All of them stellar. There's the one where Isaac Newton clocks the Doctor and immediately works out the entire premise of the programme Doctor Who. So intimidating his powers of deduction that it almost feels like a fourth wall break. There's the one where they have to stop the renegade Time Lord who's gone off to live as a birdman.
Bird up!
And he becomes a bird and sprouts bird arms. Wings, I think they're called. The one where the local guy in the pub gets a bit racist and the Fifth Doctor is like, I don't know, I think other things happen in that one, I don't really remember. And the final story that takes place during the events of the Doctor's regeneration on the floor of the TARDIS. In the final moments of Caves of Androzani, putting in another story in the space of that 60 seconds is very brave, pretty gutsy considering this is like a sacred fan text, but it works out because Paul Cornell happens to be an amazing writer, so...
You guys are watching Bird Up!
All the same, the final part, Winter, is one of the wankiest fan service stories going, but it knows it. Many decades after she's left the TARDIS, Nyssa starts getting dreams about Tegan, the Master. Adric's there. We're all spinning around in a circle saying, Doctor! Die, Doctor! It's a really weird dream, but she keeps having it. Meanwhile, the Doctor's dreaming about walking through the winter snow. As he dreams his final thoughts as the regeneration process starts, the two dreams link together. Dream Doctor doesn't really remember who he is. To him, Adric and Tegan are the names of his children. Chameleon is his wife. Yeah, now we've all had dreams like that, haven't we, Doc? And it's his job to find the Watcher, walking to him in the distant snow. For you see, this moment where the Master appears in the final moments of the story, it's literal. This is its own literal story taking place in microseconds. Within the Doctor's brain, the Master is attempting to kill him mid-regeneration. Come on, that's breaking the first rule of fiction. You don't attack during a transformation sequence, that's anime 101. But thanks to Nyssa and all of his past friends he's collected during this regeneration, except for you and you, link minds and come together to help the Doctor trip balls and kick the Master out. It's like a scrum. In those 10 seconds, when the Doctor's on the TARDIS floor regenerating. I didn't say it was likely. It's a very unlikely tale, but it's a good one. The fact that a Time Lord can make unconscious contact with people, no matter where they are in time or space, that's a bit nuts. I guess as it's a battle in a surrealist nightmare, it's also okay when Nyssa says this.
Do you follow him then?
Absolutely not. Why do you think I would follow him?
I mean, follow his adventures twice a week on the telly. Rather thin stuff for me, but the children seem to enjoy him.
Don't look at me, I don't know what I'm meant to make of that. The final time all the Fifth Doctor's friends saw him, it was through a dream. Except for Nyssa, who would actually go on and rejoin the TARDIS after this. Those two are keeping some serious secrets from each other in order to preserve the web of time. Imagine if you'd seen like your best friend die, and then you went on a road trip with them. I don't know how I'd cope. The drama. And so with the parting help of Nyssa, Peter Davison's favourite companion, and let's face it, probably Fives as well, helps him to go off into that sweet night as he speaks his final words.
Adric?
I too hope that one day those can be my final words.
Mickey Mouse!
Welcome back to The Matrix. This week we're going to try something a little bit different. If you haven't noticed, stretching a piece of trivia to 15 minutes is sort of the name of the game in this web series. But what do you do when you have a joke that's so small, a piece of trivia so slight and stupid that it's not even worth my time? You bundle them up. Here are 5 rejected Broke Canon facts. It's the Broke Canon bargain bin. For instance, the Kronk Burger from Series 1, Episode 7.
Oi mate, how much is a Kronk Burger? 2 credits 20, sweetheart. Now join the queue.
Now that's what I call minutia. But what if I told you this thing keeps showing up prior to and after 2005? Doctor Who and the Iron Legion is a Doctor Who magazine comic strip featuring an alternate Rome, where the Roman Empire has colonized the galaxy centuries before their time. According to the strip, released in 1979, one of the first discoveries Romans made was the Kronk Burger. Now this could mean one of two things. The Romans arrived at the Doctor Who future and started eating the future burgers. Or, this version of Rome pioneered the Kronk Burger, just like they did ducts and roads and Rome. Whoever invented them, they're definitely vegan friendly, because the Doctor eats one. Both the 4th and the 13th Doctors expressed a love of Kronk burgers. The Doctor considers them one of the great wonders of the universe and has, apparently taken lots of companions to go and eat them.
Where did you say we'll go next? Because I was thinking snowball fight at the top of Everest, then teaching Galileo Bohemian Rhapsody.
Kronk burger date at Yaz's. Sorry. That audio clip there was the single reward of the Find the Doctor ARG they did last year. Oh, and also this JPEG. Thrilling additions to lore. But I find it cute that it keeps getting brought up anytime the Doctor goes to anything that's vaguely considered the future. The earliest depiction of the Kronk Burger is around the 21st, 22nd century, but they're also in the long game, which is set in the year 200,000. We know people were eating Kronk Burgers in the 23rd century, because Rose is working undercover as a waitress in Night of the Whisper. There's a detective Jadoon who goes sort of like rogue with the Doctor, and he keeps asking for Kronk Burgers in Judgment of the Jadoon. That one's set in the 25th century. And I'm just going to pretend I looked that up on the TARDIS wiki, because actually remembering that would be incredibly sad, wouldn't it? And then the 150th century in Last Odo. Haha, dudes be eating burgers. This book tells me there's a character called Kevin the Black Shadow Monster, who eats nothing but Kronk burgers. And in the tribulations of Thaddeus Nook, we have Kronk burgers in even the 21st century. The Romans invent an overnight fast food phenomenon at some point in the next 100 years that sticks around until the heat death of the universe. And I am fucking all here for it. I need to taste one of those things pronto. The Kronk Burger is this episode's greatest legacy. Russell T Davies made a deep dive reference in his first season to the 1979 comic strip. That, or it's a total coincidence, and he just thought the words sounded funny. He wouldn't be the last. And yeah, that's the segment, everybody. Welcome to the kind of standards you can expect from these videos. Are you new here? Fact number 2. The historical that backfired. The Ashes of Eternity is one of those stories that went by completely unnoticed. In this one, the Ninth Doctor and Rose are tracking a phoenix, a firebird, brought to 1980s Northumberland by the Doctor, who has become possessed by said firebird.
Burn with me, Master.
Cue characters saying, "I know you're still in there," breaking free and saving the day through the power of love and self-identity. But this is an accidental apocalypse, an alien incursion completely brought about by the Ninth Doctor. Whilst trying to show off for his new companion Rose, he deflects a comet coming towards Earth, an impact that would end the 1980s and put a premature end to hair metal, presumably. So we're already interfering with the course of human history. Good start. And this intergalactic interference invites an alien presence called the Solitract. No? The Solonite. The Sodomite. Probably not that last one. The two crash in Northumberland, where they meet Peggy, a bereaved woman painting alone in her farmhouse. But there's something different about her.
I'm the Doctor, this is Rose, and you must be Peggy Aitken.
After an 80-minute adventure about the subtleties of grief, Peggy is killed by the Firebird, and her house burns down with her and her paintings still inside.
She sacrificed everything, Rose said. She gave up her life. No one will ever know what she did. We know, the Doctor replied. It's like the legend of the Phoenix.
It's also purposely vague as to whether she's a real historical painter. But the Doctor knows who she is. The Doctor knows her work well, implying she wasn't meant to die here. The Doctor and his companion met a famous historical figure, brought danger to their doorstep, got them killed in the crossfire, and as a result, Rose comes from a world without this historical figure. Her and her life's work of historically significant paintings burn. Whoops. That's like if the Doctor fed the manuscript of Oliver Twist to the Gelf, and then fed Charles Dickens to the Gelf. Look, Doctor, I'm confused. So, words matter, but paintings don't? I find it really interesting that there's a story set in the past, where things do get wrong, where the web of history is not preserved, at the cost of the legacy of a successful British painter from Northumberland.
But it's not like I've changed history. Not much, I mean...
I'm starting to learn where Rose picked it up. I'll tell you what, the Doctor and Rose go on a right old tour of all of England's poets and authors. Oscar Wilde, Bram Stoker, Charles Dickens, Emily Bronte, Shakespeare. A lot of historical artists, let's just say that. And surprisingly, Rose is really well read. Ha, little flower pun there. No, I mean in terms of arts and culture. She's always wanted to go to the opera. A massive Emily Bronte fan. Rose Tyler read all of the classics by age 19, which is convenient, as Revival Who is mostly about meeting famous authors, with some aliens on the side. Fact number 3. The tragic history of the TARDIS food machine. God, when I started this series back in 2020, I did not think it was going to end up here. And now, a clip from a video I released last month. So I've searched up the food machine on the TARDIS wiki.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to know. You just don't want to know how long this page is.
Is there going to be a bro canon on the food machines and the TARDIS? I'd watch that.
I don't even think I'm that desperate, you know?
That's like season 5.
We're doing it. The food replicator machine was a device installed in TARDISes which produced bars of food.
Commonly seen back in the Hartnell run, the food machine makes sadly fewer appearances throughout the rest of the show. It's sad, I consider him one of the original bunch. Team TARDIS. Sometimes, Ian just needs to go to the water cooler, have a little awkward chat about the fate of the universe, or Susan running around with a knife, and the food machine was the place to do it. According to Shada, and this might just be my favourite Doctor Who fact ever, the food machines went defunct the second that Gallifrey invented the TARDIS kitchen. That's like top 5 Douglas Adam jokes right there. But even beyond that, I went looking to see if there was a canonical, in-universe explained reason why the Doctor stopped using the TARDIS food machine. And lo and behold, there is. Multiple. According to Lawrence Miles, the TARDIS food machine wanders around the corridors of the TARDIS, going for little walks and getting lost.
When Victorian miscreant Thomas Brewster stole the TARDIS, he started selling things off in the market, the food machine being one of them. According to Time Reef, he gets it back, but also clarifies to Nyssa for canonical purity reasons that he could easily build another. And then there's the noble send-off to our brave food machine, a character I like to envision as being like a Wallace and Gromit gizmo. The Fourth Doctor, when visiting the planet Drummond, left the food machine behind nobly, so it could serve the homeless people of the planet. Doctor Who continuity is post-parody. People rag on Star Wars for giving every little trash can an important backstory, but I honestly think Doctor Who gives it a run for its money. The food machine, a box in the corner of the original set, has a hero's journey, a hero's sacrifice, and about 10 different reasons as to where it went off to where it did. Its last appearance is gathering mould in the Doctor's TARDIS, as the Doctor's previous attempts to fix it with Rose and Rose the cat didn't go so well. Is there nothing in this godforsaken franchise that is sacred? Perry is the real founding father of America. Okay, so Six and Perry have met Christopher Columbus twice, completely unrelated, also very contradictory. One of which is the excellent Trouble in Paradise, in which Six tells Perry that you've just made yourself instrumental to the creation of the United States, per William Brown. Something I'm sure she appreciates, as she's experienced the travesties of the Civil War and slavery up close in their travels. But I really wanted to talk to you about Doctor Who The History Tour, an 11-part narrative comedy comic series by Tim Quinn and Dickie Howett. In an attempt to finally educate Perry Brown, the Sixth Doctor takes her all over her own history, the entire history of the universe, from Dalek Wars to prehistoric man. But it becomes notable and extremely funny that the lessons are filled with lots of misinformation. The Doctor, or should I say Doctors, he brings in 3 for a little guest appearance lesson, can probably be considered unreliable narrators, in that they're imparting partially false information for shits and giggles. At one point, 3 casually tells Perry that the Regency had TV. According to the Doctor, America wasn't actually discovered by Columbus, Perry, or the Vikings, but instead Fred Crampton, a mill worker from Huddersfield. Fred Crampton? I've never heard of him. How come the history books never mentioned him? Mainly because America didn't want to be discovered yet. And then they impale the colonizer. Okay, now, is that an incredibly funny joke on the Sixth Doctor's part to himself? Or was that a previous adventure of his that went wrong? Because it's very specific. So, 2 Doctors come together and risk a world-ending paradox to mess with Perry. Here's some of the information. Event 1. Back before the Big Bang. Before even Joan Collins was born. Again, canon or joke? This is the thin line I walk with Doctor Who frequently. The explosion that started the universe. It contains bits of Adric. Okay, great. We know for a fact that one isn't true. This first lesson is about the creation of all life. At one point, Perry steps on nucleus jelly and sets human evolution back 50 million years. Though to be fair, she helped create the United States, so nothing new there. In the second one, we meet Christopher Columbus again, revealing that the Doctor helped out by lending him the TARDIS to finish the voyage. Huh. As for America, apparently the Doctor considers the true founding fathers of the place to be Steven Spielberg, Ronald McDonald, E.T., all flesh and blood in front of them. We know the extents the Doctor Who will go to with intellectual properties. Even the mouse, which my girlfriend will be thrilled about, I'm sure.
And who do I find? Mickey Mouse!
The Doctor also spots Superman. Again, it's a comedy strip, but it's a narrative comedy strip, so the line's a bit blurrier. So it's in that grey line where I do consider it a story in its own right. Maybe it's the land of fiction, but I don't know, Steven Spielberg's also there, so... Thank you to the Scrooge McDuck Wiki for preserving this image. It's an invaluable resource. And in the final chapter, they return to the then modern day of 1988 and mostly talk about television, including the 1960s TV franchise based on the Doctor's adventures. Next fact. Jesus, doing these rapid fire is like a hurricane for my brain. This one's a bit milder and talking about, I guess, promotional material? We usually have a rule against that, but this one's strange. Martha Jones had a MySpace page. This blog was BBC official and included Martha talking about her travels with the Doctor, sometimes in great detail.
The virus, put it online, it'll destroy every mention of me. I'll cease to exist.
What do you want to do that for?
Because you're right, I am dangerous. I don't want anybody following me.
These fictional blog posts were written by Joseph Ledster. They carried references towards not only Series 3 of Doctor Who, but also a couple of the novels, and described adventures we never saw in television, including a run-in with the White Guardian, the Terrible Zodin, and Badger Pirates, which sound lol random, but are actually the antagonists of the BBC book The Pirate Loop. Please read The Pirate Loop. Not only because it's an excellent book, but also because it makes reference towards Martha's MySpace page, and the fact that the Doctor doesn't approve. Good thing there's nobody villainous tracking Martha and her family around this time. Although you can't read these entries in their entirety anymore, through the Way Back machine I am currently looking at Martha Jones' MySpace page. I didn't realise she was 24. Usually the Doctor likes them younger, the creep. But I'm also discovering that, among other things, Martha Jones is an Aquarius and is friends with Charlie Brooker. Sure, there's really interesting character dynamics explored with her and her relation to her family. We never will find out what the fuck happened to Leo in the year that never was. But Martha kept up her MySpace. She kept the blog going whilst she was crossing the whole world as a fugitive from the Master. She also managed to find time to update it within the events of Utopia and Sound of Drums. In the first, I'm just amazed it's Wi-Fi. In the second, she's a wanted person, meant to be going off the grid. House blown up, family kidnapped, face on the news. Well, better update MySpace. Here, Jack, give us your laptop.
You will tell me? No. You will tell me? No, I will not.
Welcome back to The Matrix. Sometimes people ask me, Sam, what's your favourite thing about Doctor Who and its ever-expanding continuity? The answer is simple. It's this TARDIS wiki page, which tells you about the Cyberman, only known as Thatchos. Thatchos is a parody of the 1980s Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher. No shit! This brand of cyber leader, or should I say cyber woman, actually comes from a sketch, so, I don't know, make your own rules. Looking at me like I'm Daddy Canon? Come on now.
That's enough! You will be privatized!
Don't you mean liquidated?
It's the same thing!
Though apparently an invalid source, whatever that is, I do appreciate how the wiki tries to justify its appearance and design regardless. Despite being identified as the Cybermen's leader, Thatchos appears to be neither a cyber leader or cyber controller. Though partially obscured by her hair, Thatchos is shown to have a generic cyber head with silver side handles as opposed to black. What could it mean? It doesn't fit into the series remotely. It's a piss take of how every other classic villain was a parody of Margaret Thatcher in the 80s. But there's still a clear indication that people want it to be there. And because of how this wiki works, they try to make sense of it anyway. There's a need there, and I feel that. There's a canonical reason why Davros's face keeps changing. This one may sound like over-explanation fan wank, but actually, no. This story from Time War Box Set 4 blew me away, and it just also happens to add to the continuity in a new and exciting way. That's how it should be done, by the way, fellas. Palindrome is a two-parter that best establishes Davros's role in the Time War. On the Dalek side of the conflict, it's a prequel to both Parting of the Ways and Journey's End, to see how we go from the Dalek Civil War, the Emperor versus Davros, to their current positions in the Revival. That being Emperor and guy living in their attic.
I may take time to settle in this universe, but
My Daleks did not kill me! The Emperor believes you have a use in the Time War.
No. No, I've got the word. You're the Daleks' pet.
Palindrome introduces us to the multiverse. Yeah, how many years of Time War-based storytelling has Doctor Who done? And only now we're getting to the concept of a multiverse. But then so is everything at the minute in popular culture, so it's a given. They gave this story to John Dorney, as the Doctor, Bliss, and their new ally, Davros, tried to jeopardize the terror of the Dalek Time Controller, who's gained the ability to fuse parallel dimensions together. That's probably the most insane thing a Dalek has ever done, but we gloss over it. Via Davros as a conduit, the Dalek Time Controller makes every single parallel world become the same parallel world. If all the multiverses coexist, that's an infinite supply of Daleks. Apparently not an infinite supply of Time Lords, but I'll explain later. This leads poor Davros to having a multiversal identity crisis, as all the different versions of Davros compete for the one brain, except the template that they're all combining onto is a really nice man, a really kindly old scientist called Davros who lives with his Thal wife.
He's definitely looking a bit different, isn't he? He was a lot more humanoid yesterday.
I know what you mean. He was also a lot more on our side. Well, precisely which side is that, Doctor?
So watch slowly as he's turned into... Oh no. Is the he meant to be the... Oh no. It doesn't work exactly, but the takeaway here is that Big Finish have just killed the classical version of Davros and replaced him with this new one.
Do not try to move. I can't get up. What's happened to me? What is this chair?
So, ever wondered why the Julian Bleach version of the character looks so different? It's not because of updated prosthetics. No, that would be too easy. It's because Big Finish are doing mad things with this character, and although the range is over, Nicholas Briggs said in the 2021 Vortex magazine that there's still big plans for the 8th Doctor's involvement in the Time War, and that they're not done with this new palindrome Davros. Now, of course, it's still Julian Bleach and it's still Terry Malloy, those are still two very different actors, but it's this new version of Dave that sticks around for all of the Time War and the revival. This multiverse hodgepodge of all of Davros's greatest hits. In this range, the Doctor and company almost do put the last great Time War to bed. They almost undo it, they almost stop it from existing entirely. They get this close, and then it's followed with another bout of Paul McGann amnesia, you know, for old time's sake. But the Dalek Time Strategist, he cooks up his own modded Davros, one that would be subservient to him, and then annihilate his version of Skaro. This new homemade Davros then picks a fight with the newly resurrected Dalek Emperor, before then being plonked in stasis. We'll bring him out whenever we need him. Something they'll regret later, because every other appearance of Davros in the Time War involves him creating some kind of cosmic monster that threatens Daleks and Time Lords alike. With the last series, a lot of people were applauding the fact they said the word multiverse out loud. Nobody should be surprised about this fact, not only because it informs so much of Doctor Who's past, but also because these days everybody has a multiverse. My nan has a multiverse. It's really corporate aware and cynical, and we keep trying to get her to stop. But she just keeps saying synergy. For a multiverse, any amount of continuity can be cleaned up. It's a grab bag, it's a pick and mix. Choose your own adventure. I'm just saying words at this point. Anyway, this Davros isn't this Davros, and this Davros are all these Davroses, so, you know, fuck you. Fact number 2!
There are worlds out there where the sky is burning, where the seas are asleep, and the rivers dream. People made of smoke, cities made of song. Somewhere there's danger, somewhere there's injustice, and somewhere else the tea's getting cold. Come on, Ace, we've got work to do.
We play the contest again, Time Lord.
Fenric.
Challenging me in my own domain. Amicable, yet futile. Name your challenge.
In which story did Ace get the hots for her great-grandson?
Huh?
Explain Ace's family tree to me,
Oh, this is a collab, isn't it? Yeah, take it away.
Right, so Ace is pretty unique among classic companions for having a few love interests, as in more than one or two. She's got some British Army squaddy and neo-Nazi who works for the Daleks, a cheetah lady, her great-grandson. Yeah, Ace has a very complicated family tree, as The Curse of Fenric, written by her creator Ian Briggs, tells us. Fenric refers to the descendants of the Viking who stole the flask containing him and took it to England as his wolves in this story, an allusion to both the Ragnarok myth of Fenrir being the wolf that eats the moon in said myth, and the theme of the story that he and the Doctor are locked in a sort of metaphorical chess game. The idea is that since his entrapment, Fenric has been influencing these descendants as his pawns in the grand chess game, including Dr. Judson, Millington, Reverend Wainwright, and Ace. But how does Ace fit into this family tree? In episode 1, we get our first clue that there's some extended family tree going on here. In the church graveyard, the Doctor and Ace find the grave of Joseph Sundvik and his wife Florence. Sundvik, a very Nordic name that. But buried with the elderly couple is a girl named Mary Eliza Millington. Going by her age, dying as a baby in 1898, with Joseph born in 1820, she's probably a granddaughter or great-granddaughter of the couple. It was quite common in the 19th century, when graves were expensive, to bury those who died young in the graves of distant relatives like great-grandparents they probably never met. The family probably couldn't have afforded a new plot. And going by her age, the child, and his age, the child is most likely the sister of Commander Millington, the nefarious genocidal naval base commander with swastikas in his office, obsessed with chess and Norse myth. Coincidence? You might say, yeah, probably at this point. As the story progresses, the Doctor grows a great interest in the parish records, which is the reason he and Ace visit the church again later in the story. The Reverend provides him with the material, and we find him researching the children of Joseph and Florence and their descendants. He mentions them having several daughters, and later tells Ace that those daughters all married men from other local families. Names of ancient families: Johnson, Millington, Wainwright, and Dodman. Now these surnames all belong to various characters from the town in this story. The scientist studying the Ultima machine, the naval base commander, the vicar, and a Wren all bear these surnames respectively. And who is that Wren? Kathleen Dudman, who Ace befriends with her daughter Audrey. And of course, who does Audrey turn out to be but Ace's mother? So in many ways, The Curse of Fenric is just one big massive family reunion for Ace. Not only does she get to meet her mum and gran, but she gets to meet all her third, fourth cousins, I guess? A couple of times removed. But how do a bunch of Russians fit into all this? Well, there's a scene when Fenric is possessing Judson that he encounters Captain Soren, the Red Army toy boy Ace has grown fond of, who is able to smite vampires with the power of communism. Soren reveals he was chosen to lead the expedition to retrieve the Ultima machine because he had an English grandmother who taught him how to speak the language. Fenric reveals this woman, called Emily Wilson in the episode, was Joseph Sundvik's granddaughter. So Ace has the googly eyes for her third cousin twice removed and later names her cat after him. I guess she could have more appropriately called it Cara after her actual feline girlfriend, but she just loved her cousin more, I guess. Or is he more than that? Well, in 1990, after the show was cancelled, Target published the novelisation of The Curse of Fenric, written by its writer and Ace's creator Ian Briggs. Now, Briggs adds a lot to this novelisation. Because the show was cancelled, a lot more creative freedom had been given to the writers. So Briggs decided to write it as a sort of director's cut of Curse of Fenric. The book is excellent and contains a lot of interludes which give added details, such as a school essay Millington wrote describing Ragnarok, a skaldic poem describing the voyage of Fenric from Constantinople to Northumbria, and my personal favourite, an Arabian Nights-style tale of the Doctor imprisoning Fenric in the flask. But added as well to this is an epilogue, featuring the Seventh Doctor and a much older Ace, who goes by her given name of Dorothy from now on. This epilogue is really refreshing to read after the nightmare for Ace that is The Curse of Fenric. She's now much older, and has forgiven the Doctor for all the manipulations he's made. They genuinely feel like equals in the way they talk to one another in this story, but there's an interesting detail. Ace at this time is now living in 19th century Paris, and she has a new boyfriend. A Russian one. A pocket watch chimed softly. The gentleman pulled it from his waistcoat. Good heavens, 1887, I really should be going. Oh no, stay until this evening, please. The young lady tugged at his arm. I haven't seen you for years, and I was hoping you'd come to the ball. There's someone I want you to meet. The older gentleman looked at the young lady. She blushed and smiled. You won't be cross, will you? He's a young count from St. Petersburg, Count Sorin. He's the perfect image of his great-grandson, and I think I've fallen hopelessly in love with him. The older gentleman frowned. There are times when I wonder what I've done to your species gene pool. If your children's ears stick out, don't blame me, he grumbled. This story was further compounded by Kate Orman using it in the epilogue to Set Piece, her novel depicting Ace leaving the TARDIS while travelling with the Doctor and Bernice Summerfield. Ace is now time travelling on her own, but appears to have settled in Paris for the long term, as a home base. She and the Doctor are shown meeting up again after this epilogue, where she and Count Zarin are still going steady, and she expresses a strong desire to have children. This version of Ace shows up again for Benny and Ace's wedding in Happy Endings, going by the name of Dorothy Serena McShane, saying she and Zarin pretend to be married for the sake of respectability. And though they seem to have broken up, she expresses a strong desire to get back together. It's left open-ended whether they do, and whether Ace does really become a countess, but I think it's safe to say there's a strong chance that Ace fancied her own great-grandson without realising. Damn. Still, she's not the only incestuous character in her extended family. If the novelization's anything to go by, Judson and Millington were so in love, Millington put Judson in a wheelchair during a rugby game for giving the glad eye to another player. Ian Briggs seems to really like hooking cousins up with one another.
Wow. Well, that's kind of fucked.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And you just never warned her? I think you're more evil than me.
You may be obliterated.
Good morning, Canonistas. I just want to bring it to your attention that there absolutely is a false, planted fact in Broke Canon Series 3. Of all the videos I've released so far this year, there's one fact that's totally the odd one out, and I put it there to mess with you. It's not an April Fool's Day prank, it's not a bluff. If somebody can find the one where I'm totally speaking out of my own arsehole, there is a prize. The playlist is below. We do like to have fun here, don't we? With us potentially gaslighting one another, that is. Fact number 1. Seal is a Pokemon. Okay. This one's true, by the way. They're all true from this point on. Seal, the mentor from Thoros Beta, originates from the 1985 episode Vengeance on Varos. And somehow, with only 2 appearances in the main show, has cemented himself as one of the final, classic villains. Please be kind to little Seal. He is a notorious criminal businessman, interplanetary drug smuggler, a key supporter of the Jeremy Corbyn campaign, and of course, Pokemon. Specifically, Pokedex entry 001, Bulbasaur.
Now, I've always been a fan of this walking cabbage, so this came as a bit of a shock to me.
Bulbasaur. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. The seed slowly develops. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal.
Sam, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about this screen that appears on Sill's data file in The Devil Seeds of Arador. And in this independently produced license-holding story, Sill's statistics, his Eurozone pass clearly states that he is 2'4", weighs 15.2 pounds, and possesses the ability Overgrow and the hidden ability Chlorophyll, just like the Pokedex entry for Bulbasaur. Sill's citizen file is copy and pasted from a Pokemon wiki. I know, right? Copy and pasting from a wiki? Who the fuck does that? In the Pokemon series, Chlorophyll is an ability that boosts a Pokemon's speed massively when under harsh sunlight. So, picture that if you will. It is also now canon that Sill's grass-type attacks get a boost when his HP is low. Ladies and gentlemen, I purchased Sill and the Devil Seeds of Arador. I bought this in a store and exchanged a very awkward glance with the person at the till. Honestly, it might have been less embarrassing to have been buying porn. You let me down, Jezza. It's an extremely awkward and often boring production. And Sill being a Bulbasaur is the least of your worries. Boba Fett is in this story. Mouse isn't going to be happy about that. And despite being set in a courtroom, the courtroom drama goes about as far as Sill saying, "No, not the mind probe." It's shocking. It's shocking how this character didn't persist. It makes me thankful he hasn't come back in the revival, I'll be honest. I then watched a fan cut of the story that added the Sixth Doctor as a major character in the story. Colin Baker is not in this production. And using stock footage of 8 and the 3rd Doctor and the 10th Doctor, it becomes a massive epic with Darth Vader involved. I felt like I was having an aneurysm. It was great. This DVD was an in-joke for years. Do I do it? Do I not do it? Turns out there's not much for Broke Canon because not much happens. But expanded media, on the other hand, Christ. In this one, the Doctor becomes Syl's lab rat as he conducts experiments on bubonic plague and cholera. Oh, he also wants to unleash them on the United Kingdom. In the 24th century, he allies himself with the Ice Warriors to make bank on an invasion. And most bogglingly, active on Earth in the 21st century, where he entered the profession of TV programming. Syl planned to bring torture to the modern age by putting undesirable humans in a house and psychologically pitting them against one another. The Doctor and Rose fly to stop him, only for Rose to realise that that show exists already. And the two of them bond over a shared morbid fascination with the torture committed to guests on reality TV. Huh. Yeah, don't get it wrong, Syl is hundreds of years old. Canonically, he's a modern day character, as he's alive right now in the year 2022 in verse.
How a pathetic character so bad at scheming and lying managed to stay alive for all that time is just very funny to me.
What isn't funny to me is Syl owning the Doctor's childhood bully as a pet. Okay. This is Anzor. He attended the Time Lord Academy at the same time as the first Doctor. Anzor frequently bullied the Doctor with a torture device that his teachers allowed to take into classes. At some point, Anzor meets Syl, only to get captured, genetically experimented on, and turned into what is described as a pink potato with eyes on sticks, only capable of saying fiddlesticks. And that's not a joke, that's just obscene body horror. Upon being reunited with his childhood tormentor, the Doctor is still paralysed with fear and hides from him.
Doctor, what's the matter? You're trembling.
He knows we made contact. Don't let him see me.
Doctor?
Oh, greetings, my dears.
Get up off your knees. Don't cower.
Affording him a kind of physical fear he doesn't give to the Daleks or the Cybermen. And I mean, come on. The ending of this story has him begging for the Doctor's help, only for the Doctor to reroute his TARDIS to pilot him slowly into a black hole.
Doctor, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, get stuffed, Anzor. What? Come here! Get lost!
He continued to insult Anzor before abandoning him and leaving. Fact number 2. The Doctor doesn't speak English. So the TARDIS translates every language except for Gallifreyan and Ancient Gallifreyan. And of course, why would it need to?
I've got 5 billion languages and you haven't got one way of stopping me. And if there's one thing I can do, it's talk.
But then there's this panel in Titan Comics that actually decides that the Doctor speaks in funky alien tongue. Whilst trying to fix the translation circuit, the Doctor goes like this. That's a rough translation. It's well known that Ancient Gallifreyan sounds musical. Adric compared a Time Lord's name to once sounding like a nursery rhyme when said out loud, adding a little bit more fuel to the fire to the theory that the Doctor's name is the opening credits. Ooh, you couldn't write that down on a business card, so you know, it gets a bit tricky. The Doctor does just fine. I don't think it makes too much sense, this panel. It does make me feel a little bit uneasy. It makes me feel lied to.
The writing, the graffiti, Old High Gallifreyan.
The lost language of the Time Lords. These words could burn stars and raise up empires and topple gods.
Spoken word, Ancient Gallifreyan, was also a weapon. It would have to be a powerful language because back in the Dark Times, words were a magic system, and they were used to battling witches and shit, who could warp reality with their vocabulary. And the Doctor speaks in this tongue still? In Cabinet of Light, the Doctor speaks to a Time Lord familiar through song, gibberish nonsense lyrics. That's a conversation, the Time Lords. But at the same time, Gallifreyan is also apparently code.
It's a computer language as well. So, huh? The 12th Doctor once wrote a Trojan virus by speaking ancient High Gallifreyan. The Gallifreyan language is computer code, sing-song, magic, all at once. It's so dumb, I love it. According to the revival, there's no one left who speaks the language other than the Doctor and River Song. And it's a good thing, really, because he keeps writing down his real top-secret name in this ancient tongue. There's a lovely bit in Ghost of Christmas Past, where Susan wrote the Doctor's real name in Gallifreyan writing on a hypercube and sent it to him. Turns out, that was kind of risky, as not only is a cosmic forever war about to be fought over the Doctor's name, but ancient Gallifreyan is actually really easy to learn. The Whispermen in Name of the Doctor, they can read it. Jack has ancient Gallifreyan in his office? In Torchwood? For some reason. Daleks can also read it. If remembrance is anything to go by, that Christmas present from Susan could have ended the world. So what is the deal with the Watcher anyway? The Watcher is a visitor from the future, a regeneration phenomenon, where sometimes a Time Lord's future incarnation arrives just a little bit early, isn't cooked yet, and watches over events until the time is right. In Logopolis, that's actually the 5th Doctor over that hill. It's literally him, wrapped up and mummified in paper mache. I think I prefer him like that, actually. But then, the 5th Doctor at the end of his life would also encounter a Watcher. Little known fact, so did the 10th. It was exclusive to the online advent calendar, but there was a short story. The Doctor runs into his 11th self, still in the Watcher state of being. Matt Smith, in his chrysalis state, just poking his head round the corner, seeing if it's his cue yet. Yeah, sorry, not yet, buddy. Tennant's gonna milk it a bit first. Watchers are rare, but also well documented. In He Jested Scars, the Valiard says they're protoplasmic pupae, which, gross. The 6th Doctor had a theory that the Valiard was, in fact, a Watcher, a mirage of his future self, but not operating how normal Watchers do. I think it's safe to assume he was wrong? As previously explored, that's a wormhole not worth getting into. In the Faction Paradox series, there's a paranoid Time Lord who experienced the Watcher phenomenon, thought it was a future version of themselves, coming back to kill them, and then started firing weapons at her own Watcher. Killing her. Whoopsie doopsie. Paradox, the clue's in the title. My question is, why does the Watcher host a Doctor Who trivia round every Christmas? Okay, that needs explaining, doesn't it? You can't just throw something like that out there. The Watcher's fiendishly festive Christmas quiz was a hybrid narrative feature in Doctor Who magazine, most notably the 2010 Christmas issue. The annual Doctor Who Christmas quiz is fused with a narrative, illustrations and speech bubbles in the style of a comic story. This story says au revoir to the fourth wall and involves a Watcher commenting on Doctor Who Series 5. Wearing his little festive Santa Claus hat, he reflects on all that happened this year before bringing some festive pub quiz questions of his own. Speaking in heavy metaphor as to not break character, he tells the reader that rewards await them for quickly submitting questions to the P.O. box. He eventually gives up on this metaphor and tells them that there's a prize raffle for whoever wins. And with the 1st and the 11th Doctors popping up to comments, the wiki states that it's technically a multi-Doctor story. And you know what? Yeah, fuck it, it's Christmas. Nobody has time for continuity in the fourth wall at Christmas. Most of all, the 1st Doctor.
Merry Christmas to all of you at home.
As most of the questions were about the 11th Doctor's tenure, and as Matt Smith was the incumbent Doctor at the time, I choose to believe that this Watcher is the 12th Doctor, and Chrysalis Capaldi is compiling Christmas questions for fun? As a joke, until he can re-emerge as a beautiful butterfly.
Zagreus sits inside your head. Zagreus lives among the dead.
Hello, my name is Sam, my favourite colour is yellow, and today's theme is body horror! Cool. Makes a change from genocide and baby killing, that's for sure. Now I'm only afraid of two things, right? Swans and geese and body horror. And for a science fiction fantasy family show like Doctor Who, there sure is a lot of it. Honestly, give me Blair Witch, Wreck, Insidious before I even touch that part of The Empty Child where the bones crack and the man's face becomes a gas mask face. Today I did a deep dive into all of the multimedia and I tried to find every single instance where the Doctor specifically is subjected to life-changing body horror. And I want to find out which is the most egregious example. Which one goes too far? Now, right off the bat, Perry Brown turned into a bird lady for the enjoyment of the general public to fill a daytime slot. Pretty bad, pretty grim. I give this 4 tusks out of 5. Did you know that Perry Brown reverted into her bird-like state in one of the novels? I do not remember what brings it about, but she's on the cover as a bird lady. Either she's a frequenter of the furry fandom, or that shit sticks. 10 Little Aliens, in which Ben, Polly and the First Doctor are slowly transformed into grey, fleshy, pink alien glump. It's horrible, and by the end of the book, Ben and Polly are more glump than human. The Cybermen are body horror incarnate, and sometimes even the Daleks and the Weeping Angels like to get involved too. The Doctor receiving her angel yassification only gets a 1 out of 5 since it's undone immediately. But I guess Nightmare in Silver counts, as the Doctor is turned into a Cyberman in a couple different instances. How'd you make Season 7B Doctor even more twee and insufferable? Damn, that really is a fate worse than death. If we're talking internal modifications, the Doctor receives straight up brain surgery in Something Inside. He's unnaturally aged against his will in The Leisure Hive, Sound of Drums, and Dalek Master Plan, although you can't really tell on that last one. Body swapped with Davros. Failed medical procedure in the movie. The Crimson Horror. Just the Crimson Horror, beginning to end. How about Sin Eater, huh? Sin Eater from the comics is strange. The Ninth Doctor is put inside a therapy machine that strips all of your demons away from you biologically and literally, creating a giant hulking abomination containing all of his other deformed regenerations because it wasn't designed for Time Lords.
Oh, crap.
This is a strange way to do fan service, my dear. Well, good heavens! This one to do it all, Chatterton. You've got Jubilee and Shadow of the Scourge. In Mary's story, the 8th Doctor is just Frankenstein's monster. He got better. The security system in Alien Bodies samples your DNA and then tries to grow imitations of you, little mutant plant versions of your face that crush you from the inside and out. Jesus Christ, EDA writers. Book some therapy. But I think the number one horrific aberration has to go to a kiddie comic called Supernature. It was published in the pages of Doctor Who magazine in 2010. And let's just say, thank God this one wasn't on television. Amy and the Doctor arrive on a prison planet where the inmates are slowly being transformed into animal matter. Really colourful, really lends itself to a comic medium, insanely gritty. This would not have been out of place in the EDAs or even the Virgin New Adventures. And when even Amy is exposed to... you do start wondering how this could tonally fit in a series so fantastical and magical as Series 5. After a series of biohazards and backstabbings, the Doctor is exposed himself and turns into a grasshopper? Look, I was brought up on like Spy Kids level of children's body horror, but this would have still tripped me out in 2010. But never fear, because Amy has been experiencing metamorphosis for the last 4 parts. And flies in as a new butterfly lady, shedding her cocoon and flying in like a superhero. Ah, no, there's the whimsy. Thank you to Doctor Who for reawakening my long-buried tryptophobia. It is insane how much body horror, blatant, intense body horror Doctor Who is allowed to get away with, and I'm done with it. Fact number 2. How about something topical? This one you can check for yourself in the Master Anthology, I Am the Master. A book that seemed to pass everyone by, even the Canon diehards and the Master fans. There's a lot of good material in this, guys. And then there's the short story, The Master and Margarita, starring the Sacha Dhawan Spy Master. But not only that, the Spy Master, during that massive comical time skip he is subjected to in Spyfall Part 2. Yeah, what did he do hanging around on Earth for those decades? Well, altering the past and creating a foolproof plan? No.
I've just had the most infuriating 77 years of my life.
He goes to live and be a willing citizen of the Soviet Union. A lot happens over the contents of these 50 fucking pages, but I'll try my best to relay it to you in record time. So the Master is found in Russia, growing mushrooms. The book tells us the Master only just discovered what mushrooms were a couple months after being stranded in Paris. And as a result has become such an important contributor to mushroom studies that he's gone onto the radar of the Russian equivalent of a unit. Yeah, you can see where this is going. What's craziest about his time working for a Russian intelligence agency is that he genuinely enjoys it. There's parts in this book where he's drinking vodka and unflatteringly staying the night on a neighbour's couch. He grows a real human attachment. He's not really getting up to anything that evil. The Master's just taking a break from his own bullshit and being a proud Russian socialist. There's nothing in the book that insinuates this is an act. The Master's true endgame is to enjoy Soviet Russia, live as a human for a bit, seem to enjoy their culture, and spread the good word of Leninism. What a fucking choice, book. But, I haven't even spoken about his lizard girlfriend. The first thing the Master does in his stay is awaken from hibernation the sole survivor of a Russian group of Silurians. She sticks around as his lab partner, his Liz Shaw, if you will, for his entire extended stay on planet Earth. Together they hatch such evil schemes as playing the guitar, drinking vodka, faking an alien invasion so that the Master can save the day, enjoy some of that doctor limelight, and get invited to the Kremlin. He has like a kind of plan that he's passively working on of brainwashing everybody in the West to support communism. It's not a disguise, it's not an act. The Master just really fucking likes this place. Before ultimately the Master is sabotaged, drugged, and sent to a mushroom trip where he's talking to the Third Doctor in a massive Silurian temple, tripping his balls out. It's a really weird story, it's a very inconclusive story, it's a very horny story, and I think it especially is writing for a very different Master than the one we have seen on screen in Series 12. I like this characterization of the Master, just a confused layabout who's kind of got nothing going on for him.
Because you don't need to own the universe, just see it.
The fact that the Master grows very close to his next door neighbour, a Russian lady he flirts with and does not want to see any harm come to, implies to me that this is a continuation of the Missy stuff. No sorry, we don't do character development anymore. Someone didn't get the memo. Man, there's so much in here, it's almost like he was writing a spec script for an entire spin-off. But just know, in between here and here, the Master goes on a self-discovery tour where he learns a guitar, gets really drunk, creates his own little unit family, sets up a plan to ruin Joe Grant's marriage via mushrooms. It is fucking unseeable that the Master went through 77 years of imprisonment on Earth, got up to all these Russian misadventures, and still came out of it as this guy. It makes no sense. Somebody explain it. I'm finishing off today with a new segment. Hello guys and dolls, welcome back to Broke Canon. Today I'm attempting something I don't recommend. And honestly, it's not admirable, it's not brave, but it had to be done. With Broke Canon, there are some sectors of the Hooniverse that are straight intimidating to me. Which is why I'm going to my normal go-to coping mechanism shit cheap piss vodka. Jesus. Very forthcoming and honest today. And hopefully we can get through the burden of these things, which actually aren't very scary at all, and explain them through the magic of comedy-induced alcohol. Alcohol-induced comedy? One or the other. So it's been a long night in preparation, let's just say that. And I'm whipping out the camera today to talk about one little audio story. You might know it, called Zagreus. And the things with Zagreus that you need to know is that Zagreus sits inside your head. And second of all, Zagreus lives among the dead. Third of all, he sits inside your head, and most importantly, he eats you whilst you're sleeping. 3 fucking discs. 2 fucking discs. These plagued me as a kid. I bought these as a very young infant, and I've got this distinct memory of me listening, popping it on, not knowing it's like the ending of an arc, or a sequel story, or a surrealist fucking nightmare. And I've got my little headphones in with my little Sony Walkman, still intact. Oh, and I'm just nodding my head along, pretending that I get what's going on. If you do purchase Zagreus, because it's one of the most over-mythologized stories in the Doctor Who canon, but also for good reason, know that it's a sequel. There's a whole arc that leads up to this, and it's the culmination of the whole Charlie arc, but also Neverland is literally the first part of this story. Neverland ends with the Doctor going to Gallifrey, absorbing all of this anti-time technobabble, and then becoming possessed by the spirit of Zagreus, an old Time Lord fairy tale man. The alcohol will impact this. I'm also winging it. I'm hoping that's the gimmick here. It won't be tidy. It won't be funny necessarily, but we're doing it one way or the other. I was ready to down that. That is mostly vodka. No fucking way. I suffer for this web series, but not this literally, you know. Also, check on the shirt. You're welcome, right? Zagreus sits inside my head, that's for sure. Watch as the drunken internet silly man recounts the plot of Zagreus, all 4 hours of it, whilst absolutely plastered. Woo! I ain't seen moves like that before in Brad Canon, have you? So, previously, the Doctor and the TARDIS have launched themselves into ground zero of the anti-time finale from Neverland, and they both become possessed by Zagreus. The Doctor retains most of his personality, but gets the 8th Doctor's signature amnesia, and he believes he's in Alice in Wonderland, with everything being some parallel to Lewis Carroll? Please let that be right. Most of this first disc, until the action starts, is Paul McGann sitting around in a box, and there's a rabbit on top of the box, and there's a tiger. I'm pretty sure there's a tiger. It turns out that the TARDIS is a bit of a stroppy cow, and has been jealous of every single young female companion the Doctor's brought on board. Time machines love drama. Thasmin, we should have been shipping Doctor and TARDIS the whole time. Neil Gaiman got that for reference. Disgusting drink. So the TARDIS, which takes on the guise of Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart for some reason, sides with Zagreus to foil a plan from Rassilon, or maybe it's the exact opposite way round, I don't really remember. Either way, the TARDIS is the villain of this piece and actively trying to kill Charlie Pollard. No, TARDIS has sided with Rassilon, that's it, because the TARDIS infected with Zagreus wants the Doctor to also become Zagreus. One big happy family. Their plan is to traumatise the Doctor so hard he's got no choice but to plead insanity. But then, the real TARDIS, the little bit of good left, decides, I'm going to create the most surreal, impractical defence mechanism ever, and creates 3 projections based on the 5th Doctor, the 7th, and creates 3 projections based off the 5th Doctor, the 6th Doctor, and the 7th Doctor. And this is where we get into the meat of the story. Most of these discs, if I still have them, if they can still even be called discs in the state they are in, are Once Upon a Time style recasting. So we've got the 5th Doctor as a local reverend investigating aliens. A
don't remember. I did not care. We've got Colin Baker playing a Gallifrey historical reenactment of the war against the Great Vampires. And Mr. Winkle, Walton Winkle. He runs a theme park on the remains of Gallifrey. I remember that. What these three characters get up to in their own vicinity, in their own discs, is definitely more of a mystery to me. That's mostly out of bad memory, though. Meanwhile, the 8 Doctors out here tripping balls, being guided by sample footage, archival audio they have of John Pertwee, who they've sort of sampled Rogue One style into having a important part of the narrative. Whenever I'm in a moment of conflict or moral anguish, I always have the words of the long-dead Mr. Pertwee guiding me. Probably. A bit morally dubious, though, yeah. The TARDIS hopes that through these 3 individual stories, the Doctor can remember who he is, and that Charlie can assemble a anti-time sword. I'm not making this up. To stab Rassilon with. And she does. That's a lot later, though, I think. Zagreus is the audio that's infamous for Big Finish going over their own heads, but they actually did that on a semi-regular. Zagreus' 3 different stories are mostly distractions, whilst there's a real heavy lore story going on in the bulk. Charlie Pollard has a crossover with the Gallifrey series, and they all come together to melt down the Doctor's TARDIS. I was pretty tuned out by that point. Turns out that the Doctor and ancient Time Lord fairy tales Zagreus actually have a lot in common, as I guess they are both Time Lord fairy tales. And they collectively boot Rassilon into the Divergent universe. I do not want to get into that shit. Jesus, Big Finish. Then Zagreus gets kind of freaky and changes plans and decides, I'm gonna become a sexy woman and romantically woo the Doctor into letting me back into the main universe. Divergent universe doesn't do it for me. There's no time here. And Creed of the Crowman is set here. So no one wants to be there. Zagreus even goes as far as to propose to the Doctor and offer the chance to procreate many children to populate the Divergent universe. The Doctor was almost given a harem in Zagreus, and he turns it down. That's a true hero. What the fuck am I saying? Cut that. Cut that. Some people say Gary Russell got a bit pretentious with this story, but I politely refute that with the fact that Zagreus and the Doctor then do biblical parallels as he becomes his Adam to her Eve. All of this comes out of nowhere, by the way. It's a deception, though, because the origin, creation, genesis story of Le Bible is actually from the brain of Charlie Pollard, so it's probably not legit, right? I don't quite remember the chronology of these events. I know that it goes into a better story, by far. Oh, fuck me! Zagreus is my secret name. Zagreus is the one to blame. Zagreus is the... eat you whilst you're sleeping. Zagreus is my secret name. Zagreus is their secret shame. Zagreus is the Time Lord's shame. The beast that they've been keeping. Along with all the other ones, of course. Every other threat to the universe is a Time Lord fairy tale. But I tell you what, Big Finish's one is the most ambitious by far. 2003 was a very big year for Who. Could you imagine that just a year or two later would be getting something so down to earth and grounded as Rose? At this point, I'm struggling to keep a coherent train of thought. But there are fragmented memories in here of the TARDIS as the Brigadier, like running around chasing everyone with a gun, being really bitchy about all the strays the Doctor lets in. And it's also very melodramatic. You think it'd be some cold technobabble sci-fi story, and it is that. But at the same time, Zagreus is more melodramatic than like Doomsday, with the Doctor confessing his love to Charlie, saying, I do love you, Charlie, but that's why you got to kill me, Charlie! All that sort of business. Honestly though, Zagreus was more notable for being just full of continuity fan wank than actual dialogue. Every other line seems to be, there should have been another way, or if we fight like animals, we die like animals. plots, and it's like, guys, we get it, we all love classic Who here. But man, let's throw away history tidbits in here about Rasputin and John F. Kennedy and Jurassics. And I'm starting to understand why people don't think this is a coherent train of thought as a story. Zagreus also makes reference to the Faction Paradox line of books by calling the TARDIS Yusgaroth, who, as we all know, is a Lovecraftian demon, and the TARDIS is also part vampire. Anyway, man, I'm actually doing better than I thought. I can wing this, huh? I can do this whole web series drunk off my tits. That's dangerous information. But at 4 hours, everybody gets a passing mention. There's cameos from K9 and Irving Briggs-Attiel, Sarah Jane Smith at one point in Elizabeth Sladen's only contribution to the main range, tragically. Charlie meets a Jabberwocky at one point. There's definitely a Jabberwocky in this. I say that, but there may also be a point in the story where the TARDIS shoots Charlie with a gun. So, that's the segment.
It's gonna be shit. I'm officially done. Bye, Doctor Who.
Emergency, emergency, there's been a canon emergency. Stay away from the TARDIS wiki page for the 13th Doctor. Some hooligans have defaced it. And now I can't remember which parts are true and which parts aren't. Right here it clearly states that the Doctor has 6 adopted children, and looks like this now, which I find scary and intriguing. Tell me if this rings a bell. After being separated from her Yaz during her post-cuddling trauma, the Doctor was assisted in her recovery by Grey Grey and Dylan O'Brien, Ryan Custard Creams or something, and her girlfriend. Following a battle with Teeth Man, which resulted in the Boktor's death, the Doctor accidentally brought my mum, Tease Nan and Yaz with her in her search for the lesbian pride flag. This incarnation of the Doctor believed in hope and practiced compassion, providing help to anyone who asked. Except Mandy Jill when she asked for a kiss. See now, that does sound about right. Yeah, that rings a bell. Regardless, stay on your guard for these no-good, very bad hooligans. The Doctor Who wiki is my temple, and I will not have it defaced. Anyway, more shit. So, our time-travelling hero refers to themselves as the Doctor. But what are they a doctor of? You know, specifically. Well, Moffat will try and tell you it's a metaphorical promise, and that my local GP stole the title from him.
The word for healer throughout the universe. We get that word from you, you know.
At some point, the Doctor clearly felt insecure about his title and went to academia to get those qualifications for real. In the Armageddon Factor, he does actually have a doctorate of some kind.
Is one really a medical doctor?
Yes, I think I was once. I think I took a degree once in Glasgow.
Of course, this was in the year 1888, and apparently he graduated in the wrong century, but this won't stop future Doctors from claiming to be medical professionals. The first Doctor, for instance, cannot decide whether he is a medical professional and says 2 different accounts in 2 different stories. But then again, so does 2. Get around to the Crotons, and he does not feel comfortable giving out medical diagnoses. The 4th and 5th Doctors also frequently lie about this fact. This isn't good.
All right, he's quite unconscious.
I don't trust this man near my vital organs. Quackery is a real term for impersonating a doctor and can carry up to a 10-year prison sentence.
It's the Doctor.
Who?
Where in the galaxy is Sanusi?
Show us your tits and I'll tell you.
No, it's okay, he's a medical professional. The 13th Doctor also claims to have a doctorate from the University of Gallifrey, which is either made up or studied at some point before Spyfall Part 2. Throw your mind back, and there's a ton of examples where the Doctor can professionally diagnose someone on a medical level.
Are you a doctor?
I have my moments.
But that becomes a little bit unclear, because apparently the sonic screwdriver can do the exact same thing.
Massive head trauma, mostly to the left side. Partial collapse of the chest cavity, mostly to the right.
Whereas the Giga Chad Doctors, namely 3, 8 and 9,
claim to be a doctor of practically everything.
One of them is calling himself a doctor.
Of medicine?
He says of everything.
I'm the doctor. A doctor of medicine. Well, medicine, science, engineering, candy floss.
You are a medical doctor, aren't you? You haven't just got a degree in cheese making or something.
No, well, yes, both actually. I mean,
Lego, philosophy, music, problems, people, hope. Mostly hope.
Oh, I majored in that in second year. Hope studies. Fucking liberal arts. As we know well, the doctor lies. But should the doctor be lying about medical qualifications? When you're on a crashing plane and someone says, "Is there a doctor in the house?" It's actually not a good thing to lie about that. That's the plot of Midnight.
I don't believe that man's ever been to medical school.
The doctor can live up to the Hippocratic Oath, but half the time, he doesn't know any medical knowledge at all, and probably should not be prescribing medication. I mean, 19th century, were we still using leeches? A handful of really sad, tragic cases like me may remember the Red Nose comedy relief special, where Mandy Gill and Jodie Whittaker portrayed two anonymous doctors.
They're clapping for the carers. But yeah, Bake Off is about to start. We better get a move on.
This segment, called 2020 the Movie, is treated as a canonical story on the wiki. Awesome, you know my feelings about that, but it's a rocky road. Accepting this as true also means you have to accept the rest of it, and the rest of it has a sentient COVID-19 played by Michael Sheen. We have to accept that this universe's Bill Gates is the spitting image of YouTuber KSI, and that the Hooniverse's equivalent of Gary Barlow looks just like Nardole. Interesting. Also incredibly unlikely. Also, of course, if Doctor Who and Holby, or Casualty, or whatever the fuck, take place in the same world, COVID-19 exists in Doctor Who. There's no disputing it. COVID-19 ravaged the world in 2020, and none of our main cast spoke about it? Psychopaths. Yeah, let's just throw the last vestiges of humanity into a worldwide natural disaster. And I'm sorry, if all comic relief events are now on the table, the canonical floodgates are open wide. Such as the 11th Doctor being threatened with sexual harassment from Claudia Winkleman.
Gets into the spirit of nose, they quite like the hundreds of thousands. Stand over there, she will touch you.
all right, okay. Listen, Winklewoman.
Yes.
I won't be sniffed.
Oh, over there. Okay, just follow him, just follow him. We sent those lower rogues to the Wanted to say thank you in person.
No.
Then there's also the time the Doctor crash-landed and called the midwife and averted the creation of Jedward.
I am here to tell you that in precisely 7 minutes and 12.06 seconds, you will give birth to twins. You will call them Jonathan and Edward. Combined, they will form a being scarier than a weeping angel, a creation more terrifying than a Cyberman, and a monstrosity more vocally annoying than a Dalek. It is imperative they are kept apart, because otherwise they will become
the hybrid.
Jedward.
Who could forget that hilarious segment where the audience start deleting the 11th Doctor's clothes?
It's gone too far.
Can you help me?
Guys, just leave Matt Smith alone for 5 seconds.
I just say he's not a real doctor, so if he tries to take your temperature later on using just his finger, don't let him. That's not a sonic screwdriver.
Oh, yes, Evangelina. Since when did you become a nun? You know, I will never forget 1934, you saucy minx.
Take me back to 1934.
Jesus, what is it about the 11th Doctor that gives off sexually harass me on national television vibes? Imagine if they did that for 13. Or 3. Painfully awkward. Doctor Who at Comic Relief, it's diminishing returns. Find me one person who doesn't consider Time Crash canon, and I'll show them the 12th Doctor talking to Percy Longbottoms, talking about Pudsey the Bear being an intergalactic terror threat.
Thank you very much for your call. Have a good life.
Right, I'm done. Next fact, please. The Doctor can literally make things appear out of thin air. Remember all those years ago when I first told you the Doctor could fly if he really put his mind to it? The 3rd Doctor can do more than that. He's a walking, talking magician. Sometimes when the plot really needs the Doctor to have something for a throwaway line or a get out of jail free card, he can pull it out of his enormous Harry Potter pockets.
How did that fit in there?
They're bigger on the inside.
For all intents and purposes, the Doctor is practically invincible, in a very don't worry about it, don't think about it kind of way.
Where did you get that from?
My pocket.
How do you keep a glass of water in your pocket?
Skills.
But what if I told you it's even sillier than that? Transmigration was the skill of defying the laws of pure science and being able to pull objects out of thin air, as witnessed in Ambassadors of Death. Right. Okay. According to the first book of Interference, transmigration was a practiced art by students at Time Lord Academy. Being able to conjure up a bouquet of flowers, or maybe a gun, or really whatever the fuck, went against the violations of their teachers. It misused the Rassilon imprimatur, and was highly dangerous as it could permanently warp their biodata. But I guess it doesn't stop the Doctor using it for cheap tricks. Yes, it's a little bit extra to have such a contrived lore explanation for Pertwee doing a magic trick in the 70s one time. But Lawrence Miles is very, very interested in the Doctor being able to apparate things at will. In Alien Bodies, the Doctor's pockets are a paradox in of their own right, and it's total chance as to whether or not there will be a sonic screwdriver in his pockets. In one chapter, he pulls out his Mark I sonic screwdriver, which got destroyed like centuries ago. But just before you start thinking, hang on, that's definitely a cheat, he tries the same trick later and finds that there's nothing in his pockets. But wait, hang on, if the Doctor always has a chance of finding a sonic screwdriver in his pocket, whether it be from the past or his future, why did he spend all of the wilderness years crying about his Sonic? No word of a lie, when it comes to Big Finish in the books, the Fifth Doctor is always still mourning his sonic screwdriver. It'll get a mention, even in a 7th Doctor or an 8th Doctor book sometimes. But his pockets tell a different story?
I feel as though you've just killed an old friend.
My dude in heaven, move on. This is like experiencing actual grief for losing a 5-in-1 keychain. Time Lord pockets is a tricky science. No one quite knows how they work. But I'm sure whatever in them will help resolve the plot in a timely manner. In the book Playback, the 7th Doctor apparently carries around a saxophone and pulls it out of his pocket for when he gets bored. Sure, okay, the Doctor's magic anyway, so who cares? So who taught the Doctor how to be a magic man? Well, it was the Hermit. Kunpo, the guy from Planet of the Spiders, who left Gallifrey to go live as a Buddhist abbot on late 20th century Earth.
It's good fun for a hermit.
For some reason, it took the Doctor 7 years of exile to pop round and say hi to his former guru, who had also become a Time Lord renegade living in the 1970s. That's just rude. Whoops, he's dead. Supposedly, the first Doctor went to visit him near the end of his life. They transmigrated up a little picnic. But the Doctor's end of it comes out looking all mouldy and ugly because he's got rheumatism in his left hand.
Where did I get the cup of tea? Answer. I'm the Doctor. Just accept it.
Remember, if a strange man makes a meal appear out of thin air, do not eat it. And for our final fact today, I just want to show you some of my favourite Daleks. Is that okay? I love those little guys. There are so many goofy Dalek variants out there. The Nightmare Child, just a giant plasma baby, just hanging around in space trying to be a Dalek. You got human Daleks, and then of course there's Dalek humans, and Daleks controlled by humans. But then you get the ones that ride in submarines, and the ones that look like spiders. Some of them don't kill people at all and are just, astronomers, sitting in a big telescope all day. Here's something really goofy, but nobody knows what the Eternal Dalek does, including its creators. The yellow one's exact function is a total mystery, but it's probably something to do with the progenitor device and the continuation of the race. Marky Mark, you wrote the episode. All of the other members of the Paradigm have defined cool purposes, but the yellow one either got shortchanged or its special skill is horoscopes. Yeah. Now I'm a Pisces, so extermination. Gemini? Extermination. Cancer? Also extermination. It's not looking too good. The Eternal Dalek demonstrated a propensity for quoting prophecy. This big textbook tries to make sense of Dalek continuity. It tries its best, anyway. It supposedly predicted the Battle of Trenzalore, but nobody listened. Honestly, our best guess beyond Doctor Who Adventures is that stage play, The Monsters Are Coming. In this, the Eternal claims it can calculate and lock time parameters, which to some people implies making Dalek victories into fixed points. Cool. I like this guy. Let him believe in his horoscopes. Then you've got the asymmetrical Daleks, who are rejects from the production line. They keep them around for some reason. Mean. London's Super Guardian Dalek. You might remember when Rassilon Productions covered Dalek Attack before. Here's a big beefy tank that rolled around Westminster. You got Marsh Daleks and Suicide Bomber Daleks and Proletariat Daleks, worker class? That implies a Dalek bourgeoisie. Hey, they've got a parliament. Listen up, motherfucker, let me tell you about the Clade. This is gonna sound like I made it up. The Clade are super evolved descendants of the Daleks who have come round full circle evolution-wise. You got your glassy boys. This one's just a purple slab. They're in the Lego movie. They conspire with Sauron and the Joker to take out Gotham.
British robots! Ask your nerd friends.
Ah, so that's where the Paradigm Daleks went. My favourite types are the ranks that are given roles like Flying Dalek and Executioner Dalek, Death Squad Dalek. And I'm like, is that not every Dalek? What makes these guys so special? Likewise, the Predator Dalek has a very redundant name, but was a giant structure whose only goal was to capture the War Doctor, place him inside of itself, and have the Doctor pilot it around, becoming the best Dalek to ever Dalek. Really silly plan. The Time War got a bit crazy up there. You guys like Ironsides? Well, the Daleks regurgitated that plan and tried it again in World War I. Here's a German proto-Dalek, just in case the subtext of the Daleks wasn't subtle enough. Then there's the one with the giant head. I love this dude. Everyone takes him so seriously.
Exterminate! Exterminate!
Unfortunately, Time Lord Victorious burned him up to a little crisp. Put in that clip of him being bashed around, it's funny. Then you got his brother, the Psyche Dalek. You can tell this guy's clever because he's a giant brain in a jar. And who among us could forget the Dalek Wasp? A little Dalek drone that would fly out and sting a person with its pincer, and then once it's done that, it has control over their brain? My brain's turning to mush, that's for sure. Why do they never use the Dalek Wasp anymore? You know, sometimes I think they're just overcomplicating a good thing. Go out and shout, have fun, party. Kill the impure and the unwashed and people who don't look like you. It's a good system and they're just making it messier than it has to be. My favorite Daleks are the... Are we doing this? Yeah, let's do it. Dalek Strategist, Dalek Khan, Dalek X from the book because he thinks he's the shit, and trust me, he ain't. I like that one from Remembrance that's all like, exterminate! I think the Funko Dalek is good, and if I got control I would make it canonical, but the number one is this guy. This one's just for Sam.
I can't block out. Please lock out images of Johnny B getting his cock out.
Hello everyone, this is Macklemore. He's just a little guy. He's editing today's video because I'm in Disneyland Paris. Please be nice to him. It's his first time, so you gotta be nice. Gotta leave a nice respectful comment for Macklemore. I mean, fuck knows, I'm not paying him commission. Originally, we filmed a little intro skit, but not only was it unfunny, it was like nostalgia critic kind of unfunny. And sometimes it's just better to enjoy a damn good doc. Okay, that's enough. On with the show. So, Doctor Who at the theme parks. Untapped potential.
We might get close sometimes with a themed experience or live theatre. Hell, the director of Universal Horror Nights wants Doctor Who. Massive Whovian needs them in the park. There's also that rumoured BBC theme park they never actually built in that part of Surrey. Roll up, ride the Doctor Who time coaster, and then go on the Top Gear dark ride in the Coronation Street fucking meet and greet. The idea feels impossibly, unfairly far away. All I want is for my first love to meet my second love. Luckily, there are tons of Doctor Who stories that take place in and around theme parks. In all of the fun of the fair, the Slovene are running a local fairground, doing corporate espionage so they can copy the business model and take it back home for great success.
And they don't want Slovene world. They're out to make money.
And that ends up being something the Slovene return to a lot. Forget politics, Slovenes are the demons of the leisure sector. In the end, the Doctor and Rose meet one in a hall of mirrors. It chases them around before they slide down the slide. And the Doctor puts vinegar at the bottom of the slide, and the Slovene dies horribly. I adored this story as a child. In the book Cursor, Sam Jones turns into a werewolf and goes on a horrific massacre, murdering hundreds of theme park guests. In true Wilderness Years fashion, she then continues, travelling with the Doctor after this horrific event. Early into Series 11, the fam all remember some distant theme park, but apparently it was imaginary. They share kind of memories of adventures that didn't actually happen. Uh-oh, are you telling me that some Jodie Whittaker stories may not be canonical? That seems dicey. Roll up to Jurassic World. It's just a whole planet of Drashigs. Come and see these towering, horrific predators. I can't tell whether it's a parody of Jurassic Park or Gatorland in Florida. Hey fellas, did you know? Drashigs are post-human. This means that some late-era humans mingled, quadrupled in size, and then went off the evolutionary chain to go and be Drashigs and roll around in the mud. That is an insane insinuation that we are genetically related to Drashigs. How did that happen? And I guess more to the point, why are we capturing them and putting them in theme park enclosures? Huh. And then you've got Earthworld, a cutting-edge simulacra of our home planet. So it's Epcot then. I do always wonder why more sci-fi isn't about Epcot. But who needs an imitation? The Disney parks are alive and well in the Whoniverse.
You have won our fabulous 50s tour. A whole week in Disneyland.
Are you having me on? Are we in it? No.
According to The Girl Who Waited, there is a Disneyland on the planet Clom. And for this to be a prime luxury destination, that implies it's the best Disney World.
Authentically modeled on the famous Warp Speed Death Ride at Disneyland, Clom.
With terrifying death roller coasters. And the Absorbaloff. Come and meet him, kids. At the beginning of this audio, River Song is in a museum where this happens.
Is that who I think it is in there?
It is, yes.
Fascinating. I thought that thing about his head being frozen when he died was an urban myth.
That's the story his company issued. After they tried to put him in this, it was supposed to be the future of cartooning. But he ended up wiping out 30 animators. He was kept sedated after that.
For those who aren't clued in, that's Walt Disney's frozen head, often rumoured to be hiding underneath the park in storage. They made a movie about it. It's not true, but America tried to revive him, and he went on a killing spree. As a Parks fan, that sounds about right, yeah. In the official 1995 Doctor Who yearbook, Mark Gatiss writes a story where the Doctor and Susan come across a strange abandoned land, a city of the future. Turns out they read the sign wrong, and Eurosdeny is actually pronounced Euro Disney. Euro Disney was doing terrible in the 90s. It was a failed, botched launch. So for it to be depicted as an abandoned wasteland is very funny. That's in the 22nd century. We don't have long now. Your time's up, mouse. Then you got Winky's Wonderland, the creepy Five Nights at Freddy's theme park they built on the ruins of Gallifrey, even though apparently Gallifrey does remain intact until the end of time. in multiple different continuities actually. Tickletown, Rakandi World, and Asgard. Those 3 are all 11th Doctor stories. He goes to theme parks a lot, which is incredibly in character. Asgard's a tricky one because it's a River Song reference from the main show.
Picnic at Asgard. Have we done Asgard yet?
But there's 2 different accounts of their date there. In one, Asgard is a theme park, but according to Moffat, it's the real Norse mythology Asgard, and Tennon River dine with the old gods. Maybe it's like the Hall of Presidents? Maybe it's a ride? Maybe that's an attraction? I don't know. Canon welding is impossible. We may never get a full-on Doctor Who attraction, but it's not off the cards. Remember, this is a country that's made Black Mirror, Wallace and Gromit, and David Walliams' gangster granny rides before Doctor Who. We're an IP-starved little island. We'll take whatever we can get. Fact number 2. Who's ready for expansive 4-hour Cybermen lore? This is the Cybermen archive tapes by David Banks. And may I just say, what a ride.
To learn the other Cybermen, Cyberology and Cyberfaction. Those whose origins are traced and told elsewhere in the Cyberhive. Those whose shadows fall on many a civilization before their story is done.
Buckle in for 4 hours of that. I did that to myself for this. Originally released on cassette tape, David Banks outlines the entire lore, historical timeline of the Cybermen. It's an in-universe text. Apparently, this is everything that humanity has gathered on the Cybermen, which might just explain why so much of it is wrong and weird and funny. This was written in the 80s. David Banks did not have a TARDIS wiki to go off of. He had a couple bullet points from the BBC archive and Ian Levine to hand. As a result, this timeline is filled with more than a little bit of artistic license. Under David Banks' mythology, the Cybermen are just like their own little wild thing. For instance, did you know that these guys are hardly Cybermen? In the 80s, the Doctor doesn't run into traditional Cybermen, not even once. Instead, Doctors 5 through 7 battled the Cyber Neomorphs. A full rebranding, because these are a completely different kind of baddie. Under David Banks, there are 3 different kinds of Cybermen that then all circle round and generate new kinds of Cybermen. When the Cyber Telosians leave Mondas, the Cyber Nomads have their own disagreements and branch off from them as well. When the Tomb Cybermen never wake up on Telos, it's the awful paddy suit Cybermen who come to bail them out centuries later. And it's in their smugness that they steal all of their tech and gain all of their weaknesses to become the new improved-ish Cyber Neomorphs. These are the Cybermen we see in the 1980s, that David Banks, Cyberman actor and mythmaker of the 80s, thinks are excellent. Doctor Who lore is a lot more fun when you let just one guy handle it. Banks has an explanation for everything, except for all of the things you'd want to ask, like why did these guys split up and fall out in the first place? Why do the Cybermen keep reinventing their own weaknesses, aversions to gold, radiation, certain types of flour? I think they're the only Doctor Who baddie who accumulates more fatal flaws and aversions as they evolve through the years. Like, get this, the original Cybermondans, they could hypnotize people. Like, they had hypnosis. But I guess they traded it in for that big booming voice and the occasional emotion. The 1980s Cybermen were overtly emotional villains, and I won't be told otherwise. Let's be clear, David Banks did not have an easy task here. Cybermen mythology has been confused since their very introduction. I wouldn't want to be the guy to apply timeline theory and make it all work on one plane. But he did. He took all of the classic Cybermen adventures and pathed a course where the Cybermen get from point A to point Z. The long way round, but it is a coherent timeline. Then we get round to the revival, parallel world Cybermen sideline all of these guys. before Moffat probably flips the board in World Enough in Time. Now, Cybermen can be born from anywhere, and are an inevitability. A lovely idea that throws the old timeline out completely. There's not 4 types, there's a billion. And they just happen to evolve through the ranks like Pokemon, because don't worry about it. There's actually a Master short story set in the events of the Dr. Falls when Sim Master and Gomez Master go off screen. They have a whole side mission with the young girl that almost would have ended the Dr. Falls early. It turns out that one of the lower decks generated Cybermen that look just like the Cyber Neomorphants, even down to the Cybermats, their guns, and the rubber moon boots. The Master presumably has Death Zone flashbacks, as he fries a bunch of them just for fun. Their plan is actually way smarter than the Doctor's, in that they'll change Cybermen's definition of what a human is, and instead make them look for beings that have 5 hearts instead of 1 or 2. The 80s boys do not like this and send down a cyber controller. I guess there is full chance that these ones didn't actually spawn from the ship, and they are the David Banks dudes that we know from the 80s. But not only is that a stretch, they all share the same path web. Every Cyberman ever made works under the same coding. According to Moffat, none of the David Banks mythology can really exist. Which is funny, because then he spends the rest of the episode name-dropping all of their origins.
Telos! Olga! Canary Wharf! Planet 14!
All now non-canon. Then you get around to the really specific Cybermen types, like the Isomorphs. The Isomorphs are just the dudes from Silver Nemesis. Because they have a shiny faceplate, apparently they're a whole other subspecies. These guys got stranded in the late 20th century, and just made do on Earth. David Banks then attempts to make Silver Nemesis an even lamer Cyberman story, by claiming that the thousands of warships in Earth's orbit was actually just a ruse. A total bluff, because these scragglers only had 3 ships to hand, and were mostly taken out by a young girl. Fuck, man. The Neomorphs have time travel, and the Isomorphs are washed up losers, and I feel like I need a degree in this or something at this point, the amount of effort I've put in. Who else is going to tell you about the special kind of Cyberman that's designed for skiing? A Cybermondan with skis on. Shame on you. David Banks used to be the man for Cybermen. Literally the man. He's the Cyberman in the classic run. And what have we done with his comprehensive lore salad? We've discarded it. It's obscurity now. A 4-hour audio tape cassette that even I struggled to sit through. How the mighty have fallen. Canon waits for no man. Or Cyberman, for that matter. And fact number 3. Jack and River were the original WhoTubers. We're talking about the Monster Files. Back when Doctor Who had, online presence month to month, series 3, 4 and 5 came with online videos of John Barrowman and Alex Kingston cataloguing an alien threat in character, usually related to whatever monster was going to air on TV that Saturday. They tried a few different approaches to these across the seasons. In River's case, these are entries in her diary. For Jack, I'm pretty sure these crude PowerPoint presentations are official Torchwood documents.
The Centaurans come from the high-gravity planet of Sontar, which is how they develop such strong physiques and muscles. Look at that.
Homemade? Adorable. Everyone needs a hobby, especially if you're immortal. And then briefly, back in 2018 on the YouTube channel, they tried it with Yaz. Yaz's Police Case Files, which made considerably less sense, but that's okay, because it was considerably less interesting. Many of these were like full-on short films and got really creative with the format. I implore you to search out the one for the Tricksters Brigade and the one for the Vashta Narada. Not only are they genuinely scary, there's big lore additions as well, including this shadow book, and more information on who the Tricksters Brigade even were. Sometimes all they've got is speculation, but sometimes these videos know way too much. For instance, Jack is omniscient. He just seems to know everything that took place in the revival, no matter what period of history it happened in.
If you're using an ood near a being with a powerful telepathic ability, like maybe an all-powerful demon from before the dawn of time or whatever.
Hahaha, that's very specific, Jack. What is it you're not telling us? Lots of these are still available on the old Doctor Who website, but I'm going to go through them one by one. Ood. In this we discover there are pilot ood, personal trainer ood, and soldier oods, which is an idea we'll come back to in Big Finish. The Hath. Half-friendly, really? This is an official Torchwood document.
As the human race ventured further and further into space, there was one alien creature that went with us. A race that helped mine the ores needed and pioneer the first colony. The Hath.
Explicitly, we are told that the Hath were volunteer prospectors who came along to help humanity, and then forgot why they were there and waged war on them. There's also a quick flash of Rose interrupting the file, as was the fashion at the time. Midnight. Yeah, there's a monster file just for the planet Midnight itself. Apparently the Doctor's whole trip was recorded, there's security footage of it, and at the end, Jack seemingly falls to the Midnight entity.
You'll be quite safe. 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 You'll be quite safe.
The monster file for the Vesper form creates a whole 1885 backstory in Delhi. Really goes above and beyond. Apparently the Vesper form fought a war against the Quarks, of all baddies. Very silly. And to finish it off, Jack buys the jewel that controls its mind in the episode, at an auction no less. Fires of Pompeii. Apparently Cecilius tattled on the Doctor and wrote about everything that happened in Pompeii, even though the Doctor expressly told him not to do it. Fixed points aren't real. In the Slovene one, Jack just straight up gives away NATO missile codes.
But if all else fails and subtlety is not an option, blow them up. Just hack into UNIT's secure defense network and launch a missile. Oh, by the way, the password is Buffalo. And the outcome's a certainty.
And lastly, in the Jadoon one, Jack says they will kill people over parking tickets, insurance, and TV licenses. Also, they blow up a planet that looks suspiciously like Earth. Yas ones don't really give us anything. River's angel story gives us a little bit more backstory on Flesh and Stone, but she also mentions this little nugget.
Children know instinctively about the weeping angels. They even invent playground games to train themselves to escape them.
Hey, Mrs. Kingston, this episode's already pretty scary. Could you say something just to, reassure the kids at home?
Even if it's only a picture of a weeping angel, that doesn't mean you're safe. If you see them on television, that's the worst. The most frightening.
Thanks, Alex. I love these things. I want them to bring them back. Imagine how Trackie's monster files, Carvanista's dog report, Jericho's journal. Jack and River walked so that Broke Canon could run. Is that what I'm ending this with?
Candyman, I don't believe you've met my young friend Ace.
Welcome back to The Matrix, fellas. Are you ready for the fastest Broke Canon of your godforsaken life? Well, get ready! In 2019, me and a friend to the channel found a signed copy of Jodie Whittaker's shooting script for Twice Upon a Time going on eBay. As you may know, there's a lot of whispers surrounding the story. What was in this mythical 30 minutes that got cut out of the finished version? Why were there extra scenes filmed of Ben and Polly? What the hell is this Barusa's poem I keep hearing about? I understand the process from script to screen, but 30 minutes is a lot of stuff. I asked around, but the script provided for novelization was basically the same. It was only at a convention that Rachel Talalay really explained what we lost. Moffat left the final broadcast cut to her, and a lot of the script was tightened up. Most importantly, the links back to the 10th planet. And then they played these cutscenes at the convention. Footage that is not publicly available. So we've got the testimony of the writer and the director, but this wasn't in the script we were looking to purchase. So as far as I'm concerned now, this is a full conspiracy. I apologize to every Snyder fan I have ever called a cult member. I need this extended bitch of a cut. Otherwise I'm going to cut a bitch. At first it may seem faithful to the televised version, but there's a couple big things we can glean. According to Stephen Moffat, the Doctor's teacher, mentor, and backstabber Barusa was best known on Gallifrey for being a poet. A famously bad poet. There's also suspicions elsewhere that he is still alive and never died in the Time War. Thank you, Titan Comics, for that one. The First Doctor confirms he took a passive role in the 10th planet because he knew how the events would play out. 12 makes a quippy aside to owning a VHS tape of the Dalek Master Plan. Before this can be elaborated on, we're told that the Daleks lost their copy of it centuries ago. Yeah, okay, cool, but what does that mean? Nardole died happily at the age of 728, not only surviving the Doctor Falls, but going on to start a harem of 6 wives, and he even settled the human-Cybermen dispute. Oh, that's sorted then. Makes these guys look kind of overdramatic in retrospect. And most controversially of all, the First Doctor wasn't really being sexist in Twice Upon a Time. No, he was just trying to wind 12 up in this version. Because apparently he was in on the joke and didn't like him. I get that you can do this sometimes with books, you can give people new perspectives by getting into their head. This one's a stretch. There is sexism in the First Doctor's era, consciously and unconsciously. I swore off discussing this years back. I love that Stevie Moffat poked fun at these 60s sensibilities in a story about self-improvement. Twice Upon a Time is one big story of, look how far we've come. Because of this edition, course correction, the First Doctor is as progressive as they come. Like an edgy comedian with a bad set, or an internet troll. See, it's funny because he didn't mean it. I don't get it, but that's canon now. Give me this footage. Give me these 30 mythical minutes that may or may not exist and may or may not invert my favourite story entirely. The First Doctor making sexist quips? Unheard of.
But a strange man kept telling me to take my clothes off.
Come along, we must go back to the town. This is a madhouse. It's all full of Arabs. Come along.
Hey, what's your excuse for that one? Should I have bought that script anyway? Yes. Should we go and harass all the cast and crew? No. It is too early to strike, my brothers. Wait for the signal. And if you're shrugging your shoulders and you're not sad about a missing half hour, just know that supposedly the same happened with Day of the Doctor. So do with that what you will. It's snowing! In May! For those of you unfamiliar with this phenomenon, snow was a form of precipitation, which occurred when the air temperature was below the freezing point of water.
Snow! Oh, real snow. Proper snow at last.
Sometimes it snows, sometimes it's ash, sometimes it's part of an alien hive mind trying to kill you. Due to a time paradox, snow on Christmas Eve is prohibited. In Stranded Box Set 3, there's one really, really beautiful story, where snow becomes more than pathetic fallacy and becomes a literal manifestation of grief. Returning to London in the 2030s, Baker Street has only one remaining resident. Ron Winters, unit soldier alumni from the Pertwee years, who has become one of the Doctor's tenants. I'm the landlord victorious. Mr. Tennant, no. Whenever Ron and his husband Tony show up in these things, you know you're going to be grabbing the tissues. And not for sexy reasons. In unit dating, 8 travels back to the Pertwee years, says hi to the Brigadier and starts jeopardizing their lives together, as Tony can feel the Doctor walking around in his memories, influencing and changing them. Oh, by the way, the Brigadier says gay pride.
Are you asking me out?
I reckon I am.
What my soldiers do after hours is entirely their own affair. And good luck to them. Unit has dealt with stranger things in its time.
Really, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yes, well, carry on, Lance Corporal.
The Brigadier isn't homophobic. Woo! Personally, I think that's the most far-fetched fact so far. But it's when we get around to snow. Remember how this fact was about snow? The garden outside Baker Street is the last place on planet Earth where it snows. And out of nowhere, 8 explains to the gang how snow isn't dictated by weather patterns or freezing points. It instead follows the grief of time travelers. Let me be clear, this isn't in a metaphorical sense. It's very literal.
But the snow stays. It'll follow you wherever you go.
Wherever I go?
Absolutely.
Look, I'm not gonna cinema sins a beautiful story. What an image. Looking outside your window and seeing the snow that reminds you of being with your long-dead husband. It's one of the nicest notes a Doctor Who story has ever wrapped up on. But also, snow is just magic. It's a time vortex phenomenon, which we don't know anything about. I guess that's why it sometimes snows on Gallifrey. And the Ood, they time travel? If I were to take it over literally, and trust me, you're on the right web series for that, I would then ask, why isn't it snowing every single place the TARDIS goes? But the more I think about that, the more I want to give myself a wedgie and push myself in a locker. The Doctor theorises that the snow is attracted to Ron because of his exposure to time travel in the Ogron time loop.
What? This?
An extra-dimensional eddy. And no place, no time, loop within a loop.
It's pretty.
Yeah, what the 8-boy said.
Ogron. Abe is offensive.
Trust me when I say I've listened to all 4 of these box sets, and you think I'd remember something like an Ogron time loop. I did finish Stranded in the end. It proved me wrong many times. The final story on the box finally acknowledges the real-world hellhole that was the real 2020. The final story, Best Year Ever, feels like therapy, as the Doctor, Liv Helen, PC Andy all actually live under lockdown. It's like one of those domestic alternate universe fanfics. They clap for the NHS and watch the Queen's Gambit. The Doctor plays PC Andy's pub quiz. It's all blisteringly authentic, even down to the zoom lag, as the story actually buffers, as was the fashion at the time. But the weird thing that nobody wants to talk about is that the Doctor and Co. chose this timeline, accidentally inflicting the pandemic timeline on us because they deemed it the lesser of 2 evils. Too soon! But if snow is just a symptom of time traveller's grief, maybe it's fitting that whenever the Doctor looks at snow, he thinks of Jamie McCrimmon, which I had a joke prepared for, but I'm just going to throw that out because that's lovely, and I ship it. Fact number 3. Ooh, you have been on a Big Finish box set binge, Sam. Yes, you're correct, but this time, just for my boy. Winston Churchill. No, I listened to Ravenous One finally, because that's where Big Finish decided, let's bring back the Candyman. I speak to you now as a man who has completed the Candyman marathon. I've watched every story with this Bassett boy in it. He is genuinely scary to me.
I beg your pardon.
Like, honestly, laugh at him all you want, but if he was at Doctor Who Time Fracture, you would steer the fuck away. And don't tell me you wouldn't. And not only did they revisit the concept of Candy Android, the expanded media's tried to take him in a couple different directions, which is ridiculous. It's the Candyman, the stock joke answer when people say, what Doctor Who monster would you bring back? Well, Big Finish hit the bottom of the barrel a while ago. Their take on the Candyman was to return to the original concept of the Happiness Patrol and just make him a very humanoid man. Any single soul who would want the Candyman to return would not want you to downplay the Candyman. In this story, he's working in a prison complex. Turns out nobody can say no to my Bakewell tarts! And as a result, he's experimenting on the inmates and using mind control. For those of you who don't know, the Candyman is a sugar-based alchemist who can control huge swaths of the population via desserts and treats and sweeties. Thank God 4 never ran into him. He would have met his match.
One jelly baby, and the show's over. There's a lot of dark material, and the Candyman is strangely used as a form of population control so that nobody breaks the law in this far-off space society. Not the angle I would take him, but, okay. This psychopathic android was then killed for good. Big Finish washed their hands of him, as Livchenko pushed him into a vat of additives. But instead of turning him into the Joker, it turns him into a gloopy glucose man, more syrup than man. And in the climax, he grabs the man who rebuilt him. The 11. They melted together because he's so sticky, and they ended up in the lair of the real series' big bad, a giant spider. I just find it funny that the most canonically powerful Time Lord in the series, like proper godhood stuff, has the Candyman as a side project. Yeah, let's go find him and dig him out of a dustbin. Weird plan, yeah. He does get around though. He was one of many guests at Damon Bonjax's birthday bar party. The one with Optimus Prime and Spider-Man and Combat Wombat. They run in similar circles, I guess. And in the second Decalogue book, it's Paul Cornell again, where Seven and Benny return to Tara. You know, the android place from Key to Time. But they've added one more android to their arsenal. This was one of Cornell's first ever pieces of Doctor Who writing, and I just can't help but think he was like, right, just wrote Love and War, what's the big passion project? Androids of Tara and Happiness Patrol, fight! For some reason, it's written in the vernacular of a play. With affected archaic language, it's positively Shakespearean, specifically Midsummer Night's Dream, even down to the characters' names being references, like Titania, Oberon, Candyman. I just got two questions. Why do they keep rebuilding the Candyman? How do they find him? And number two, did you have to kill him off again?
Oh, that this too solid flesh does melt. I die, Count Grendel.
He dies. What a way to go.
I agree, you're a pimplehead. I'm finding this rather tiresome.
The Bassett's Licorice Company will sue.
Little people? What, like Mia and Yuri? Who decides they're so unimportant? You?
Welcome back to The Matrix. Just this month, Time Fracture closed its London doors, taking its various pigmen and anecdotes with them. I got to go once more before it closed, but I'm still left with questions. Will it go on tour? Will it return? Will it fade into obscurity, and did they get any damn footage of the thing before it shuts? Most pressingly though, and I've actually conferred with a number of people on this, is Brian the Ood still alive? Obvious answer would say no. In fact, I managed to actually get a little selfie with the body this time. I saved it for posterity. Rassilon Productions also pulled Brian's arm off, and now that the place is shut, I feel no guilt snitching on him. Time Fracture closed and it was this man's fault. I did only have a few conversations with Brian the Ood, but I felt bonded to him. We shared a bond. Although he has no recollection of the events of Time Lord Victorious, he's assassinated by Story's End, which raises the question, did time reset at the end? It was pretty ambiguous. There's still a chance that Brian the Ood is alive, out there. But then I was informed by a friend that Brian the Ood told him he was going to assassinate Vladimir Putin. And he gave a date and everything. So the fact that it hasn't come true yet implies Brian didn't make it out of the experience. You want some fractured fun facts? It's defunct now, so I may as well tell. Gallifrey apparently commissioned Leonardo da Vinci to build the world-destroying reality bomb that causes said time fracture. We need a genocide bomb. Oh, I know just the fella. You know Earth, that planet we pretend we don't know exists? There's this dude in the 16th century. He'll knock it up in a week. Oh, I did like Leonardo, but I couldn't trust him. He was wearing a silent eye patch and kept using really modern slang, like, I am not on the level. Cool guy, needs to stop building genocide bombs that threaten the ending of life itself. Elsewhere, I grabbed a little bev and went to Caen. Turns out, if you follow this route, they will straight up spoil the third act for you. They tell you what happens. Queen Bess is still probably a Zygon following the events of Day of the Doctor. We're pretty sure Kablam had a human uprising because that Kablam Man costume was gone. Oh, and in the end we did find Davros.
because somebody left the door to Skaro a little bit open and we snuck in when we shouldn't have. In the final 10 seconds, no less. It was a really special time, and I hope this isn't the end of it. Everybody deserves the chance to get harassed by a pig man, whilst being absolutely railed with exposition. It's the true, authentic Doctor Who experience. So, Matrix, I offer you a question. Do fixed points, exist? And I've broken the video. This really is a motherload of a question, a challenge right at the core of Doctor Who as a series, as a concept. Can you change history? Sometimes Doctor Who is a very naughty program that can do whatever it wants.
Did you mention the rules?
And sometimes those rules are very deathly important. Welcome to Doctor Who, fiction's greatest hypocrite. It's been a source of drama for as long as the show has existed, but in the 60s there was a clear-cut answer. No, you don't. Except for the times that we do, but even when we do, we don't. So, even times where our travellers flagrantly interfere with events, Dalek Master Plan, Reign of Terror, the Ark? Yeah? Hell, according to some sources, the Doctor leaves behind a lighter in The Unearthly Child, and boom, man now have fire. The Savages is a story about a culture watching the Doctor's adventures, and it forms their society. Hang on, in the Time Travellers, it's actually confirmed Doctor changed the events of the War Machines and the 10th Planet by participating in them. Originally, the Cybermen were meant to end up settling permanently at the South Pole, and in 1996, Wotan did take over the Earth. The Doctor stopped it. And good? Because then the rest of the series doesn't happen. You changed history by interfering and saving lives. Interfering with time is kind of the name of the game. Stories about the preservation of history are riddled with holes. When you simply sit back and take a moment to think of any other episode of this program, there are countless episodes where the web of time is screwed up and it's the duty of our main characters to put it right again, reinforcing the status quo. This is the very foundation of Doctor Who canon. Otherwise it's a madhouse, and there are Silurians everywhere, and the world ended in the Victorian era, and the moon is an egg, even those times where it definitely wasn't an egg. Doctor Who is a program without rules that constantly insists it does have them. Sometimes for drama, sometimes for accessibility, sometimes just to avoid some awkward, murky questions. Doctor Who turns its nose up at other series' time travel rules, stepping on a butterfly, Back to the Future, but its own internal mechanics are just as questionable. Doctor Who has fixed points, indeterminable moments that cannot ever be changed. And whose word do we have on those fixed points being fixed points? The whole philosophy of the program exists on the principle of, bro, trust me. Let's go save everyone on the Titanic. No, dude, bro, trust me on this. We can't do that.
What you are trying to do is utterly impossible. I know. Believe me. I know.
It's as authoritarian as it gets, and it's really interesting that Doctor Who is sort of stuck in it. On a character level, it works. No matter how many times they're proven wrong, all of the Doctors still subscribe to this. It's in their Gallifreyan upbringings.
For your own planet.
Can't you understand? If I could go back and save them, then I would, but I can't. I can never go back. I can't. I just can't.
You're not actually suggesting that we change our own personal history. We change history all the time.
But it's actually the revival that completely disproves fixed points. Because the line on it changes season to season. In Father's Day, the existence of one man is apocalyptic. Not on principle, it's wrong physically. One man being alive who was meant to die will end the world. Brian Beard. 2 seasons' time, Pompeii! There are no ramifications for an entire family living and going on to tell the tale. These two stories contradict one another and might just insinuate there is such thing as little people in history, or that fixed points are total bullshit. If the latter is the case, Waters of Mars slams the brakes on that and finally depicts Ten as a bona fide villain for thinking like a utilitarian god. But also, Waters of Mars proves that fixed points aren't real. Because although Adelaide might take her destiny into her own hands, what about the other two? What about Mia and Yuri? Two history-defining figures just walking around on 2059 Earth, telling the story. I posit to you that the 10th Doctor's real arc is him being deprogrammed from his people's awful, false, religious views. Oh, fixed points don't exist, I'm gonna go off and commit a genocide. And he did. And it was fine. This is a weird broke canon, I know, but if you're not convinced by now, all you have to do is go on the wiki page for the Siege of Trenzalore to see the Time Lords flagrantly fixing one of the biggest battles in history so that their guy comes out on top. This is my favourite moment, this is my favourite episode of Doctor Who, because for just a shimmering minute, Doctor Who, the character and the show, are honest. He holds his hands wide up to the sky and shouts, "Yep, I'm magic!" And I'm just sat here crying like a proud parent. Yes, Doctor Who, I know. We been new. Say it with your chest.
So what are the rules?
Rules?
Yeah. Travel into the past, there's got to be rules.
So, big whoop. The Doctor lies, the Time Lords are hypocritical. There are about 5 different timey-wimey systems at play in Doctor Who at any given time. None of this is news. But even just going by the revival's own words on the subject, fixed points are class-coded. Fixed points, much like the idea of little people, do not exist. You can trick time. Saving people is more important than preserving a status quo. But then again, words do matter. A hilarious unintended consequence of this thinking, though, is that when time does go wrong around somebody dying, it's a complete coincidence. I guess the Charlie arc was people really just seeing patterns that weren't there. Fact number 2. The second Doctor's Heaven Sent. Okay, what do I mean by this? This is the Room of Many Doors, a James Goss short story in the Scientific Secrets of Doctor Who. To showcase this section's passage on string theory, the second Doctor awakes in a mysterious white room with various doors. This is the multivarium. I stood in another large white room, the little man dancing at my side. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Me?" The man blanked with sad surprise. "I'm the Doctor. At least I think I am. That may not count here. This is the multivarium. And anticipating your next question, no one quite knows what one of those is. A lesson, perhaps, or a prison. A endless sequence of rooms, with full choice available to its inhabitants, of various doors that take you to randomly generated different environments. Some are rooms of fire, some are different gases and ecosystems. It's a surreal place without time, without end, but lots and lots of doors, and lots of choice, seemingly. "How did we get here?" I asked. The Doctor contemplated the ceiling. "Well, that's the thing. The multivarium. Just as it's almost impossible to leave it, it's utterly possible to enter it. I was on the moon. I dread to think how they're getting on without me. Perhaps this is a nice warrior trap. But it seems a bit subtle for them." Yeah, you heard that right. At some point in the Seeds of Doom and or Death, the Doctor is randomly whisked away into a never-ending forever labyrinth. We walked on some more. We did not get hungry, we did not sleep. We just kept walking. And then, the story nonchalantly says, neither of us had spoken for some years. There are many time jumps in this story, and that's just the first of them. By story's end, the Doctor has been here for so long, he doesn't remember who he is anymore. Just door after door with this random human, for reasons we never find out. We don't know what the multivarium is, we don't know who put him there. We don't know if anything put him there. There may be a faint bit of subtext that the Time Lords are trying to teach the Doctor that none of his actions affect anything. Thematically, this and the War Games are like that, but there's no answers here. Anyway, the Doctor single-handedly debunks the idea of a multiverse. Eat shit, Spider-Man. And after this decade-spanning odyssey, the Doctor returns to Season 6. So next time you're watching Seeds of Death and or Doom, the one with Pat Troughton in it,
Just know that at some point, he wanders off screen and comes back a changed man. And Pat Troughton's visual performance never lets it slip, never gives the game away. True professional.
You'll either be angry if you kill me or I'm a genius.
Big Finish boxer incoming! Beyond the Seeds of Death. Fact number 3. The 7th and 8th Doctors are really clumsy. Thank you to English Giraffe on Twitter for this one. Over the course of the Wilderness years, I think it's fair to say by this point, things got a bit crazy. The V&As, the EDAs, they were the teenage rebellion years, when no history was out of bounds or too gruesome, when anyone could die or any slur under the sun could be printed in a BBC Doctor Who book. Much of the Wilderness years were very graphic, and as a result, you find this weird patch in the Doctor's life where 2 of his incarnations, namely 7 and 8, the ones from the books, keep getting horrifically injured, in ways that the other Doctors just conveniently don't, really. The early Doctors, the revival Doctors, they get graceful send-offs. 7? He got in an alleyway. Oh, they took him to ER, but botched surgery is what actually killed the 7th Doctor. As a kid, I don't think I ever really processed how grim that really is. But it's not even a rare occurrence for him. Like, not even slightly. In The Room of No Doors, which is a different story to The Room of Many Doors, that was the last fact. In this one, 7's shot through the chest with an arrow. Whilst trying to carry a small child to safety, he just gets it bad. And he enters that weird death-like coma state from Planet of the Daleks. If that wasn't bad enough, he spends the rest of the book trying to claw his way out of the grave. Because whoops, they buried him alive in his weird, catatonic, chrysalis Time Lord state. Then there's Nightshade, where the Doctor dislocates an entire shoulder. And it's horrible, it's slow and it's agonizing and horrible. And to stop him from getting possessed, Ace literally has to crank it back. Then 8, stab wound in the Slow Empire. Genocide, he's nearly starved to death. Think about how long a Time Lord can go without eating. It's a long damn time. Broken leg in the Face Eater. Agonizingly possessed and forced to vomit out painful black gas. Adventuress of Henrietta Street, the Doctor has one heart removed and the other one slowly becomes cancerous. In Interference, Lawrence Mile shoves 8 in a Saudi Arabian prison camp, with every kind of brutality under the sun. His right ulnar is snapped, he gets hit by shock batons, endlessly and remorselessly. He creates a number of symbols and equations around him, using magic, Time Lord transmigration, using his own blood that he's suffered from all the beatings he gets. He writes his own SOS in his own blood. But then it gets worse. In Fear itself, 8 is shot by a harpoon gun. This happens pretty early on, and he decides to continue the adventure anyway. Later, he almost gets jettisoned down into space, which reopens the harpoon wound. Then almost dies from gunfire in a simulation. Uh-oh, harpoon wound opening again, Doctor. Should probably get someone to see that. But then he also gets a forced implant into the base of his skull. It's a really deranged book. And when a power surge causes a lab to explode, he's then caught in flames, falls into the lift shaft, but then stasis fluid causes him to be frozen solid just before he's about to regenerate. Jesus Christ! Guy can't catch a break in this one. In the same book, he then gets stripped of his memory, shocker, his hair, and becomes a war-torn civilian for 4 years. Camera obscura, sandbag dropped through his chest. So graphic. This breaks his ribs and crushes his last remaining heart. I'm a sadomasochist on my mother's side. Anachrophobia, there's a bunch of clock people, and they want to corrupt his biodata, so he's forced to expose himself to mustard gas, obviously. This saves the day. If you discount all the amnesia, which true is a kind of body horror in of itself, he gets an easier ride over in the comics and Big Finish. Hell, the 8th Doctor becomes God and absorbs
some kind of time vortex in the flood and he's a-okay. Pristine. But there's so much pain coming his way. Wowee, good thing he had such a chipper and cheery life before the Time War came along. Oh wait, no, he died in a spaceship crash. Mangled horribly and kept on the verge of life by wicked witches. Wicked witches who make you drink lemonade. The only summary I can come to with all this is that, no, these books weren't designed for an older demographic. 7 and 8 are just mad clumsy. Jesus, man, you only get 14 bodies. Use them wisely. Or infinite bodies in your case. You only live 86 times.
You're the cause of this disaster, and you knocked both Susan and I unconscious.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm not too fussed about the 60th. They can bring back whoever they want, but an anniversary special is still an anniversary. Fucking hell, is that Beep the Meep? Beep the Meep, everybody. Bro Canon, who's Beep the Meep? What's his story? There's this little furry guy called Beep, and he's a meep, and he's a little shitter, and that's it. Really? No, that's the whole thing. I am over the moon no matter what capacity of the episode this young man is in. I'm just scared it's an elaborate prank. On us. On me. So let's talk about a different character from the comics. One who has also been in the TV show. Technically. This is Absalom Dark. Dalek Killer. People always joke about Danny Dyer being cast as the Doctor, but guys, his dream role is right there. Absalom Dark is a mercenary goon, a real barbarian bastard. Absalom is a product of the deep 80s. If you can already tell, picture the Punisher, but his family were killed by Daleks instead, resulting in a one-man vendetta war against the Dalek race. Armed with a gun, a sword, a chainsaw blade, good luck with that. I'm gonna kill every stinking last Dalek. He's been convicted of many crimes, pillaging, murder, and other crimes too horrible to bring to the public attention. He was a rapist. The Doctor hangs out with a rapist. And he's a slime bag who keeps trying it on with the Doctor's companions. First Bernice, and then he comes onto Sarah Jane Smith. Weirdly, his first appearance is introduced by the Doctor. The Doctor is telling you a story, like, here's some guy. In some versions it's the 4th Doctor, and in reprints it's the 7th Doctor. A man on death row picks a second option. Death by Dalek killing, which is an actual means of capital punishment in the future. Just throw him at Skaro, see how they fare. We won't be seeing them again. But even though the chances are 6 million to 1, he survives. He's one of the first people in all of time and space that Daleks will actively flee from. In Emperor of the Daleks, he cripples Davros, takes his chain blade to his chair, sacrifices himself to kill a fuck ton of Daleks, and then finds out he's a Dalek spy. He's famous, or at least he was, until the Time War. This is the then and the now, from year 2 of the Titan Comics 11th Doctor range. Absalom is back, and it's one of the deepest cuts imaginable. Once you reintroduce a character like him, everyone is surely on the table, and it's around this point that the Titan Comics floodgates opened, and we descended into full IP. Absalom's got himself a vortex manipulator and takes the TARDIS hostage. You see, Dalek Hunter Absalom, he's not doing too good. He's a bit depressed. This thing called the Last Great Time War wiped out almost every single Dalek, so what is there left for him to do? They've got a fun relationship. Absalom threatens to cut off all of the Doctor's heads. The Doctor threatens to jettison his wife into orbit. Jesus, that's maybe a bluff, maybe not. And then even worse than that, he eats the 11th Doctor's bow tie. He just munches it up. He's a fucking animal. Absalom is collecting the bounty put on the Doctor's head by a society that hails him as the greatest terror of the Time War. It's John Hurt. Say the name of the killer now! The great murderer of the Time War! 5-1 on the Master, 3-1 on Bob the Nasty Dalek. It's the Doctor! My money was on Bob.
You heard me right, one of the greatest killers of the Time War was called Bob the Nasty Dalek. That was his official title. But that's not the fact. It should be the fact, but it's not. The real fact is that the War Doctor racked up some kills. They've put the Doctor on trial for his literal war crimes, specifically killing God. Literally killing their gods. He killed their gods in the Time War. And to make matters worse, he's travelling with the Master. Not a good look. In the Time War, the Master is a small child. The War Master, could you be more specific please, Big Finish? I meant the War Master who is a small Asian boy. The Asian child. This is the Cyclor incident. Just when you think the Time War's gotten high concept and silly enough, gods came to play. Real, physical, tangible gods, the Doctor confesses. Look, we'll talk about omnipotent beings and religion some other time, but the Doctor doesn't really do this. This is the man that looked Satan square in the face and said, nope, there's no devil. But these things, these Evangelion night terrors of abstract morality, high-dimensional biology, gods, I suppose, if you really want to get silly about it, decided to intervene. They got interested in the war like it was a Saturday morning cartoon, and the Daleks recruited them first. In this issue, the Doctor has been kidnapped and has been interrogated in a dark room about his memories of the event. Who were his captors? Every other incarnation of the Doctor. Desperately trying to find out what happened. Holy shit, that's how you start a year of comics. Most of them are pre-war Doctors, like the first Doctor's there. We'll come back to that, that's a bit weird. But not as weird as a road trip that takes us from Goatee Sontarans to Stormcage and River Song to Sharda. Is that Emperor Palpatine? Dalek ship graveyard, ransacking into the Master's TARDIS whilst he's out. This is getting a bit silly. And it was when I got to this issue, I started thinking, hang on, are you doing a Time War story where you can't legally show a Dalek? And that's exactly what they did, it's really funny. Did the Doctor neutralize these gods? Did he kill God, is the question this arc asks. The answer? Kinda. Inadvertently, whilst trying to prove his own innocence, he leads to a chain of events where the young Master takes Alice back to the Time War, and she does it. And then things get a bit cosmic. Hey, New Who Doctors, can you stop turning your companions into surreal time-space entities? For 5 minutes? A paradox version of her becomes the chronal tumour, the then and the now, the villain of the arc. Absalom Dark dies 3 times, and the distinct, for legal reasons, Daleks fuse with the gods, skirting real close to that copyright infringement. Honestly, it's all over the place and messy and fan-wanky, and the art isn't the best, but I love this story. It's loaded full of ideas, and it throws them at you constantly and unapologetically. It takes obscure canon like Absalom Dark, treats him very earnestly, turns him into a real character, and then you're just left here like, oh shit, I care about Absalom.
I was not expecting this!
There's inspired dialogue here.
I was dead, and my dead wife made me better, and I thought there were none left, but there are. I got to smash a Dalek, smash it in his stupid Dalek head.
Kill Daleks, kill, kill, kill. Oh, Absalom's a nutter, I love him. And at the very end, just as a last final note, Absalom Dark gets his happy ending. He gets to go live in the Time War. Really quite tragic, if you really think about it. This would be a horrible ending for any other character, and he has kind of lost himself to the revenge, but he's so far gone that I just can't help but punch the air for him.
It's the Time War, motherload. Daleks everywhere.
Fighting alongside the War Doctor, good on him. Fact number 2. Doctor Who and the sentient meme. You got a couple different Doctor Who memes. The adherents of the repeated meme, that psychic worm from Torchwood, all of these that came out on Tumblr in the late 2000s. All equally terrible, but this is a story called Intrusions. There is a man. His name is Sam. He works in the dead letter section of a post office sorting department. And he's become obsessed with letters sent by a single mother to her father in prison. But suddenly, there's a meme. A strange message in a different type font. Sam becomes disturbed. And then he's in on it.
Similar intrusions keep appearing to him in other examples of dead mail. And there's an old man rifling through all the letters. The old man tells Sam that he can now read other people's private thoughts. There's a virus, my boy. It's the early 2000s. You must stop reading this mail. You will invent meme culture. Okay, he doesn't go through that last bit. Although, I tell you who is into meme culture. I'll tell you who's a dank dirty memer. Susan Foreman. She describes the Library of Alexandria as being a farm for memes. And then she's like, oh, sorry, no, that's not a concept from your time. Yeah, Ian and Barbara. There's a lot of things you can say about Susan Foreman, but I didn't expect her to be on fucking TARDIS posting. Sam looks over all these letters and finds out that his unconscious doodles on them have combined to create a flicker image of an evil baby. Are some of these stories written by a random story generator? His mind is no longer his own. He breaks into his friend's house, where the doctor is waiting for him. I warned you, this virus is a sentient idea, a meme, and it wants to download itself into the baby to create a new race. Excuse me? Yeah, no, I've read this story 3 times, and that is the plot. The meme has become sentient, and this evil baby jumps into the old man. But he's overwhelmed by the immensity of the stranger's mind. He wiped that meme so hard, it may as well have been a joke on Saturday Night Live. The doctor burns all the letters, putting back meme culture for another couple years. But you can't kill an idea. This is really odd. This occurs for the Doctor before he settles down in 1960s Earth, but it was written at a time that would have had an understanding of meme culture. I believe Richard Dawkins at least had coined that phrase. It's a very tortured idea. The idea that different forms of life, nasty Doctor Who monsters, can come from concepts, shapes, shadows, sound, light. In one instance, a torrent. An alien monster came over in a torrent file, and now memes. Will the world ever be safe again? The answer is no. But I didn't expect the first Doctor of all people to know what an internet meme is. And fact number 3. This one's bang tidy. These are all the obscure companions of the 8th Doctor. A deep dive into some companions that, honestly, some people don't even know exist. So, the big ones. Take it away.
Charlie, Carey's, Lucy, Tamsin, Molly. Friends, companions I've known, I salute you.
There's some glaring omissions there, though, Moffat. Are we not counting Mary Shelley? Actual author of Frankenstein? What about Croton, the martial arts Cyberman? Or Destry, the shape-shifting villain turned companion? There's a lot of cool companions. Compassion is a human TARDIS. More on her next time. Chantier is a Chantho guy who helped the Doctor end the Time War with the moment. Charlie, Lucy, Molly, Nina. Oh, you don't know Nina? Me either. She's from the Gallifrey Chronicles. She's mentioned one time, and we've never met her. Apparently there's just a human companion who travelled with him for a long time who we've never met. Still a glaring omission, it seems. There was also a Delilah, and a Frank? Then there's Bazima. Bazima was a fashion genetic engineer who had a villain plot. She plotted to alter the DNA of her people over generations so they could become a warrior race. For some reason, the Doctor thinks this is great. He takes Bazima on as a travelling companion, helps her in her research, interfering with history, and then for her final trip, he takes her to Valdemar 4 to show her her work would eventually succeed one day. Inspiring stuff. There's Sheena from the Starship Theseus, who's another question mark, because the Time War messed with her timeline so much, I guess she became Bliss, or she got written out of existence, or they never met, because time was doing a bit of a number in that one. Dephis, an Egyptian man who they went to Egypt together. They had loads of fun times in Egypt, apparently. Claudia Marwood from the Eroticon novel. The wiki page considers her a companion, alright? She's there, it's black and white. In Doctor Who and the Nightmare Game, he briefly takes on English footballer Ray Stobbs. He was the captain of Delchester United. And they went to space, so I guess that counts, right? Apparently so. Lorenzo Smith. He was a companion of the Eighth Doctor during the time he spent a whole century on Earth, wandering around with only one heart. They met in 1935, on a boat sailing across the oceans of Earth. They played violin, and one day he passed away, and maybe it was romantic? Time Lord Bad Guy, the 11, built the Doctor a companion as part of a trap, and the Doctor doesn't deny it. Pain, as she's called rather fittingly, was considered a legitimate companion of his. Afei was a political prisoner awaiting execution for dissidents. The Doctor broke her out of prison and went on a joyride with her for an undisclosed amount of time. How long did this guy live? And then there's Guy. Guy was a gorilla who travelled with the Eighth Doctor during his time with Charlie Pollard. He wore a cravat and a waistcoat by personal choice. I'm not making this up, it's there, type it in. Guy was taught to pilot the Doctor's TARDIS during the course of their travels as they tried to return him to the Congo. They also had a pterodactyl, but anyone who's listened to the Big Finish Charlie stuff knows that. The Doctor, of course, can speak gorilla, so he promised Guy he would take him home after he rescued him from the Carnival de Paris in 1841. And he's a useful ally to have if you give him bananas like the Doctor does every time he does a trick. And just for the record, this isn't like a sci-fi gorilla. He hasn't had his intelligence raised. He is, for all intents and purposes, an actual gorilla. And the Doctor has a relationship with him like Robin Williams and Coco. But just like Robin Williams and Coco, and honestly most gorillas, the story ends in tragedy and they have to go their separate ways. From all of their adventures together, Notre Dame, to battling quarks, to that one time where he saved the Doctor's life by busting him out of suspended animation. The Doctor gave him a banana as thanks, and they went their separate ways. The parting of the ways. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to top that. There's Careers and Frobisher, Helen and Liv, but I want to talk about the guys from the Radio Time strip. Right after the TV movie, but before all of his other adventures in the other ranges, he travelled with a human woman, Stacey Townsend, and an ice warrior called Sard. And anyway, Stacey and Sard fell in love and got married, and it's a major part of the books. It was love at first sight, and during Placebo Effect, the EDAs stop in their tracks to address the Radio Time's short-lived companions who were only in a couple strips, and go, yeah, they happened. Dreadnought was a bit of a reboot than a continuation of the TV movie. They didn't have much time, but they tried their best over at Radio Times to give the Eighth Doctor his own little era. Stacey, I think, unintentionally has a thing for Doctor Who monsters, as not only does she get wedded and bedded by a Martian, but her fiancé Bill also becomes a Cyberman and has a big old noble sacrifice, so she's really working her way around the Doctor Who villain roster. But in 1997, with no Doctor Who series on the horizon, it came to a very abrupt close, and the strip ended with the Zygons about to be introduced in March. It never quite happened, and the run was wrapped up like that. And by the time it came to Doctor Who magazine, they already had their own companion in Izzy Sinclair, God bless her soul. Then there's Trix, who was wanted by the police for murdering her own father. Yeah, fine, you can come along. And then there's Bernice and Fade and Angie, Fitz, Jemima Katie. Those two, another time. But honestly, I'm still thinking about the same thing you are. The Doctor travelled with a 10-ton gorilla.
How'd you like that, eh? Pan-fried Santorin.
Hello ladies and gents, welcome back to your weekly intake of exposition dumps and Gaussian blur. Today, there's just one question at hand. Which companion has the highest body count? No, I don't mean it like that. Get your head out of the gutter. It's been well explored in this series that the Doctor sometimes moonlights as a genocidal maniac, a hypocrisy that the show sometimes dips its toes into exploring.
You take ordinary people and you fashion them into weapons.
After all, when the world's at stake, and we're in the final act, it can be very easy to gloss over a death. Someone committing a murder to defeat the bad guys.
You didn't have to kill him. Only to be used in emergencies.
this is because the no guns, no killing rule is played very fast and loose in Doctor Who. I don't think anybody ever wrote it down. It's less of a rule, more of a guideline. Take a look at how every Russell T Davies companion ends up carrying a massive sci-fi gun. Even Jackie. But there are real moral repercussions to killing in Doctor Who. It's meant to be at least frowned upon. But with the Doctor sometimes playing pacifist, sometimes the companions have to step up and wrap up the story themselves. Which is why today I've gone through every single companion and ranked up their kill count. And the results were surprising. Buckle in, this can be a long one. Susan Foreman. Her and grandfather killed an entire alien species with canned laughter. Excuse me? Is that a thing? Ian and Barbara introduced the concept of death to the Ashtalans. She also killed the first Doctor with a spear in an alternate version of their meeting in Totter's Lane. Ian drives a train into the Animus, kills Yartek and Keys of Marinus, and throws an angry man into a pit in Mire of Clay. Huge trauma for all of these, by the way. Vicky is our first companion with no kills, and to that I say good. She was 14. Surprisingly, the same could be said for Stephen. Completely innocent. Dodo. Poor Dodo, on the other hand, killed her attacker when she came under sexual assault in Who Killed Kennedy. Ben kills a Cyberman in 10th Planet. Polly kills a Sontaran with a stiletto. That's the worst fate for a Sontaran possible. She shoots a famous Hollywood star in Dying in the Sun, but in fairness, she was under mind control and feels horrific PTSD for the rest of the series because of it. Just not on screen, apparently. And in the annual, the two of them helped the Doctor turn off some alien life supports. Because annuals. Very cool. Victoria's grand total is 1 Cybermat. Rookie numbers. Whereas Jamie McCrimmon, not really. Negligible kills. There's that one time where he offed some Daleks with 2, but they felt bad about it after. Zoe Herriot once killed a colonel with logic, whatever that means. And Liz Shaw helped the Third Doctor murder the Nestine consciousness. Jo Grant, innocent, does not walk that moral boundary. She's the Whoniverse's eternal good egg. Angel. I wish I could say the same for Sarah Jane, but Doctor Who and the Pescatons is this weird radio story of Thor and Sarah going on a genocide of a wild animal species.
Before my very eyes, the creature's flesh was disintegrating.
There's also the Sarah Jane Adventures, where she shows no mercy, convincing teenagers to commit acid attacks on Slitheen and Blathereen alike. Harry Sullivan was a doctor, but a military doctor. He developed Zygon killing gas, but the Doctor confiscated it before it could be put to use. Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart. Oh man.
Brigadier.
Leela avenged her sister with a knife. She kills a lot in her debut, and then keeps killing in Towns of Weng Chiang, but not much in the expanded media, which is surprising, as she'd become later characterized entirely as the companion with a knife. This one surprised me. Romana shoots a guard in The Pirate Planet, and nothing ever comes of it. K9, ready to murder in practically every other episode of the spin-off series. It is always portrayed as a cool thing. Adric, on the other hand, innocent. Hasn't killed a soul, apart from maybe the dinosaurs. Nyssa apparently fought the urge to kill the Master. Apparently, it's not there on screen. But also burned down an alien race called the Permians via arson. She learned from the best. A 10-year-old Tegan once made a deal with God that she would behave if he killed her grandmother. But I don't think that counts. I mean, she did die, but in terms of actual murder, her kill count extends to just 1 Cyberman. But hey look, even at the age of 68, she's looking to get them numbers up still. With a big stupid fucking gun. Turlough's entire spin-off book is just bloodthirsty. Baromem, the Pharaoh, has none. No kills depicted. Lady, you own slaves. Perry kills a mutated man at the beginning of Revelation of the Daleks, has a cry about it, but then is fully ready to throw her werewolf boyfriend out of an airlock. I'll explain later. Evelyn, innocent. Flip, none. No kills, nil point. Constance, also none. but she does believe in capital punishment and shooting deserters, so... Frobisher the Penguin is very blasé about shooting people. Melanie Bush is an interesting one. And one for another time. Ace, beyond the odd Dalek and the odd Cyberman, honestly, she gets killed more often than she kills other people. But at the end of the day, she's still, you know, a space marine. It was the 90s, it was implied. Bernice Summerfield has just too many stories under her belt to not have some kills. As somebody who deals with assassination attempts on the regular, Bernice has some red in her ledger. Chris Quedge loves killing alien monsters, whilst Roz, from the same series of books, killed her lover with a knife for taking bribes. Charlie! Renowned pacifist, refused to go fox hunting, she loved life so much, but also showed up to help the Doctor kill a baby, and killed Rassilon with a anti-time sword on the Doctor's orders. Hex, an innocent good boy, a nurse who doesn't fight, unlike, you know, some. Livchenka comes from a terrible Dalek slave world but has no casualties to date. Helen, on the other hand, is too boring to do something as interesting as kill another living soul. Spoiler for the ending of Dark Eyes. Molly Sullivan sacrifices herself, killing the Dalek time controller in the process. Girlboss. Sam Jones turned into a werewolf and went on a killing spree in a theme park. Girlboss. Whilst Fitz hunted renegade Time Lords. In his continuity, it said he killed the Rani and the Master. Then there's Lucy Miller, who's a out-and-out pacifist, apparently. Told the meddling monk that killing was dumb. PC Andy has that one kill in Miracle Day. And Tanya is also Torchwood, so you know. It's more likely she's killed than not. Bliss, considering she lived in the Time War, no kills is an impressive feat. But for all we know, the original Bliss was a serial killer, so you know. Izzy almost kills Destry. Destry kills her abusive queen mother. Faye, countless children in the Time War, because the Doctor told her to. Kuriz killed his mutated girlfriend and all the Kroman scientists who made her that way, and also the Doctor's old companion Gemma. Revival, come on, almost done. Rose kills Autons, the Dalek Empire, Toby from the Satan Pit. In one timeline, she kills Jack Harkness, and all the other parallel versions of her are utilitarianists or dictators. Captain Jack. Uh-oh. Oopsie. Martha has pig slaves, Lazarus, and the thing from Dissected under her belt. And let's face it, her and Mickey aren't carrying around those guns for fun. Jackie kills a Slovene. Donna kills the Pyroviles and the Vesper form. Almost slipped that one by me. Whilst her granddad is vocally proud about not killing anyone. Adelaide Brooke. Well, yeah, that counts. Anya, countless Daleks. Mark, countless Daleks. Magenta tries to kill the Doctor, but never really gets round to it. Gabby turns into this, and somehow still has no blood on her hands. Amy Pond.
I killed someone, Madame Gavarian, in cold blood.
But also, Francesco the Vampire, from Vampires of Venice. Rory is a character who's written as pacifist, but also apparently fought in the Battle of Hastings. Also, Angels in Manhattan ends with the gang killing all of the angels involved. Apart from, you know. River! Yes.
Where's the Dalek?
It died.
River Song kills people. Clara! In the comics, Clara's a weapon. There's a parasite. She kills the bad guy from John Smith and... Ice cream. She kills the bad guy from John Smith and the Common Men in Cold Blood, and also kills a sea devil over at Titan. Alice is really good with a gun, and we do see her shoot someone in the ass, but I'm gonna chalk that up as non-fatal. Handles. I mean, Handles could have done a lot in his past life. We don't know. Nardo, on the other hand, we do know about his past life in excruciating detail. No kills.
I have full permission to kick your ass.
Bill Potts has also not crossed that line between human and god. I guess she stopped while she was ahead. Yasmin Khan, totally innocent. For now. Although, can you be innocent whilst wearing that badge? Ryan Sinclair proudly states he doesn't kill, conveniently forgetting about Krasko, who he definitely sent to his death. Graham O'Brien tried to kill someone once, but kind of shrugged and gave up. Or was that Chibnall? And lastly, Dan Lewis, who bombed a Sontaran fleet with his pet dog. Although, to be fair, in that series, killing Sontarans was fair game.
All right, you win.
Welcome back to The Matrix, and welcome back to a little segment we like to call Correction Corner. Woo! My favourite. Last episode we went through the kill list of every single companion, and I left out some massive ones. Such as Perry shooting a Confederate general in the head. Lucy murks an entire ship full of Daleks in her swan song. And Ace, who has killed exactly 423 people by the time she comes to the book Head Games. Also, someone left this great little comment about the Silence. Everybody from the 20th century onwards has probably killed a ton of Silence without even knowing it. A fact that applies to all of our main cast of characters. What a mad, deranged little series. One companion I excluded was Melanie Bush, because Melanie Bush has this secret, hidden, mean streak to her that you would never expect from watching little Bonnie Langford in the 80s. When Mel was a young girl, she pushed her younger sister down the stairs, accidentally killing a 3-year-old. Huh. Another account tells us that she was always an only child, but any way you look at it, she is now. She's a little bit of a walking anomaly herself, as we don't know when she actually met the Doctor. Lots of stories have tried, don't get me wrong. The Wrong Doctors tells a complicated paradoxical affair, trying to iron out exactly in what order the Doctor did meet Melanie Bush, because we never saw it on screen. Tell you why we did see it though. In the books. This is a canon gap that has already been plastered over. In Business Unusual, Mel helps the Doctor and the Brigadier beat the Autons in 1989 Brighton. But also, according to the books and Big Finish, Mel actually met the Doctor in 1986, 3 years before that adventure even happened. Amnesia? Sure. We also find out, thanks to the Unbound series, that if Melanie Bush hadn't met the Doctor, she would have died in 2012 of a brain tumour caused by radiation poisoning from her mobile phone. Fucking hell, just give one Classic Who companion an easy ride. I'm pretty sure Expanded Media has killed nearly all of them in grisly ways at this point. But before you feel too bad, let's not go pretending Mel was an innocent.
Stay away from me! What?
In We Are the Daleks, she wipes out an entire Dalek fleet solo, commanding a fleet via video game software.
You're either on my side, or you're not. Any questions?
In He Jests at Scars, we see Melanie Bush in an alternate timeline kill the final Tharil, murdering the last of its species. A genocide. That's the word for that, actually.
And if I don't like what he has to say to me, I'm here to execute him.
And then, turns out that Mel's genius was on such a level, she was comparable to Davros. In the Juggernaut, not only does she defeat Davros single-handedly by ordering the Juggernauts to kill him, savage, it's also been proven that Melanie Bush was capable of creating the Daleks, and played a hand in creating their superiors. Now, this is nuts, not only because she's a normal young Earth woman from the 1980s, but mostly because a later story shows that she has no understanding of Dalek tech. With 2 degrees from 2 contradictory universities, Melanie Bush is more intelligent than both Adric and K9. So let's just say it's a good thing that the Doctor met Mel Bush when he did, because with that intelligence, that brutality, that tragic backstory, she could have easily been the next Davros. 3 prototype killing machines, the Juggernauts, named Sooty, Sweep, and Sue. I am scared of Melanie Bush. It's a good thing she isn't a girl boss CEO in the far future with massive pools of resources at her disposal. From toppling Thatcher-era capitalism to this. Fait numero 2. Maths is OP. In Doctor Who, maths is a magical art form. Well, it's a science, but also it can erase half the universe if certain calculations aren't done on time. In terms of scale, in terms of feats, Logopolis is the most important story in the classic series. Via block transfer computation, mathematicians in the Whoniverse can create any object or space-time event as long as you provide the mathematical code. You can even create sentient life. In fact, this isn't just some high up there god power. Adric could do it. Yeah, Castrovalva wasn't just the master. Adric has that ability within him. At any point in the classic series, Adric could have just conjured up an entire civilization of people, real living thinking people, and I don't know what to do with that information. I'm becoming very scared of both maths more than I already am, and of the lamest Doctor Who companions. Could K9 create a solar system? I don't know, man, but the Doctor can also do it. Because in Girl Deconstructed, the Ninth Doctor, how do I put this, 3D prints a missing girl, generating a new body for her solely through the power of sheer maths. I wish I could provide more context for this. I really wish I could. But that's not all. It's not all algorithm-based apocalypses and AI generating some gardens. Basic maths can also be used to create time travel. I mean, the TARDIS itself is held together by mathematics, keeping the fragile dimensions exactly where they should be. Learn to code, as the ancient Gallifreyans said. To travel in time, you would need 12 mathematicians at the prime of their game, summon away. But then, oddly, one time a young boy did it, in a science fair. There's a short trip with the second Doctor, its name eludes me at the minute, but in helping his science fair project, 2 accidentally gives this young boy time travel. He figures the rest out. The young boy, though, did 80% of the work. So not only is time travel actually staggeringly easy from a certain point of view, but also, to reiterate, maths is OP. Does your fictional world need a magic system? How's this for power scaling?
He's just done it. He's found the error.
The Doctor must reprogram block 4 of the dimensioning routine.
Those numbers are the ones that have to be changed.
Carry the 0. Whoops. So here's your badge for mathematical excellence. Doctor Who is a series actually filled with maths teachers. Everyone from Danny Pink to the Brigadier, Zoe Herriot, to the Master. Yeah. According to these, before going rogue, the Master was a teacher of mathematics and computer science at the Prydonian Gallifrey Academy. The Master is an evil maths teacher. So much is starting to make sense. And finally, fact number 3. Ivy. Lupari. Friend or foe?
I think friend, because dogs are man's best friend.
I like it. I like it.
But also they specifically are bonded to help them.
Yeah, this species bond that hasn't come up again.
And has never come up before.
No, never before. Hello again, Joe Brennan.
Hello, Davis.
Alright, man, I'm in the doghouse. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Dog puns. Christmas
Day 2006? The Sycorax are attacking humanity. Where are the dogmen?
They were on their way. They were flying towards Earth. The Doctor was not paying enough attention because he just regenerated. Harriet Jones shoots them down.
No! It's not snow, it's dog ash. The Dalek invasion of Earth. Humanity pushed out to the brink, almost extinct. If every human on Earth has their own dog guardian, what's Carvanista's excuse there?
So in Dalek Invasion of Earth, the story, there's a pretty epic van chase. I like to think the Lupari on the other side of the universe were just chasing cars around and completely forgot their responsibility and what they're meant to be doing in 2150 AD.
Well, maybe I was thinking about this. You can probably excuse them not showing up in Journey's End because wasn't the Earth moved?
There's just a bunch of confused dogs and spaceships up there.
Didn't know the coordinates or the GPS, and that's why the Lupari weren't there. There's not many excuses the other times.
You say that, but if every single Lupari is linked to one individual, and Carvanista is looking out for Dan and Dan alone, they should have been up there on Waters of Mars, right?
Christmas Day 2009, the Master has literally turned every human on Earth into a Time Lord. The Lupari refused to give a statement at this time. What do you reckon's going on there?
What would the benefit be of then escorting every Time Lord Master off Earth, where they just have to watch it play out, like,
Fair. Okay, so send Carvanista down to destroy that machine, the one thing you have to do to save the day in the end of time, and we're golden. I'm starting to think maybe the Lupari didn't exist back then. I'm getting that impression, Joe.
No. This has all been planned out in advance. 1963. Lupari is in Sidney Newman's original brief. He's like,
God, Ian and Barbara's Lupari must have been freaked out.
I don't have time travel, you idiot. Oh, humans are so annoying.
I wonder what we do as a species to get like an ancient society like the Lupari on our side.
They just saw all of our dog pictures on social media from like broadcast throughout space, and they were like, okay, these guys are our buddies.
They either found the pictures we put into space, or they found one of the many dogs we've put into space.
They found the dog we shot into space, and the dog was like, well, have I got something to tell you guys?
You joke, but that actually is canonically consistent.
I feel like it is. I feel like you've brought up that dog in a broke canon before.
I have. In the 13th Doctor book, The Good Doctor, there's an entire colony world of dog people who are apparently descended from Lycan.
Oh my god, of course there is.
I'm not going to say they're Lupari, but I'm kind of saying they're Lupari.
Sidney Newman, he said, you know, good-looking guy, good-looking girl, granddaughter, the kid getting into all sorts of mischief, old guy, doctor, race of alien dog people ready to swoop in at any time, but they don't.
I'm with you. I really want to believe it, Joe. Joe, you know I want to believe it.
What else is holding you back?
I can't get my head around the other copious invasions of the planet Earth. Master and Toclafane? Nope. Spyfall? Nope. Reality Bomb? No. I like to think sometimes maybe they're doing like stuff behind the scenes. Or, hey, maybe when there's Daleks involved, they're just like, oh, fuck that.
Well, because the Lupari, or at least Carvanista, seems to know about the Doctor, it could be a case of, the Doctor will fix it. But then they see the flux, like, coming along across the horizon of the universe, and they're like, oh, fine, I'll get off the sofa, God's sake, I'll do the dishes. So they try and get their stuff in order. But it's a case of, I will protect the planet, but we won't do anything about it, more or less. It's like a half responsibility. The Lupari are notoriously lazy creatures.
I mean, I can't imagine, like, every single time, like, there's a danger on Earth. Like, if I'm about to get hit by a car, I don't expect
Just
my
a
doggy to come and take the hit
dog
for
man.
me.
It'd be very convenient, though.
Actually, that'd be an insane day. That would be an insane visual.
Poor dog, man.
That's what happened to my Lupari. It got run over by a car.
I remember this happening in the episode, but Dan was able to kind of contain Azur, I believe, with Carvanista's gun.
Which implies Carvanista is, like, really strong, which is hilarious to me.
How strong are these dog people? Like,
how strong is this dog?
Yeah.
For him to be in that flashback at the ending of the Dark Ages, I mean, maybe it's a future Carvanista, I'm hoping, because otherwise the Lupari are billions of years old and have lived longer than the Time Lords.
What's difficult, though, is that as a fandom, I know that immediately once it's established, we're going to try and figure out how long that is in dog years, and I'm not here for that conversation.
Jesus Christ. Do you think the TARDIS does dog years? I reckon they were in the Time War.
The Lupari?
Yeah, and we're going to have to find out from Nick Briggs, bless his soul, rest in peace, whether, you know, what exactly they were up to.
Good old Nick Briggs working overtime, making sure we get literally every question and blank space explored.
Right now, Nick Briggs is in the hospital. My man's is in the hospital with COVID-19.
Oh, I really hope he gets over that soon. Oh my gosh.
I also hope he doesn't succumb to the COVID-19 virus. If they are this strong, I feel like we would have maybe seen them before.
Maybe, unless they are too strong, so they understand that they must show restraint. They're responsible, like, they're a bit like the Time Lords. They only observe and only interfere when treats are involved.
Would you do it for 2 Scooby Snacks?
Yeah, go on, I'll save my Liverpudlian Dan.
Then, of course, there's the other humans we see get killed in War of the Sontarans. I think, as you may have said, where were their Lupari?
Yep, no, they weren't good boys.
On Twitter, someone told me they've been travelling to Earth since Doomsday. They're just a bit late. Look, we're getting so much lore in the TV show at the minute, but we're not getting all the lore that the fans actually want. Why do the Lupari defend the human race?
It could be that maybe the Lupari have got some kind of other commitments, that they've maybe just finished fighting a war, or maybe they were all imprisoned and someone, we don't know who, let the dogs out. I will say that again. We don't know.
A lot of build-up, Joe, but it paid off.
Maybe there's several layers to this. Maybe like there's another species out there that is bonded with them, that has to look after them during a crisis. The 7 billion ships are just filled with 7 billion dead Lupari. Just dog corpses just around the Earth during the 3-minute eclipse. Just a 3-minute eclipse of dog misery.
Oh no. There's not much that Rusty Davis needs to acknowledge when he gets his hands back on the programme, but I hope that every story from now on has a Lupari excuse or explanation as to why they couldn't make it. That's going to be very important for me going forward.
Someone just gets a phone call like, hey, this is awkward, you don't know me. I'm a Lupari and I can't make it right now. I'm so sorry. Like, I just got so held up in space traffic and I'm just not going to be able to make it. So, like, good luck.
Every time it's a different excuse with them.
Yeah, like, oh, the Daleks just took over this segment, so I gotta go, but good luck with whatever you're going through.
Good luck with your thing. What happened during, like, Miracle Day? What happens if, your human does die and, like, you can do anything about it? Do you just get assigned, like, a new baby?
Yeah, well, every couple of years, they're like, what's the population of Earth now? Okay, it's increased. Okay, dogs, go at it. And then they have to create more Lupari. But they have to create the exact specific amount. It's highly regulated.
There's so many questions you've offered me here, Chibnall. I don't care about the flux. I care entirely about this species culture. I'm trying to think of any dog puns that can come to mind.
It's Dr. Woof.
Dog to who? It took us way too long to get dog to who. Let's be real. Please, I'm dying out here. Any other dog puns would be golden right now.
It's rough.
And now I'm sitting here on Discord discussing dog people, so...
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I'm behind you, Toby. I'm right behind you.
What's up, you old trivia todger? You come back for more? Pathetic. Well, whilst you were out there working, improving on yourself, I discovered a new medium for Doctor Who stories. A whole new platform. You see, in 1965, the toy company Canon produced a Doctor Who series of give-a-show projectors. These dinky little trinkets are basically just a torch and an old lens thrown together, but they're also some of the very earliest Doctor Who comics. There were 16 slides released, and so 16 extra adventures for the Doctor, Ian and Barbara. Very brief adventures, such as the Daleks destroy the Zomites. The TARDIS team find themselves under attack by intelligent insects. The Daleks arrive and exterminate them. As such, the Daleks allow them to leave, but with an order to never return to their planet again.
Zomites are our pests. You did well to kill.
There's these two separate incidents where Planet of Giants just happens again. This is the defeat of the Daleks, where Ian and the First Doctor have built a ray gun so they can fight back. Genius, my boy! Why did we not think of this sooner? It works great. The Daleks flee. If I was a kid watching Doctor Who in 1965, I would be asking why the Doctor isn't packing his goddamn ray gun. Oh wait, no, there it is. An Aquafane! Use your ray pistol! Doctor Who and the Prehistoric Monster is my particular favourite. They go back to prehistoric times, the Doctor leaves the door open and a dinosaur walks inside. The Doctor rationally retaliates by moving the TARDIS to another time, and the creature begins shrinking until it becomes nothing. The Doctor reveals that the creature became extinct as they moved into the future. Huh. Oh well. In this one, Barbara kills the Zabi brain on their second return trip to Vortis? Maybe it just happened off screen. We didn't get that bit in the final episode. Dear God, I wouldn't blame her. Uh-oh, the Daleks are back. In the Daleks are foiled, the gang are fleeing from a squadron. And then they find a cat. and then the Daleks kill the cat. These are really violent. That cat has saved our lives, the Doctor remarks at the end. What a story. Many of these are sequels to television adventures, but there's no Susan to be found. There's no Vicky to be seen, leading me to believe all these adventures happened during Doctor Who The Chase. Anyway, wowee, what a discovery. One day, when we find all the missing episodes, this will become the lost media to track down. Hopefully we get desperate enough we get to that stage. I think they're adorable. I want all of them. Actually, don't worry about it, because now we're on to fact number 2. We're going fast today. Keep up. Do you believe in the human soul? No, I'm serious. Stop the music. Cut out the Doctor Who trivia. Do you believe in the human soul? Is everything we view in our own perception just material? Biological? Or has there to be a higher power at play? Is the essence of you from within? Or are you preformed? These are the questions we need to be talking about, be it your own religious beliefs or just pure spiritualism. It's the unknowable question. Maybe, if we did know the answer to that question, life wouldn't be life as we know it. The grand eternal surprise of every kindred human spirit. Whether there's an afterlife or not, it's one surprise we all have coming for us. Have you thought about that moment? Or have you simply assumed you'll be too unconscious to have any input in the moment? How can you just sit there? You think the inevitability justifies your ignorance, but this is your life. This is something you will not remain passive about, conscious or unconsciously. Will you stand like a man or die like a dog? So I ask you again, does the human soul exist? Well, it does in Doctor Who! Woo! The soul was a non-corporeal aspect of a person's essence. It was generally thought to leave the body at the time of death. And there's a bunch of spooky monsters that can absorb it out of you if you're not too careful. In the Iris Wildtime story, Minions of the Moon, the souls of the dead passed through the moon on their way to heaven. Sometimes they were caught by lunaries and offered new bodies. Yes, moon men! Moon men! Such moon men include Roger Bacon and Leonardo da Vinci. Though elsewhere in the Doctor Who mythos, Miracle Day tells us that people who have been brought back from death do not have a soul. They've lost it. It's gone. Captain Jack? Soulless. River Song? She got no soul. Rory Williams? He's got no soul. Marvin Gaye? Ho, that's some soul right there. But let's get things straight. Souls absolutely are a material thing in Doctor Who. They are scientific, they are fully explained, they are not religious or holy. Okay.
I gave them back their souls.
If the Doctor looks into the Eye of Harmony, his soul will be destroyed in the TV movie. He says that, and the Master then can take over his body. They also have an ancient rite called soul catching, and that's how you get a dying Time Lord and upload their soul to the Matrix.
Your mind is here, your soul, whatever you want to call it.
Moffat also uses the word soul when referring to the victims in the Bells of St. John. It's non-debatable, souls exist. Class, that entire season of television is dependent on the idea of souls. And not only can souls be swapped, very, very unfortunately for a cut short television program, but they can also have physical power over the material world.
Why is everyone looking at me like that?
There it is. One more thing. Leela's soul reincarnated. Oh yeah, you didn't know? Leela died. Leela died really nastily. Not backed up by any other medium, Big Finish's Companion Chronicles range devotes multiple different stories to her imprisonment by a barbaric alien race. Like practically everybody, Leela did survive the Time War, only to fall into the hands of the Zanai. Across these stories, Leela is aged. Without the protection of the Time Lords, she ages 1 year for every day, and is locked in captivity, tortured, for information on the Time Lords and Gallifrey. Jesus Christ, just let the Daleks have her. At least she'd get a big dignified exit, unlike this. Leela remains bound, and the story ends with her reminiscing about her days with the Doctor as she waited to die. Cheery, a lifelong prison sentence. What did Leela do to deserve this? Anyway, she eventually dies in this prison. Not a trial by combat, not a noble sacrifice, just wasting away.
I'll miss you too, Savage.
Then, for reasons I cannot ascertain, maybe it's Leela's faith, maybe this is just the truth of all things in the universe, Leela's soul was reborn as a young girl called Emily. Emily has met Leela and they know each other. I guess if we can have multi-Doctor stories, we can have multi-Leela stories, no? So, the soul persists, even in the face of the most dreadful stuff this universe can offer. So when you're brought back to life, you lose your soul, but if you reincarnate, you keep it? I don't know enough about actual spirituality to comment here. I only know Doctor Who things. So I'm going to shut my mouth and jump to the last fact of the day. Oh yeah, let's talk about those multi-Doctor stories. 1 Doctor, 2 Doctor, 3 Doctors, 4. The 4 Doctors, the comic, and more. Wrong Doctors, Infinity Doctors, 6, 7, and 8. How many Doctors can you fit on a plate? The appeal of the multi-Doctor story might be a thing of the past, but I still really enjoy them. This is because, to me, the appeal of time travel fiction is to visit the self, different versions of yourself throughout history. I find that intensely more interesting than bog-eyed monsters. And in Doctor Who, it's also crossover appeal. A great card to hold close to your chest, but honestly, I'm just a slut for these things. Let's talk about some of the weirder multi-Doctor stories out there, because there's some really quite random ones. How about a TARDIS-locked Troughton and Baker story? Sure, why not? Heart of TARDIS follows 2 and 4 trying to reach each other as their TARDISes implode. It's like Time Crash. Imagine the monotony of Time Crash, except they only meet at the end and it's 250 pages long. Regeneration Impossible is an extended conversation between 11 and 12. And boy, I hope you've packed some Rehypnol. Sorry, I mean retcon, because 12 immediately tells him that he breaks the 12 regeneration limit, survives the end of Trenzalore, and saves Gallifrey. Bro, what are you doing? 12's not very good at multi-Doctor stories. Over at Titan, he appears to try and console the 10th Doctor, but ends up being a massive dickhead instead. Something that maybe he subconsciously remembers, because in the 4 Doctors he accuses him of being the Master. These two do not get on, until the Lost Dimension where suddenly they do. I love to see it. 3rd time lucky. It seems that 5 is also in his good books. There's this one story in the Scientific Secrets of Doctor Who that is downright adorable. The Constant Doctor. 5, Adric, Tissa, and Negan arrive at a festival. It's Freedom Day, celebrating the time that the Doctor came down and saved them from the evil McGratty. They go and attend a theatre, pantomime reconstruction of what happened that day, and the actor playing the 1st Doctor looks a little bit familiar. It seems that in his spare time, the 12th Doctor plays himself in an alien theatre production of a previous One and Susan adventure. Hilarious, adorable, very geeky. The Doctor lifted his Panama hat and doffed it towards the man on stage. Nyssa smiled. Whatever face the Doctor wore, she thought, he's always the Doctor. The stage Doctor gave a deep theatrical bow. He's left his granddaughter behind, said Adric. Tegan sighed and gave him a shove. Adric, you dill. So that's the sweetest story ever. But come on, Sam. 2 Doctors? Give me 6, 7, 8. Alright, you asked for it. The 8 Doctors is a garbage book. Rest in peace, Uncle Terry. Trying to recollect his missing memories, the fresh-faced 8th Doctor pops into classic stories meeting 1 Doctor at a time, stopping him from killing a caveman in An Earthly Child. Helps the 2nd Doctor contact the Time Lords in the War Games. The 3rd Doctor points a gun at 8, saying, "It's your fault I got exiled." Everywhere from the Death Zone to Metabilis Free, it's like a UK TV Gold Doctor Who marathon. Dire stuff. The 3rd Doctor also isn't very good at multi-Doctor stories. Not only does he have to be the man with a plan, leader in the room, But when other Doctors try and enter his stories, he shuts them down. At some point in Season 7, the second Doctor materialises prior to the events of the Three Doctors, and gets shot by the Brigadier. There's the time that one invited them all over to play poker, and there's a Christmas dinner story where all the Doctors come together to enjoy a roast. You know, fan wank, but being used for good. Echoes of Future War is a funny one, where the Seventh Doctor gift wraps the first to the hand of Omega, even though apparently he left Gallifrey with it in every other medium. One also needs a bit of multi-Doctor assistance in the Juror's story, where he's on trial, accused of the murder of a young werewolf girl. Lo and behold, the second, third, fifth, and eighth Doctors arrive to plead his innocence. Rigged! 12 angry men, more like 12 angry... Shut up. Fuck you. Tom Baker may have dodged multi-Doctor stories in the past, but time catches up with him over on Big Finish, as they pair him up with the 10th Doctor, the 8th Doctor, and then all of the Doctors, as if to make up for lost time. The ending of Collision Course has Doctors 1 through 8 piloting a prototype TARDIS. It's like the ending of Journey's End. In fact, suspiciously like the ending of Journey's End. And then, surprise, surprise, 10 shows up. Because of course he does, it's Big Finish.
Trust me on this.
Welcome back to The Matrix. For our first fact today, Pete's World was created by the werewolf. Hey fellas, according to Creatures and Demons, this textbook I read as a child, Pete's World split off from the main universe when Queen Victoria in Tooth and Claw was killed by the Hamo waveform. The fucking werewolf.
Stop right there. Stop right there, Sam. You gotta stop this video right now.
Hello, Jacob. What's the problem now?
This topic goes deeper than either of us want it to.
The werewolf timeline fact from the kids' book. What is it, non-canon or something?
Worse. It's ultra canon.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is where it gets complicated.
It's so canonical that it can't be canonical.
I'm gonna have to open up my diary for this, aren't I?
It's the kind of fact that the more you think about it, the more fucked it gets.
If you say the word multiverse, Jacob, I'm out of here.
There's a whole underbelly to Pete's World, Sam. What caused the Pete's World timeline? What's different?
A werewolf killed Queen Vic?
Think smaller. A smaller wolf.
I guess Rose is a dog in that parallel world?
Exactly, that's it. Rose being a dog is what causes the branched timeline to begin with.
In Series 2?
Yes.
The Yorkshire Terrier?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm curious.
Well, like you said, Queen Victoria dies in 1879 in Pete's World, but not in our world.
Do you consider the Doctor Who universe to be your world?
Yes. Well, without Rose being alive, the Doctor wouldn't have gone to 1879 and end up saving the Queen in the first place. So the events in Pete's World are reliant on the Doctor not making it past Tooth and Claw. And with no Rose, there's no Doctor.
I see, so without Rose, there's no program.
Logically, Series 1 would look entirely different in Pete's World.
Wait, no, that doesn't make a lick of sense. If Rose and the Doctor don't exist, we've got issues, like serious canonical issues.
Oh, your favorite.
Like, for example, say Jack. Captain Jack's character needs to be immortal for half the Who timeline to work. If there's no Rose in Pete's World, how is there a Jack there? How's there a Torchwood?
I would call it Torchwood.
So there's a Pete's World Jack?
Yep. In the story Poker Face, Pete's World's Yvonne Hartman name drops her universe's Jack Harkness. Pete's World's Captain Jack exists as a member of late 2000s Torchwood. He has to. How can that have happened if Nine and Rose never make it to the game station?
Yeah. Well, that's tricky. Captain Jack was a coward. You wouldn't have done all that without meeting the Doctor first.
Wish I'd never met you, Doctor. Was much better off as a coward.
I mean, you'd have to be immortal to survive from the 19th century, where he landed with the vortex manipulator before it fried, all the way to the 21st century where Yvonne was active.
Exactly. He'd need a massive lifespan. But Jack can't be immortal without Rose. Human Rose, not Yorkshire Terrier Rose. How is that meant to work? To have an immortal Jack in this world, there needs to be a doctor, and apparently a Jack, doing the events of Parting of the Ways. I call BS. Maybe this book just got it wrong.
Rose doesn't have to make it to the game station. Only the Doctor and Jack have to.
Hang on. Are we now envisioning Parting of the Ways with Jack, but there's no Rose there?
Oh, yeah.
I guess we have to, going off the information provided. Does Adam exist in this hypothetical?
Yes, he's instrumental in setting up the game station for the finale, which means... I don't know how to tell you this, Sam, but 9, Jack, and Adam are probably Team TARDIS in this parallel world.
Oh, you're losing me.
Well, someone has to open the heart of the TARDIS.
And you're saying it's now Adam?
Yes. The heart of the TARDIS has to be opened by someone human. Otherwise, Jack wouldn't have become immortal.
Do they kiss?
If you like. Ultimately, either the 9th Doctor flies into Tooth and Claw solo and dies, or the 10th Doctor flies into Tooth and Claw with Adam and dies.
Both good options. Sorry, and this is all because Rose is a dog now?
Yes.
What the everlasting shit does the rest of the series look like in Pete's world?
Well, for one, there's no Time Lords.
Yeah, they'd still be lost in a painting somewhere. Or would they? This is hurting my brain.
Since he never survived to make it to Utopia, that means Professor Yana never remembered that he was the Master.
I'm not having this. Journey's End can't finish without Rose.
Journey's End can't even happen without Rose. And Davros? Forget about it. Khan doesn't save him in this timeline. 10 and 11 don't even meet the War Doctor, so...
They didn't get far enough to influence events.
Yes! And you can kiss goodbye to Daleks in Manhattan. Most of the revival, really.
So that means the Cortoscaro never made it into this universe.
This will never end.
And even if they did manage to get to New York in the 1930s for Daleks in Manhattan, they would never have emergency temporal shifted to escape the Doctor.
Sure, the Doctor not saving Queen Vic is a symptom of this diverging timeline, but the real root of the split is Rose being a dog.
Hilarious.
I told ya, Pandora's box.
Are we sure that the Doctor didn't just travel with Dog Rose in this universe instead?
Maybe.
So our conclusion is, Pete's world branched because Rose is a Yorkshire Terrier. The Doctor is now dead because of this. A bastard version of Series 1 has to happen because somehow Jack is still immortal.
Yeah. He had to get his immortality somewhere.
Shit, man. So yeah, take that, Doctor Who writers.
It's them aliens, I'll bet my pension.
Okay, hi, it's me again. I got a question. If a Doctor Who writer always intended something to be interpreted some kind of way, or had their own little headcanon, does that count? No, I'm seriously asking. Did Doctor Who and the Nightmare Fair ever happen in the continuity? They wrote and they released that story in the end, a couple different mediums even, but the 6th Doctor still insists he never made it to Blackpool. So he doesn't remember that adventure. Question marks. When Rob Shearman goes down on the record claiming that Wilfred Mott is actually Frobisher in disguise, how seriously do we take that? The wiki will say no, that's an invalid source. That's not even a source. But I don't know, man. I want to humour it. In what logical way could Wilf from the Russell T Davies era possibly Frobisher the shape-shifting penguin? It wouldn't be the first time that Frobisher has met the Doctor in an elderly human form and not disclosed his true identity. Would that make Sylvia and Donna Noble part Witherdil? Look, this is gospel coming out of a saint of Doctor Who's mouth. Robert Shearman said it. In the broadest strokes, that is an author's fictional creative idea. Maybe as a passing joke, maybe with authorial intent. We don't know why Robert Shearman said that Frobisher the Penguin is Wilfred Mott, but as fans, it's our sacred duty to at least consider it. Anyway, it's trivia time.
First court of order today, did you know the TARDIS is half vampire? This just sounds like word salad at this point, doesn't it? Like I've just picked some random words that might sound funny for a fact, but no, the TARDIS is half vampire. Half Yizgoroth, to be specific. Yizgoroth, again, is from the Lovecraft mythos. Yeah, hey HP, I'm back. Remember when Big Finish released a story with Lovecraft in it just so they could deck him? He's no stranger to this show. In fact, he's no stranger to the Doctor Who canon at large. Especially when so much of it owes its influences to him. Especially including the times it outright plagiarizes him. You see, in the events of Toy Story, not to be confused with the Lawrence Miles short, two TARDISes talk about the upcoming war in heaven. It's a little tricky to explain because of legal complications. Hell, that's Lawrence Miles all over. But this is a short story from the reprinting of a Bernie Summerfield book, using characters from the EDAs that would then go on to facilitate faction paradox. That's quite a lot to process already. Don't any of you bring up the name Chris Quedge. Not in my house! Toy Story is an exploration of what makes TARDISes tick, and what conversations two TARDISes would even have with one another. This is Lolita. She's a humanoid TARDIS, which the 8DAs love. I'd love to say she's a self-explanatory, simple character. But not only did she fight in the war in heaven, she also became the Queen of the United Kingdom and the President of the United States at the same time. She's also the twin sister to the Ship, which is legal speak for the Doctor's TARDIS. It's a sister story. Just girls hanging out. And it's here you realise just how many secrets the TARDIS is keeping from its pilots, over the course of just one short story. We know that the 8th Doctor knows the identity of the enemy, Faction Paradox's anonymous villain, but then in Alien Bodies he wiped his brain clean. The TARDIS though, TARDIS remembers. Both these time ships are also hybrids. Part TARDIS on my mother's side, they say adorably at one point. So let's talk about Lolita, because she's the chattier of the two. In Body Politic, the great Sutek read her mind. And even he had to comment,
Whoa, the Time Lords really don't know what I've got here with you, do they?
The Doctor's TARDIS is a tatty museum piece, but it's also apparently a god of god TARDISes. Royalty. And they also reveal that not only does the TARDIS pick its pilots,
do you ever wonder why I chose you all those years ago?
I chose you.
Apparently they also create their pilots. Lawrence Miles never expands on what this means. Eventually, the TARDIS's sister gets bored of being a time machine and takes on humanoid form herself, revealing herself to be a Type 45. It should also be stated, just as a passing coincidence, a Type 45 is also the model that the Master owns. So, Oh, and then also they're vampires. We know that these two are both part time machine, but we never find out what the other half is. Plenty of clues though. In Book of the War, Lolita is described as having a vampiric face. In a flashback, we get shown the Yizgoroth gazing upon a living time machine, and apparently it granted its strength to rise up against its masters and become the greatest adversary they ever faced. But Sam, that makes us sound an awful lot like the enemy, the mysterious big bad that went to war against the Time Lords, and yeah? Added onto the pile of suspects along with Crotons, humans, the Reader, and the concept of postmodernism itself. I joke, but it's also canonical that Count Dracula fought in the War in Heaven. So really, where'd you start with such a question? Lolita admits to her vampiric heritage, and by herself concluded the war between the vampires and the Time Lords. So, the TARDIS is half vampire, but for some reason it still helped the Doctor kill the Great Old One, leader of the vampires, in state of decay. Huh. Fair enough. Somehow, the Impossible Girl has found a way to do the canonical impossible. That's quite a feat for a young girl who jumped into all of the Doctor's timeline. She got splintered into all of the Doctor's adventures. No, really, every single one. Every victory turned into a loss. That's what the Grey Intelligence said. So should she be listed as the companion for every story? I think so. Moffat's haters would just love that. But Name the Doctor isn't really concerned with being a finale. So the sheer coincidence of the Doctor running into 3 different Claras, getting acquainted but just missing her all those other encounters, it raises questions. Like, where the hell are all the other Claras? And why haven't we met them? That's just it. You know what I'm gonna say? We did. This is Winnie Clarence. This Splinter is a student at Snowcap University. In the year 2048, she rescues the 12th Doctor and Clara from a helicopter crash, and then has an existential crisis ahead of her, as Clara has to quickly explain what the hell's going on and why there are countless different Clara Oswalds, and into the Claraverse, if you will. Turns out that not all of Clara's Splinters died saving the Doctor, so some of them went on to live separate lives of their own. Does still make me think that every Clara story should involve her meeting a doppelganger. No? At the very least, she should be used to it. In Earthshock and Remembrance and New Earth, we've got Claras behind the scenes, influencing events just round the corner. Now, you know for a fact that Nicholas Briggs desperately wants to make 4 box sets of this fact. Jenna Coleman has standards. No, that's mean. Other splinters of Clara include a military officer in World War II, an Egyptian, perhaps even a monarch Nefertiti, a 51st century astronaut, a guardian on the Ark during the 57th segment of time, a member of the Happiness Patrol, an inhabitant of Atlantis. There's a couple that are just queens. Slay. There's even one in An Unearthly Child, Shoreditch, 1963. Constable Oswald fills out the missing person report for Susan Foreman. If she's working at the Shoreditch police station, she has definitely run into River Song, who is also doing volunteer shifts around this time. Doctor Who, His Lives, His Times gives us a couple pictures of Clara in the Seeds of Death. Nice. And an older Amy Pond also encountered a Clara Splinter when they got sent back to New York City in Angels Take Manhattan. This Clara sensed something of the Doctor around her, whatever that means, and proceeded to follow her, basically stalking her for the next few years in case she ever needed help.
Dear God, that woman is made of legs. That's the most legs than any living human.
That one isn't even relevant to the Doctor's time stream. Maybe it's the one from Angels Take Manhattan that failed and got sent back. Wild conjecture, I know. But these are extenuating circumstances. Maybe this Clara Splinter idea could even be used to fill in a couple plot holes. Over on Titan Comics, there's this one panel where new companion Alice looks at some framed pictures of old companions. Except Alice comes before Clara in the 11th Doctor's tenure. The 11th Doctor hasn't met Clara yet. Why is there a framed photo of her? Uh-oh. This whole series became a lot more creepy. I understand that the series finale puts her in places where she wasn't meant to be, but this one is a framed picture. I don't know how that's saving the Doctor. Oh well, she's still the best girl. Best companion. Fight me. And fact number 3. Ooh, let's talk about that goo. That goo, of course, being the Flesh, from Series 6's The Rebel Flesh. But let's face it, there's people more qualified than I to talk about the goo pod cum Doctor. Doctor Who fan, eater of goo pods, Nope, I refuse to introduce her like that. It's Chloe!
Hiya, Doctor Who Goo Guru here. If there's goo in Doctor Who, trust me, I know all about it. For proof, here's a video of me unboxing 11th Doctor Goo Pods.
If I don't get Matt Smith's head this time, I'm going to be so pissed.
I can eat 5 of these in a minute as a party trick. In The Almost People, we get to see the gooey flesh in the flesh being abused in the 22nd century and attempting to unionise. The episode describes these gummy clones as the government's worst kept secret, so with all the future tech and sci-fi vats, you'd imagine this is new cutting edge tech. Nope. The TV series never says when the flesh was created. Everything in the episode leads us to believe the flesh is a sentient entity, so if you think about it, it'd technically have been born, yeah? No, the wiki won't like you hearing this, but the brilliant book 2012 then pitches in with a short story called Lesson of the Holy Water. In black and white, right here, we have a full origin story. The true earliest account of the flesh is in medieval scripture. Humans have known about the cum clones all this time.
A monastery, 13th century.
Oh, we've gone all medieval.
Dolly the sheep, get that wheat bitch out of here, we've been making goo avatars since the 11th century. Now this book reckons the flesh was originally called the Well of Mother's Tears, which personally I think's way less sexy, but milfs are not. The medieval wenches kept digging until every peasant in the country came to drink the new flavoured white water. This is when the doctor shows up, telling everyone, oh dear God, stop touching it.
You smell like cum! Oh no, I've been down the cummery.
Oh mate, don't drink that. But by then it's too late, and everyone's multiplying. The population rockets like it's the end of the second lockdown, as we're left to assume the flesh start duplicating everybody. In the end, all that Doctor Who can do is convince them this suspiciously semen-like swimming pool is the work of Satan or something. England repents. The well is boarded up, and one day it will be rediscovered for an average Matt Smith two-parter. And my own personal hours. Now Wiki says this is non-canon, that this book is lying to you. And I'll grant you, this story doesn't exactly make much sense, but since when has that stopped us on this programme? Let me collect my individual plastic limbs of the 11th Doctor, preserved in white goo, and leave me the fuck alone.
They just look absolutely terrible. I mean, why would you do this? Like, seriously, I mean, I've still got that flesh stuff all over my hands. I can't get it off. Worst part is, as well, whenever you play with it and, like, have it in your hands, it actually makes your hands smell as well. So it just really is awful. It stinks.
I am your mistress, and you will obey me.
Welcome back to The Matrix. I've had enough. No, I've had enough.
This is not good. This is definitely not good.
Welcome back to Broke Canon, the series where we break down Doctor Who into its individual components. Try put it back together again and then realise none of the pieces fit together in the first place.
We need to get out of here right now. Bob, what did you press? This one?
I know now who's responsible. You are. You sabotaged my ship.
I can't stay mad at these guys. Bello!
I don't want to go.
Fact number 1. Seven said what to Stalin? Look, this isn't a program that has any shortage of dictators.
I don't like dictatorships. I never have, and I never will.
Old Joe might not be up there with the likes of Davros and Magalord III, but there's this thing called, real history, not Doctor Who history, that sometimes you want to take into consideration in your time travel series. Stephen Moffat's Let's Kill Hitler is a piece of metafiction with the end statement that Doctor Who does not belong in certain sensitive eras of history, and also sexual innuendos. In fact, it's mostly about sexual innuendos. So what do we do with the elephant in the room called Joseph Stalin? If you are writer Stephen Hatcher, you dive headfirst into it. In closing the accounts, an elderly Joseph Stalin wants one last conversation with the Doctor on the day he will be assassinated. Yep, assassinated, that's confirmed. Stalin has a very established relationship with the Time Lord, and he knows him well enough that he can recognise Ace as a 7th Doctor companion. Old Joe hasn't seen the Doctor in 25 years, so he sends one of his soldiers to capture Ace, which leads to Seven marching into his office. Doctor, old friend. Joseph. Great, I hate it. There's two men in a room. Stalin then asks what his legacy will be. And the Doctor replies, though people will vilify you for over a century, they will eventually realise you have done the right thing, and they will continue your work. Okay. What am I meant to say to that? Seven's a fucking Trotskyite!
You know what, writer Stephen Hatcher? I tip my hat to you, marching headfirst into the most uncomfortable, ethically dodgy subject matter possible with this franchise on your first go-round. And then you profess that the Doctor thinks Stalin is a good man, deep down. Unreal! Unreal! There's no ulterior motive. There's no reason to lie to the man. All I'm saying is, I don't think Ace is wearing that badge on her coat for decoration.
The problem with history books is that they are inevitably written by the victors. Propaganda and lies become the truth. History becomes almost as distorted as if someone had travelled back in time and rewritten it. And trust me, I've done enough of that in my time.
He's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
And that right there is Stalin's biggest contribution to the universe. We've got the definitive word on it, folks. What the fuck was he thinking? But then I gotta tell you about a little spin-off, a crossover, called The Winning Side. In The Winning Side, the secrets to the atomic bomb are shared ahead of schedule. If everyone has atomic bombs, there's instant world peace. Yeah, well, in this timeline, a paranoid Joseph Stalin is still in power and unleashes his nukes on the rest of the planet, creating the perfect opportunity for the party to take over. Now, if this is all sounding a bit 1984, that's because it is. The Winning Side is an attempt to incorporate George Orwell's 1984 as an alternate variant of the Doctor Who timeline.
And you still insist on defending a system that you know is responsible for the disappearance of your son. Of other people's sons.
Doctor Who is a sci-fi behemoth, just absorbing any property it can come in contact with. This is the Time Hunter series by Lance Parkin. Released by Telos Publishing, it got reissued just a few years back, and it's on Spotify for free. It's a fun, time agent-esque series that changes genre on a dime. A lot of noir, a lot of ties to faction paradox and the ritualism of the EDAs, but it follows Honor Lechasseur and Emily Blandish, who are from the book Cabinet of Light. So that's the Doctor Who link. The George Orwell link comes from them directly jumping into the 1984 timeline and recognizing it as such. It is book accurate. Now, if you want a contradiction, the book also does exist in the Whoniverse. The Doctor references it, he owns a copy. So George Orwell is presumably now some time and space soothsayer. That's kinda cool. So I guess the world of 1984 either doesn't have a Doctor anymore, maybe he gave up on us, maybe he's there. Oh, hello. The way I like to picture it is that if we just had one more chapter, we would have seen that blue box land and he would have fixed it overnight. Yeah, Seven's he's a naughty little man. You gotta keep an eye on historicals when they're set in the 7th Doctor's era, because sometimes he's against the Nazis and sometimes he's Hitler's advisor. And we'll do that one another time, I'm sure. Hey Missy, you so fine. You so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Missy. Missy was never stuck in the vaults. The Master going cold turkey from being a dick. Looking back, I consider Series 10's vault to be such an anticlimax it almost borders on being a red herring. Do you remember us back in the day hypothesizing who could possibly be in there? The Sim Master, the Rani, all the usual suspects. I remember my guess back in the day, back on the forum, was that he had locked the first Doctor in there, which, going by previous Moffat conventions, wouldn't be the most outlandish thing. But boldly, Moffat decided that the reveal was that there was no reveal. The Master's just back in jail, and the Doctor is his prison warden. Not the first time this dynamic has happened. Just take a look at the unit years, or the time he got stuck inside the TARDIS as a ghost.
You, me, handcuffs. Must it always end this way?
Thanks to all the extended media that spawned from Series 10, we know that Missy could have escaped that place whenever she wanted. The recent Missy run in Titan Comics displays that Missy has prior knowledge of future events that she will end up under lock and key by the Doctor. She went there of her own volition. According to this book, she carries out some of her biggest plans from the vaults. There's this great one that I've been wanting to tell you about for months. Girl Power by Jacqueline Rayner. Rayner's writing some of the more fun, weird stuff. She's popping up quite a lot in this series these days. In her short Missy story, she places her underground in the vault, reading a history book about famous women. written by one Evelyn Smythe. Nice. But Missy likes Evelyn's book a bit too much, and decides the best way that she could support these oppressed women from history, these great rulers, is to create a girl chat, a group text chat across time and space. Girls' night. This temporal WhatsApp group, a paradox waiting to happen, includes Marie Antoinette, Boudica, Florence Nightingale, Eleanor of Aquitaine, Joan of Arc, Pocahontas, Lady Godiva, Agatha Christie, Helen of Troy, Mary Queen of Scots, Calamity Jane, Mary Tudor, Grace O'Malley, and Jane Austen.
Welcome, girlies! Let's take over the world! Now, I know killing men is something that we all like to do for fun, but because I've been told very definitely that it's slightly naughty, my proposal is that we only kill men when it's really, really necessary. Like when they stand between us and the throne, or they spill our pint. Okay?
Agatha Christie replies, "This is obviously some sort of joke, but I don't understand it. Goodbye, ladies."
Worse!
You need help.
Well, of course I need help. I'm locked in a vault. I can't do it all by myself. That's the whole point of this group.
Uh-oh, Boudica's typing. "Put all men to the sword!"
That's the spirit.
It's at this point in the conversation that all of Henry VIII's wives start going off at each other. God, can't take them anywhere.
I can use my magics to enchant the men and turn them into pigs.
Now that could be useful. Now hush up. Be a quiet wee girl as I think up the plan.
Wee girl? Isn't that rather sexist?
Ugh, man up.
That's sexist too.
Ugh, will you just grow a pair? Bitch.
The plan backfires when the doctor enters the chat, but for a short amount of time, Missy was really trying to effect a feminist change. It's just occurred to me that this is probably what Not My Doctors think women actually talk about.
Oh, my plan was to disrupt history and make it better. Telling the women of this planet to turn on their oppressors. Isn't that what you always do?
It's not even a villain plan. And as a result, by the end of Series 10, the Doctor just lets her out, both knowing that the cage itself was just a formality at this point.
I was trying to be like you.
The Master is famously slippy, just like a snake or a deaf worm morphant. It's hard keeping this character in any one place. Then there's the short story Pain Management, in which Bill, Nardo and 12 take Missy to a rock concert. No reason, no responsibility, just vibes. When the Doctor accidentally knocks himself out stage diving, Missy is free, off her leash, and walks around the busy hospital trying to find something good to do.
Oh, maybe I'll cure a disease this afternoon. That'll impress him. Goodbye, influenza.
And within the hour, Missy's created a new kind of zombie outbreak. She's just not very good at being good. The Master just enjoys mischief too much. Is that a crime? To be a little mischief maker? To have some trouble, some little larks? I should hope not. Last time the Master was in jail, he got up to similar chicanery. Oh, now there's a word. The Switching is another short story showing the Delgado Master's time in unit jail. And I had to include this one too because when the Master's in jail, he doesn't go for villain plans, he's a prankster. In The Switching, he swaps bodies with the Doctor for 24 hours and makes a very half-hearted attempt to escape his confinement. I think the Master just enjoys jail. They bring him sandwiches and sword fights and he gets to watch the clangers. If he gets bored, he can just break himself out as he's brainwashed an entire town's population who throw themselves at units whenever he wants to go on a stroll. The Switching is kind of like a continuity Easter egg hunt. Lots of cannon plasters over this thing. It's nothing but cannon plastering. The Delgado Master sneaks around the unit base as the Doctor for the afternoon, and mostly just tries to stir drama and pull pranks on unit. Mischief, even. His evil plans in this extend to messing with the TARDIS desktop just to mildly annoy him. Which is why you get the washing up bowl look in that story. To the evil scheme of hiding Bessie's remote control, just so the Doctor can't find his keys. I guess he did want to get revenge on that yellow demon, the car that brought him to justice. In the end, the plan doesn't work out. He decides to go back to his room, wondering to himself, should I booby-trap the doctor's laboratory? Nah. He decides against it, just to mess with his head even more. I'm telling you, this guy has a thing for doing time. I know just about everybody can escape Storm Cage whenever they feel like it, but we know that Delgado treats it like a free hotel. A travel lodge with, all these fun faces. So if you ever do see him behind bars, just know that is probably just where the Master wants to be. Unless it's a video game. Or if the Doctor's in the cell as well. Take me home, Country Roads. Let's talk about the origins of Faction Paradox's newest member.
Sibling same, he invokes our name again.
How I tired the little factoid man.
Yeah, well maybe I'm getting a bit sick of you guys breathing down my neck every time I want to make a video.
Ugh, finish the EDAs already, you uncultured swine.
You can't run from us forever, Samuel.
Shit. This last fact, I'm essentially doxing members of Faction Paradox. Taking on and recycling, re-energizing previously discarded characters from the Doctor Who continuity. The people that time forgot. Kelsey Hooper taught about black magic and living a new secret life outside time and space. That's basically the long and short of it. In the Book of the Peace, this is Wade. And again, for legal reasons, this cannot be the character it clearly is intended to be, but you can read between the lines. Wade is a elderly human woman who worked as a mercenary. She had ginger hair, moss green eyes, had a fierce dislike of robots, and previously travelled with a Time Lord who promised her everything, but dumped her as soon as she was inconvenient. Does this ring a bell? It should. This is Amy Pond. Wade is, for all intents and purposes, intended to be the older Amy from The Girl Who Waited.
I'll just, leave you two geniuses alone. I'll be back in a minute.
Pretty wild, considering we actually see her die on screen. God forbid the faction use the odd little paradox to recruit new members. This makes two evil institutions that have recruited an evil offshoot of Amy Pond's. I really like this. This is exactly the sort of thing that makes people go, whoa, I do need to start reading Faction Paradox. And yeah, I do need to start reading Faction Paradox. It's my white whale. It's my Everest. It'll be the final summit to climb. To date, she's only appeared in the story A Farewell to Arms, where she went on a 3-year undercover mission with the Nope. But what I find very curious is that this is even more out of character than Kelsey Hooper. Amy Pond may have been discarded and led a tragic, hunted life, but she was still Amy Pond. She ended that story with dignity and, honestly, a little bit of acceptance. But I guess Faction have really good work perks. They must do, because they hire from all over the show. Every single bit of continuity. Anyone from Time Lords to drug dealers. In fact, actually a lot of drug dealers. In weapons-grade snake oil, we find out that Father Christmas is running a dodgy operation in a Bankside power station in Northumberland. Top secret Faction Paradox base in Bankside. Anyway, he recruited a local drug dealer called Sharonda, who later became known as Mother Chantel for helping Father Christmas arrange a heist. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know, and in this case, you would have to know Father Christmas of Faction Paradox. Then there's little sister Alicia, who was recruited in a nightclub bathroom as she was throwing up. Yeah, sure, I'll join. Little did she know, she was a child of prophecy. And soon the faction gave her a new title, sent her off to kill her parents, and becomes embroiled in a cosmic war to find the peace, the ending of the war in heaven. Come on, we've all had benders like that.
Cease these investigations.
Nah, I don't think I will. You know, the wiki has a full list of your top secret cult, right? The faction also has 8th Doctor companion Fitz, a green armoured Martian called Gustav, and a bony-faced alien called Axostaikis, who reads like a Sycorax. There's Captain Sir Richard Francis Burton, he was a 19th century adventurer, and also the faction have a little sibling shotgun. Her real identity is Anne Bonny,
the infamous 18th century pirate. Porcina, a stand-up comedian who started parodying the faction in his acts. And the fathers of the faction actually thought, yeah, that's kind of funny, get him in.
No, stop.
Man, I'm not even nearly done. Hassani Sabah, the first assassin, Iranian legend. He's one of yours. Christine Summerfield, from what I can work out, she's a human clone, not of Bernice, but of Chris Quedge, another 7th Doctor companion. Aaron Blinovich, you know the Blinovich effect? And the same for Father Zeller. His story clearly mirrors real-world scientist Frauke Zeller, the co-creator of the Hitchbot. Sure, you two, jump in. And then it gets stranger. Cousin Cecilia is a rogue time ship in the form of a giant squid. This is only about the 6th most complicated thing about this character. This is Shun Cucker, that's his name, who's not really doing a lot to dispel your whole bondage vibe you've got going on. Christopher Marlowe, Elizabethan-era playwright and rival of Shakespeare. This guy has a timeline so contradictory in the universe, I'd be disappointed if he wasn't Faction Paradox. He's met the 4th Doctor and Stephen Taylor. He was a travelling companion of the Masters, and he was stabbed to death by Captain John Hart. But then I guess he decided that death wasn't really him, because he then went on to die another 4 times in the Hooniverse. Yeah, I'd get pretty pissed off at the Time Lords too. And there's a Hollywood producer and a T-Robot, but most of all, Faction Paradox seem to have recruited the Doctor himself. This is the character only known as Intrepid. Intrepid is a half-human, half-Homeworlder child. Homeworlder in this series, of course, being doublespeak for Time Lord. We've seen 3 of the Intrepid's regenerations, none of them going too well, as mostly in this series he's a Skull Trooper. But his parents are never identified, and there's a lot of similarities. One interpretation is that Intrepid is the child of Leela and Andred. Now, think back, from a previous Broke Canon, you might remember that we established that Leela is technically the mother of the Doctor, as the child her and Andred give birth to before the events of Lungbarrow is presumed to be the other. One of the founding fathers of Gallifrey myth. Since we know the Doctor is the other, or at least referred to as such, the faction have really done their homework and might have just recruited the other, a possible past Doctor. And because of licensing workarounds, the true confirmed identities of all these characters is left down to our interpretation, as so much is in the world of Faction Paradox. What do you think of that, huh? I got you two sussed.
Did you just do a whole section on dead naming, Gus?
Oh God. I'm sorry. What is it you go by now?
Nah, just messing with you. We're still gonna kill you, though.
Whew. Okay. Good.
Arrest her, the infidel. Oh, shut it, Pixie.
Hi guys, today I just want to get something off my chest. It's something that's been haunting me since I've been a Doctor Who fan, and it's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be easy. The way I see it, if I don't use my platform to call him out, God knows how many other people he's going to hurt. I was at a convention in 2006, queuing up with my vanilla copy of Doctor Who Series 1 to get signed, and that's when I see him. Now, anyone who follows me knows I used to be a huge supporter of this man's work. I had the book, I had his action figure. He was an idol to naive 11-year-old me. But it's as I'm queuing for this autograph, he starts making these really inappropriate, snide comments at my father's expense. Like, real specific stuff, too, about his long, skinny legs. The mocks about Hoon kept saying to my actual dad, "You have weak knees, sir. Weak knees." I can picture it now. And I know that his cheeky charm is why he's such a fan favourite, but we can't watch episode 2 anymore. End of the World has been ruined forever. We have to skip it whenever we do rewatches because it hits too close to home of that day.
Arrest her, the infidel. I bring you the gift of bodily salivas.
And now the Balhoons are back over on Big Finish lording it up. It's not right. My dad did not deserve that abuse that day. He has strong, toned legs that are normal-sized, And frankly, despite the Mox's implications, I fail to see how race even came into it. Very, very disturbed individual. And when you support the Mox, he doesn't see it. Your friends see it. If you have your own story concerning Bao-Hun's standing Mox, please just come forward. Today's fact! The Mox of Bao-Hun's evil brother. They're all wrong-uns, I tell ya. This is the elf of Bao-Hun, the secret last-minute twist villain of the Doctor Who Battles in Time comic strip. When the 10th Doctor and Rose got a whole new comic strip to themselves, it only made sense that they do a guided tour of previous Doctor Who characters, monsters who might be on the front cover or you can collect on our brand new trading cards. And because the chances of you getting a rare Dalek Emperor card were so much smaller than you getting Mr. Paku, the first Battles in Time comic arc is a sequel story to End of the World, where all of the survivors of Platform 1 are major characters. Early into Series 2, Team TARDIS discover a conspiracy to hunt down every single party that attended this event. Yes, finally! My backstory for Cal Sparkplug McNanovich is finally here. Who are the tree people when they're at home? And can the Doctor save the brothers Hop Pylene before it's too late? This is absolutely what I wanted to read as a kid. No, like, really. An ongoing narrative propelled by background characters and some cool designs. Maybe that's something I can turn my nose up at as an adult, but as a uncritical kid, man, learning about this lore was just so exciting. It's why I'm here today, I'm sure. So who's kidnapping all these aliens? Who could have such a growing vendetta of End of the World? Well, it turns out, the Mox of Bao-Hun's brother didn't take to the news so well. When his brother was reduced to ash, he decided to lash out and blame every single other person who wasn't burnt to a crisp, believing that they did not try to help the Mox, and they abandoned him to die. So he used his bio-slaves to kidnap everybody who could possibly be involved. And right, we all have our own way of grieving, and we'd all like to vaguely threaten some villainous rich people, but I think it'd be hard to call the Elf of Bao-Hun a diplomat. I find this situation so funny, because the Mox of Bao-Hun was pushed so much in the early publicity. Everyone thought, oh, this is going to be the next Doctor Who baddie. Nah. He was publicity and merchandise, and that's exactly what makes him so perfect for a Battles in Time story. I really miss this comic strip, and it's down to us to archive it before it's too late. Anyway, this multi-issue epic is then resolved when all the Platform 1 victims console him, and it turns out this Elf of Bao-Hun is a very sad elf indeed. And immediately, not only do all of his kidnapped victims forgive him on the spot, but they also decide to offer tributes in his honor.
We could make a hyperfilm about your brother's life?
Yes, and I could sponsor you.
We could grow a garden of memory in the Mox's honor.
We could arrange free travel for all visitors.
Yeah, alright. He wasn't a fucking angel whilst he was alive, guys. And off they all go, as I guess the story resolved itself and there were no legal ramifications for this act. Counselling. This is something to settle in therapy, my dude. For those of you who don't know, the Mox of Bao-Hun is reportedly a solicitor. Who Ate All the Biscuits is a short story written on the Doctor Who comic maker by Helen Rayner. The 10th Doctor is summoned to the office of Mox of Bao-Hun. He is told that a family of Slovene are suing him for the abduction of their offspring. Puzzled, the Doctor allows Mox to inspect his TARDIS, only to find the young Slovene had stowed away several weeks earlier in search of adventure. Huh. Yeah, thanks, Helen. On the other side of the family, you have his other brother, the Hox of Bao-Hun. The Hox is a massive fan of Earth culture, and must have been fucking kicking himself with his tiny little legs that he didn't get invited to Platform 1 instead of his brother. When he bumps into the 3rd Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith, he's faithfully restoring an old English house so deep down into the roots that he's also brought back the house's haunted ghost. And I do have to wonder, who asked? Is that rude? I'm done with this guy and his entire extended family. Fact number 2. Movies. I'm impartial to the odd movie. That is, if my film degrees are anything to go by. Recently I saw the Peter Cushing films in cinemas again, 4K restored. It was a harrowing 3-hour experience.
For the next few hours, until we decide to let you out.
From previous videos, we know that the Peter Cushing movies do exist in-universe. The Doctors have watched them, and they're friends with Peter Cushing. But what other movies exist in-universe that are exclusive to the Whoniverse? Universal Studios, if you will. We know they've got Terminator and Star Wars and Alien.
Like in the Terminator.
The Terminator?
It's a movie. That bit in Alien where that thing bursts out of John Hurt.
There's a horror movie called Alien. That's really offensive. No wonder everyone keeps invading you.
Also, Frozen, which the Doctor apparently made Missy watch with him while she was stuck in the vault. Let me go, let me go. But I've seen those films. I want something new from a Doctor Who timeline.
Come on down and see old Jimmy Stewart do the dance and jive in Dying in the Sun.
A Golden Age horror picture show about a man going to hell and being bitten by a beautiful vampire. Turns out the film Celluloid itself is alive, and the movie turns you into a vampire. So sick, yeah, throw that on the Letterboxd review. To me, Dying in the Sun was a not too subtle metaphor for the Red Scare in Hollywood. The movie would change depending on who watched it and what point of their life, but what we can say is that it was very camp, it was very beautiful, and I would join that commie cult in a heartbeat. And if that haunted celluloid doesn't appeal, there's also these guys from Torchwood who can just travel on film. Hey, that's sick. But what if you end up traveling on the wrong piece of film? Hi, we busked a ride on The Breakfast Club. Freddy Got Fingered was shot on film. So just remember that. Jamie McCrimmon almost became a movie star himself. They travelled to Paris in deleted scenes, and the film director Céline Tessier took him in. Doesn't that interfere with the timeline? Nah, don't worry about it. Georges Méliès wants you on set. Oh, talking about him, the 1927 film Metropolis is next level sci-fi. But the Ninth Doctor discovers that the Whoniverse's version of it is a little bit different, with a different lead actor. And sitting in the seats of the famous, iconic Machine Man sits a Cyberman instead. Look, you can interfere with history, but please, leave the silent film era alone. For legal reasons, we've never had a Doctor Who Charlie Chaplin crossover, but we've gotten pretty damn close with the Silver Scream. Donna's final request was to meet Charlie Chaplin, so the Doctor decided to honour it on his own. Instead, he comes across the legally distinct Archie Maplin, who is a very different man, with the exact same visage and act and filmography, coming off the back of famous movies such as Future Times and The Great Oppressor. And in true Tennant historical fashion, his adventure takes him all through the sound stages, accidentally inspiring every single important moment in movie history. Buster Keaton? Buster Keaton was a hack. Doctor Who did it first, says this book. Wow, there really are a ton of these. Crash of the Byzantium, they apparently made a movie of that.
The Crash of the Byzantium? Didn't they make a movie of that?
But Sam, who did they get to play the Doctor? Peter Cushing, obviously. Because in the Whoniverse, fun fact, Peter Cushing is immortal. By the 2040s, there were reportedly 9 Star Wars movies. I have some bad news to break to you guys. They made more. There's Invasion Earth, 2062 AD, a movie so controversial that the Doctor and Charlie got wrapped up in the court case for it. And lastly, there's the Short Trip Scientific Advisor. It's the year 1990, and director Lloyd Kingsley Sale is filming a movie about the Cybermen invasion of the 1970s. The Invasion, you may know it as. At the request of Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, the Second Doctor poses as a scientific advisor on the set, because the Brigadier's worried this picture's going to release too much information about UNIT to the public. Putting aside all those Yeti and Kaiju and dinosaurs, yet very subtle invasions. The Doctor's on the scene, posing as the scientific advisor of the picture, makes edits to the scripts of the movie they're making about his life. But he's not the only one involved. The Cybermen are also following the production of the picture. They're recording the Doctor's suggestions and evaluate their success rate for a new invasion of Earth. The cybercomputer says 100%. definitely invade now, but the doctors fed them so much technobabble and bad science that they flop on their face. And it really does just go to show how much behind-the-scenes magic there is on any given picture. Defeating Cybermen in orbit and all. And for our final fact... Doctor, the Master got away, using his face as a parachute, and yes, I'm aware how absurd that... Good Lord!
Ah, yes, Brigadier, do come in. Things have become just a little bit complicated.
Well, what's going on here? Welcome to the Heralds of Destruction, Titan Comics' first and probably only foray into the Third Doctor's tenure. And for this fact, we have the return of a very, very strange villain.
Full power on line 1, Salamander. Oh, good. No faults indicated. Oh, excellent.
Active in the modern day of 1970, 80? Regardless, he's here. Somehow, Salamander survived being flung out of the TARDIS mid-vortex. A feat that not everybody can claim to survive. Say hi to the Reapers and the Chronivores for me. But here he is, back in the present, wearing the face of the Second Doctor. Ooh, that's a business opportunity. Salamander's been doing his reading, walks in with his best Second Doctor impression and cosplay, and manages to fool the Doctor and Joe. And honestly, the reader into thinking we're doing the Three Doctors round 2. And in no time, the Master and the Doctor are teaming up to stop this straight-up Spider-Man villain from stealing the secrets of time travel. But Sam, wasn't Salamander just a normal human politician from the future? Yes, but in a completely contradictory book, Dead Romance tells us he became part of a time vortex gestalt. A combined hive mind of everything that's ever fallen into the time vortex. A powerful being, but absolutely still stuck there. He even has a cameo in that book. He swears at Benny Summerfield briefly, swears at her in a strange language. So, Spanish. Or whatever it is Troughton thinks he was doing with that accent. Salamander was intended to originally be a recurring villain, so we could have had Troughton performances all the way through the 70s and 80s. But I bet you didn't expect him to be wearing this, like a Dr. Octopus looking motherfucker.
My friends of the British Parliament, do not worry. I appeared at the floor like magic, eh? But look, the floor is repaired, and what I have to offer is not magic.
I haven't watched Enemy of the World for a while. That's it, right? Madam, what year is this? Lots of Troughton's baddies end up surviving, actually. From the War Chief to the Emperor Dalek, the Great Intelligence to Tobias Vaughn. Tobias Vaughn always survives in the expanded media. In Original Sin, get this, his original consciousness was transmitted via satellite into one of 14 identical robot copies of himself. That happens in The Invasion. You heard it here. He also re-emerges in the Scales of Injustice and wants to kidnap a Silurian to create a superhuman army because some motherfuckers just don't learn. Tech CEOs. Mostly. Salamander gets away in the end, actually, as he has magic hand powers now, thanks to his micro machines. But I guess he's been laying really low and retired to the countryside because we haven't seen him in decades.
You're doing so well impersonating me. I thought I might return the compliment.
You really should dig out Paul Cornell's Herald of Destruction. It's a great comic. If only for the amazing issue where the Doctor decides to go into Joe's mind. Yes, not only is the TARDIS a metaphysical engine, as in it can travel into people's thoughts and minds, the Doctor himself can do it on a one-to-one level. A superpower, if you will, in true Pertwee fashion. Josephine Grant's groovy unconscious. Barry Bolan and Betty Friedan are the scene in my Jungian archetypes, like 26 hours a day. This comic is too good for words. So fun fact, the TARDIS can travel into your brain.
You are proud of your emotions.
Today's video was brought to you by my Ko-fi tippers. And quite literally as well, because with those funds I went out and got this tableau. I wanted it when it released. People have been telling me, Sam, this is the one for Bro Canon. What should be a fun little non-fiction book about all the different monsters in Doctor Who is actually a way more fun collection of new origins, new ideas, secrets that we've never known about some of Doctor Who's biggest villains. And, the slug. Every page wants to expand the Doctor Who continuity in the oddest of ways. For instance, the Weeping Angels can actually fly. Those wings aren't just for show, they're not ceramic. The reason that we don't see them flying is because, think it through, flying kind of attracts attention. And if you're a Weeping Angel, getting spotted in midair might not go great for you. That's real, that's canon now. See, on the book it says non-fiction. Similarly, the book posits that Toclophane didn't disappear at the end of Last of the Time Lords, and actually went on to become the Quarks. Literally none of that works. But I don't care, I'm having so much fun. Here's a passage about the Silents, who are actually always naked. They go to a nudist church, remember. They project dapper suits onto themselves, because reportedly the sight of a naked Silent is too horrible to bear. Azal, the demon! He was the last of his species. Turns out the fatal flaw of their kind was actually incredibly common. This Satan parallel can be defeated by a single act of altruism. If it witnessed a single act of goodness, it would cause them to self-immolate. No wonder they fucking died out. Goodbye, Time Lord! I must now spontaneously combust! The Gorgon Medusa myth was invented by the Fendal. The core image of its human avatar was implanted into our race memory. Also, they can be killed with salt. That's not a joke, it says that. Again, aren't you literally Satan? The Flood never refers to itself as the Flood, so how did the Doctor know how to call it that? Well, this book has thought of everything. At every point in Waters of Mars, the Doctor's overhearing their telepathic transmissions, listening in on their conversations, water to water. Not enough to know where they are at any given time, it seems. Or maybe he did. Weird story, really. Thin Ice's Icelophias is native to Earth. This massive sea creature turns the story Thin Ice into the revival's one pure historical. Hi, yeah, Mrs. Dollard? Did you sign off on this? Did you know that vampires endured as a genetic template? Well, that's what Lazarus was in the Lazarus experiments. He became part vampire. Sure, whatever. How are the BBC letting you get away with this? The Jagrafess of the second holy Maxarodon foe. If I was 10, I could tell you the whole thing. He gets an entire origin. He's a type of land shark that lives in marsh. Brutal, cutthroats. Capitalists went to their planet and was like, that's the alpha shark we need to head our new team. Head office. And installed him upstairs. Also, he knows what a Time Lord is.
Time Lord? What? Oh, yes. The last of the Time Lords and his travelling machine. Time travel.
This book has the headcanon that the Jagrafess was briefed on the Time Lords by its Dalek masters. That actually tracks. Oh, did you know the Merker is actually a playful, placid creature? It's really nice. It could knock down steel walls like they were made of foam rubber.
Sure, Jan.
He doesn't know what he's doing, he's just trying to hang out. The book actually makes a number of in-universe excuses for why some of Doctor Who's baddies are so lame, or easily defeated. The Nimon, for instance. Nimon's heads are animatronics. Machines, purposely fake and oversized to convince others it's wearing a bad mask. Yeah, sure. That's what it is. Apparently, these big fake artificial heads are so effective and scary that across the galaxy, there are entire worlds that have fallen to them. And they all send the same valedictory message.
How many Nimon have you seen today?
He also tries to explain why Sutekh, god of death, is held in place in his prison by a series of children's puzzles.
Horus, think you can confound Sutekh with these childish stratagems?
Supposedly to torture Sutekh with the knowledge that his freedom was just this far away. Ridiculous. The Krolls. These fucking guys! The android invasion ends with the Kralls creating an anti-human virus. Turns out they were so busy building their replica village that they weren't paying attention to their actual villain plan, and Stigron used the wrong sample.
Stigron, no, you used the wrong virus. That one's lethal to us. Oh no, I'm so clumsy.
The book also covers for twin dilemmas, vague, bad ending. Have you ever noticed how they leave all of the evil gastropods down in the tunnels? They defeat Lord Mestor, but there's still like an entire planet's worth down there that they all forget about. The book says perhaps he knew the others would become mindless roaming beasts that could be killed with lasers. Or again, salt. Yeah, thanks book. Convenient if true. Giant clams were the first project of the Thals made to counter the hand mines from Magician's Apprentice. Huh. So that's where Davros got his Dalek inspiration, huh? The ostensibly pure Paradigm Daleks were removed from power, they vanished from the galaxy because their appearance invited mockery. The Paradigm Daleks got bullied out of existence. I guess that's fair enough though. One of them had a crush on the Doctor, according to this one. Cringe alerts! Remember the Scasis paradigm that the Krillitanes are trying to crack? They're trying to crack the code, hack the world, when really all they have to do is get in their ship and invade Logopolis. Ice Warrior is not a name given to them by humans or a racial slur. Now it's a title they gave to themselves whilst fighting the Flood. The Yeti were constructed out of fur, taxidermy, and random parts from the Science and History Museum. Adorable! Absorbaloths need to be as naked as possible at all times, as they are always drawing sustenance in through their skin. This is why Peter Kay canonically wears a thong. John Morris, John, slow down! Alpha Centauri channel all negative thoughts into extreme stress relief games of ping pong. According to them, it's the reason they're near immortal. Okay, that evolutionary design for eye contact, ambiguous unthreatening voices and other traits are all to ensure the perfect diplomats. Their species also has no individual gender or names as to not offend. It's a culture of etiquette. I don't know, this one kind of rubbed me the wrong way. How do you make a Hale script right wing? Prisoner Zero liked to sneak out to feed the ducks. Shakespeare summoned the three Carrionites through his sheer grief and skill as a writer. There is nobody in human history who has grieved harder than William Shakespeare. Nobody ever mourned quite as eloquently as him, apparently. Remember this line?
One day, a brook will even fall in love with a Tandonian prince, and that's the start of a whole new species.
Turns out the species the Doctor is referencing is catkind. Adelaide's descendant fucked a cat. Clockwork droids came into fashion because all this newer technology was gaining a negative reputation, after Vok robots, Kablam men, handbots, and heavenly hosts all had nervous breakdowns. Apparently, very publicly. Who asked for an adipose origin? Here it is! The adipose are parasites that formed a symbiotic relationship to a blubbery space whale, using it as a surrogate womb for birthing children. The fang that the little baby wants to have? That's the fertilizer. They're described as walking tumours. Apparently, without the worry of reproduction or raising children, they became ultra sophisticated in almost no space of time. Nearly on par with the Time Lords. The adipose. Ah, but we're still not done yet. In City of Death, Scarif bred Count Scarleone's whole bloodline. There's a reason he always looks the same no matter what era he's in. Not because he could time travel. Scarif lived through all of human history by stealing the skins of all of Scarleone's family. He bred a human family for their skins. What is wrong with this amazing book? Harmony Shoal, the brains in the jars, they realised, kind of awkwardly, that ditching their brains was an evolutionary mistake, and so they wanted to get new ones. Apparently, Dr. Mysterio came first for them, and then they rescued the others and hid out for 3,000 years. Next time we see them, their far-off descendants are trying to steal the head of King Hydroflax, sucking up to him so they can steal his body. Or head. The Ergon. The Ergon is a psychosynthetic failure. Omega just kept it around to scare people. But instead he found that all of his victims were just mildly confused by it, so he retired it. He also made the gel guards. Remember them?
Holy Moses! What's that?
That grumbling they're doing was actually a side effect of being created by a grumpy mental madman. This is Omega's subconscious leaking through. In his brain, it's just blah 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 blah. And John Morris's last headcanon is that he believes that Galaxy 4's reals actually are the bad guys. They really did fire first. And so this moral about not judging by appearances? Nah. The ugly bog monsters were lying all along. Bastards.
I imagine you have orders to destroy me.
Welcome back to the Hall of Doctor Who Continuity. Before us today stands a new piece of Doctor Who lore.
I'm looking for aliens! Have you nicked my mate's TARDIS?
Okay, so, hear me out. By the Wiki's own logic, this is a professional production, aired on TV, using characters and items associated with the Doctor Who franchise.
I've written a script that I'm going to direct, where I've brought all of these things together. It's an original idea.
From what I can tell, John Bishop has a creative intent, therefore making this a story. If I may be so bold, a Doctor Who story. Throw it on the wiki! Who else is in this? Downton Abbey? Friends? Sure. The topographical map of every series and their canonical crossovers is incestuous at this point. Or as I like to call it, Fortnite. Sam, you're looking at this too literally. It doesn't actually make sense for Thunderbirds to be a part of the Star Trek universe, and the Star Trek universe to be a part of the Doctor Who universe, and through that we get Star Wars and Simpsons and Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm sorry to inform you, it all works. Maybe too neatly. This is the Tommy Westphal theory. If you want to go around laying the law down on Doctor Who continuity, fine. But you have to think bigger than just Doctor Who. You have to think about every single franchise Doctor Who has touched. And then you have to think of every single franchise those franchises have touched. And somebody's made a graph. Avid followers of the series already know that everything from Hitchhiker's Guide to Transformers, Star Wars to Marvel, Power Rangers to 1984. These series are all interwoven with the Doctor Who timeline. They're all canon. They're all legitimate. Okay, but then what other series has Power Rangers touched? Oh right, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who in turn have crossed over with Batman, and from there, you don't want to know how many people Batman has crossed over with. It rhymes with Ruby Goo, and from there, you've got everything from Addams Family, Courage Supernatural, WWE. WWE and Scooby-Doo take place in the same fictional universe as Doctor Who. Deny it. But who's keeping tabs on this franchise IP homogeny? And who's Tommy Westphal? Tommy Westphal is a character from the 1980s American medical drama Saint Elsewhere. Over its 4-season and 6-year tenure, Saint Elsewhere crosses over with a lot of other fictional TV series. The correctional facility from Return to Oz, the bar from Cheers, Babe, the pig Babe. But then something very odd happens in the final episode. It's implied, heavily, that the entire series took place in the mind of a young boy. By this theory's logic, every single franchise that interconnected with Saint Elsewhere was conjured up in the imagination of young Tommy. Does Doctor Who connect to Saint Elsewhere? You better believe it! Let's see. In its references to both the series Cheers and Boston Public, we can see that these NBC shows share a continuity with Frasier, Caroline in the City, that takes us to The Single Guy, and the John Larroquette Show, whatever that is. Then it branches off. You can reach Doctor Who via the series Angel, or Star Trek The Next Generation. Angel and Star Trek have had ties with Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf has had ties with Doctor Who, which then takes us off to Power Rangers and Hitchhiker's Guide and Torchwood and Space 1999. And that's not even the only route in. You could start at Malcolm in the Middle, which then apparently has crossover ties with X-Files, which then takes you to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which then takes you back to Angel, Red Dwarf, Doctor Who. My brain is bad now, and it's been this way for a very long time. There are over 500 properties attached to this graph in just television alone. And trust me, I could add more, including The Cosby Show, Dennis the Menace, Mission Impossible, Heroes, The Office, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Glee, Twin Peaks, That 70s Show, Corey in the House, Luther, Arrested Development, Murder, She Wrote, and Quantum Leap. However that works. Let's not even talk about Lego Dimensions.
I prefer dogs of the robot variety myself. They're not all slobbery and can talk properly.
What do you mean one of the books canonized the works of Hanna-Barbera? I've got to start over! Oh no. You know what's attached to the Doctor Who universe? Tangentially? Breaking Bad! Better Call Saul is Doctor Who continuity! The Walking Dead! Then there's that Dalek and Looney Tunes back in action. Space Jam is Doctor Who canon. I'm gonna stop before this becomes like a fixation. So I'm just gonna shut down my laptop and pretend I never saw this. Ellen is Doctor Who continuity. I'm done. This was just meant to be a funny intro. Fact number 1, please. The companions that time forgot. Or more specifically, should I say, companions that the Doctor forgot. Like Clara and Dan Lewis. There is a great number of classic Who companions that the Doctor just doesn't recall travelling with. For instance, as one of the only 10 people to listen to the audio Colony of Fear, I can tell you that the second Doctor had a boy companion called Talos. They seem to have travelled together for quite a while, maybe longer than like Ben and Polly. But when his time is up and he felt like leaving, as they all do, the Doctor returned him home just a few minutes after they had originally left. Except, he actually left him on the wrong planet and 48 years out of time.
Anyway, as you know, the TARDIS has a mind of its own. You know you can't control it.
Can't control it?
No.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Sarah Jane, you don't know how good you got it. 50 years later, an elderly Talos runs into the Doctor again. And credit to him, this mysterious hidden companion that we've never heard of before, he took it all pretty well. Bemused that the Doctor abandoned him and also doesn't remember him. It's fully possible that the Time Lords locked his memories of Talos up, but he does remember everyone else, doesn't he? Victoria and Polly and Zoe and... Hang on, you totally fucking forgot me, didn't you, Doctor?
Scatter!
Bastard. So for his final adventure, the Doctor and Talos defeat a swarm of evil bees. Or whatever, it's been a while since I listened to that one. Hard to pay attention to the monster of the week when we have a new companion inserted clumsily like an OC. No, it's really interesting. The Doctor offers him one last trip in the TARDIS, but Talos is like, Doctor, I'm 60, that ship has sailed. But we should catch up sometime. I could tell you about all these memories you've forgotten. No, I'm good. Bye, Talos. Wonder who that was. And then there was Ali, played by the late great David Warner. Ali was a normal 8-year-old boy in a community hospital. Upon meeting Ben Jackson, though, he is tragically aged to the point that he can be played by David Warner. At the end of the story, just out of, I guess, pity, the Doctor and co invite Ali to come join them. An 8-year-old in an old man's body. And because of unfortunate circumstances, we have never seen Ali again, and we don't know whether he got restored to his true self. I think they took him round the back. I really do. How the Doctor forgets something like that, I don't know. But it was early in his life. He was an old man. Fair enough. I bet there's someone right now clawing at the screen saying, Terra Firma, talk about Terra Firma. And yes, you'd be correct. In Terra Firma, the big plot twist at the end, as a spoiler warning, A futile spoiler warning, I don't know what these do in my web series anymore. We find out that the 8th Doctor's earliest companions, Samson and Gemma, met a really, really nasty fate. This brother-sister duo met the 8th Doctor in a library and went on to have many, many adventures together before, the Big Finish range begins. Fluines, Portuus, Murgatroyd, the ice caves of Shabadabadon, the court of Queen Elizabeth I, prehistoric Earth, and Studio 54. These are more adventures than, Victoria got. But when the three of them came across a ship in space, Samson and Gemma go on board alone to explore. This is where they meet Davros. Davros, in his most twisted reveal, I think the whole series over, possessed Samson to attack the Doctor and steal the TARDIS, and infected Gemma with a disease that turns humans into Daleks.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Close.
Gemma, it's all right. Don't...
Gemma? Stop it! Please! What are you?
So, as you can imagine, they're not doing so good right now. But even though he set Samson free, it's just a name to him. He doesn't recall any of their memories together, which is probably why he doesn't acknowledge him as a companion in Night of the Doctor.
Charlie, Karis Tempson, Lucy Molly, Grace, Chang Li, Sam, Faye, and Fitz. Compassion, Angie, Trix, and Izzy. And Benny, Mary, Iris, Miranda. And Stacy, Sard, Croton, Destry. Liv, Helen, Tanya, Andy. Bliss, Samson, Gemma, and Romana, I suppose. Friends, companions I've known, I salute you. And Cass, I apologize. Physician, heal thyself.
I choose to believe that the 8th Doctor's constant amnesia has resulted in him forgetting most of his friends. Yeah. Fact number 2. Oh, that's cheery. In the Doctor Who world, the Church goes on a homosexual purge. Thanks, who came up with that one? In the 21st century, Christian fundamentalists attempted to perpetrate the genocide of all homosexuals through a series of religious crusades. Cool, that's a fun bit of world building. We've got that to look forward to. New year, new me.
Ma cosa sta succedendo? Chi siete voi due ragazzi? Come mai sono finito qui in questa casa?
According to the Doctor Who universe, we live in one of the most progressive parallel worlds. When Rose Tyler wanted to get back into N-Space, her little dimension cannon fired her into a bunch of really homophobic worlds that blamed the disappearance of the sun on gay marriage. Cool, yeah. Keep it coming, Doctor Who. Love it.
It hurts.
It's so gay.
Woo! Fact number 3. Oh no, I forgot what this one was. I forgot it. This is a really disorganized episode, huh? Let's have a little look. Melody Pond! Mel's, apart from the plural of this one, is of course the pseudonym of One River Song. Melody Pond's patchy timeline. We know where she started out, we know where she went, and we know where she ended up, but we don't know too much about how she got from this point to this point. According to Big Finish, Captain Jack Harkness arrived to help a young Melody Pond off the streets of New York, post-regeneration. Grooming? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. Mel's had human parents. How does that work? Well, according to the TV stuff, Melody Pond regenerated into a toddler, which, isn't ideal, but perfect for helping her get picked up by a loving adopted family, I assume. This young 6-year-old girl was born with a terminal illness. But as she started her new life in the year 1970, she had time. 19 years, in fact, until her own parents would be born. So under the name Melanie Zucker,
She flew to England and grew up with them in Ledworth, even being in their primary school. She drove a Mini Cooper and worked as a management consultant. This is, of course, when the goblins attack. Oh no, it's Krampus! Yep, a key part, a bonding moment of their mother-daughter relationship is battling the evil Krampus, who invaded their primary school. Her second alien encounter. By the time the Doctor returns to Ledworth in 2010, Amy and Rory are pretty experienced goblin hunters. Pretty fucking crazy, but even crazier that it's actually a very good story. Mel's uses her superhuman strength to defeat Krampus. Now, this isn't the only appearance of Krampus and all his naughty little goblins. I choose to believe these all are the same character originating back in the Doctor Who annuals, but apparently people in space have heard about Mel's. And the reason that so many aliens are attracted to Ledworth is because River Song started some interstellar gossip.
Now you two will never marry, never and the Doctor, and never have this child.
Oh dude, hold up, spoilers! They haven't seen Series 6 yet. What does he mean, Mouse? I'll explain later. And they burst out of the wrapping paper, they defeat the goblins, and they save Christmas. You know, my parents actually met in a very similar way.
Coming soon from Big Finish.
Boys and girls of every age, wouldn't you like to hear something strange? Come with me and you will too. Learn what's fucked with Doctor Who. Happy Halloween, happy Ghouliween, happy Kwanzaa. It's a big week for the homies. We've made it to the end of another year of Broke Canon, so it's time to bust out the real scary stuff. The real scary stuff. For our first weird Doctor Who continuity fact of the day, let's go to the ghost of Halloween's past. Something wicked this way comes. Do I mean this episode of Docky Who, or do I mean today's guest? Hello, Michelle.
Hi, everybody. I challenged Samuel to do something fun for this, which was read the novelization. The novelization of Witchfinders came out before we watched this, and I was reading and I was like, oh, I really like this episode.
The book is good. It's great. It made me warm up to a story I hated on broadcast.
And it sets up what I think is a very, very good part of the book, which is the final 2 chapters.
We're doing it. We're doing it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Throughout the book, you get these chapters where they're written from Willa's perspective, but it's an older Willa, and she's asking the Doctor to help her because she's been imprisoned and she's going to be executed. And at the end of the book, it's revealed that Willa, after the story, she went on to be like a traveling nurse. And then one day, somebody accused her of witchcraft. She writes a letter, and the Doctor saves her right before she gets executed and drops her off with Clara and a shooter. Like, Willa Twinston is hanging out with Clara and a shooter at the end of the universe. And I was like, that is really cool, but also, wow, that came out of nowhere.
Lesbians hanging out in space. And they, for some reason, have decided they are now the 3 Norns of Norse mythology?
Yeah. I got that as to be like a reference to the 3 witches from
Macbeth.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ha ha ha. What a great extract from 2 charismatic young men. We know that Ashilda survived the witch trials, but the fact that Clara and her new girlfriend have run off to defy death, only to then call themselves gods, is a very funny mental image. What is going on in that diner? I always assumed Norns were demigods, but no. Specifically, they are a coven of 3 wise women, spinners, who determined every allotted lifespan. They had the shitty gummy eyes. They spun out the thread of life and measured its length. Clara Oswald, Ashilda, and now the girl from the Witchfinders all live lives of dramatic irony. Much like in Norse legend, there is one of the past, the one of the present, and one of the further past. Thank you for that detail, Joy Wilkinson, the only writer post-Hellbent to actually envision a future for Clara Oswald. I always thought, yeah, it's 50% female independence or companion autonomy, and 50% metaphor. I've never actually thought about what Ashilda and Clara Oswald are getting up to. If I had to guess, I'd say various sex acts.
There have been many stories in the Doctor Who universe centered around the witch trials. This is unsurprising. It invites supernatural stories to devalue the actual lived experience of horrible atrocities and mass hysteria. I need to calm down today. The question arises, if the Doctor and company are present for so many of these witch trials, how haven't they been recognized yet? Because really, there's a ton. Witch Hunt, the Witch Hunters, the Witch Finders. Thor and Leela experience witch trials in the Devil's Armada. There's The Witch from the Well that has Mary Shelley and the Eighth Doctor. Apparently I haven't listened to this one. Beats me. Plague of the Daleks, Ghost Walk. The Fifth Doctor loves a good witch trial. The First Doctor bust out Elizabeth Proctor from the events of The Crucible. The Witch Hunters is literally just Arthur Miller's play, The Crucible, but with the Doctor Who company in there. I know it's not possible to plagiarize an actual historical event, but I think they've still got a good case. The Doctor Who magazine comic Witch Hunt is the most interesting. A story where Clara is sent back in time as a goof, literally just a prank, but Clara Oswald coolly handles this in a way the Doctor would, by framing somebody for witchcraft. Clara, you know that witches aren't real. Maybe they are. Actually, they definitely are about 5 times over. Let's not even get into all of them evil, malevolent forces that sort of hang around the Salem witch trials. Witch trials aren't like this recurring thing in history. The Bible might tell you to kill witches, but it really was just a handful of famous sites of mass hysteria. But the Doctor and his friends are drawn to them like moths to a flame. At this point, there are so many time travelers circling these events that they outnumber any actual witches that these stories provide. Forget the Morax or the Fendar or the Vituperon. Maybe there'd be less hysteria about magical outsiders if Time Lords didn't keep visiting Doctor. But honestly, witches are real in this universe, so who cares? King James was right to kill those countless innocents, and maybe Abigail was onto something. In the Doctor Who universe, their villages objectively have been infiltrated by psychic aliens. Technically, The Witchfinders is a sequel story to both The Demons and Imager the Fendal, as the witch myth is an invention by those evil forces spread into our culture. This story has been told so many times that everybody present at all of these events should be able to recognize a blue box, and the various eccentric people that come out of them. Fact number 2! Romana isn't in Destiny of the Daleks. Sorry. Huh? I've seen Destiny of the Daleks. I've watched that one. She's there, see? In all 4 parts. It's actually a crucial story for her as a character, as it goes on to affect her reason for leaving the TARDIS, her later trauma at the hands of the Daleks, and her fears of them going into the Time War. But no, because Romana didn't experience the events of Destiny of the Daleks. No quarry, no Daleks, no disco. Romana's trying to fend off a regeneration that's just on the horizon. This bit of prose telling us it was the accumulated damage of the key to time and just built up hurt, wear and tear throughout the years. She's in the TARDIS wardrobe about to pick out a new look when she is accosted by the TARDIS in the form of an old witch. For unexplained reasons, this shape-shifting TARDIS wardrobe assistant has its own personality, can speak, and has a desire to play a prank on the Doctor. Romana doesn't have time for this. She's locked herself in the wardrobe trying to die. Give a woman some peace to regenerate. I'm always saying this. So Araj takes the form of Princess Astra from the last adventure and traps Romana in the room. Cut back to the Doctor's side of things.
What are you doing here?
Regenerating. Do you like it?
Regenerating?
Remember this makeover montage from Destiny of the Daleks? That's not Romana. The TARDIS has attacked one of the Doctor's companions, aggressively freezing them in time, has cosplayed as her, impersonated her, that's fraud, and went out and had a whole Dalek adventure. Eventually, Araj returns to tell her about Davros and Daleks and Movellans, and that the Doctor was none the wiser. Imagine sitting down with the late Douglas Adams and telling him that somebody made this bizarre augmentation to his story. I'm sure that he would politely nod along, and then shrug,
Romana 2's first ever appearance is Nightmare of Eden. This was, in effect, the first time that the TARDIS presented itself as a humanoid woman, something that it can apparently do with its own personality and wants and desires anytime it wishes.
I just wanted to say hello. Hello, Doctor. It's so very, very nice to meet you. Please.
No, thank you. Not today.
Iraj is still in the TARDIS wardrobe, trying on outfits or whatever the fuck. So that's actually quite silly. I expect nothing less from a Doctor Who short trip. I've had something like this before. Oh yeah, the first human we see in the series, the police officer walking around Totter's Lane. That's not a human either, that's, you guessed it, the TARDIS again. What these superfluous details add to the series, I don't know. But the writer of this story, Mark Michalowski, went on to write a lot of Doctor Who. Lots of it just as ridiculous. Sometimes you write a story because you have a creative vision, and sometimes you gotta write a story just because you can. And lastly, I depart with a third fact. We've covered witches. Let's talk about something even more ghoulish. Nicholas Briggs.
What a bloody, horrible, arrogant, and mean-minded review there.
Or as I like to call him, Nick, what a bloody, horrible, arrogant, and mean-minded review there, Briggs. He's not too good at the old criticism. But Briggs is a pioneer of a fan. It can't be understated. The sheer producing legwork he did for Doctor Who in the Wilderness years, he deserves a lot of credit. I think we all deserve credit, actually. Specifically, writing credits. On Doctor Who Multimedia, Briggs. Some people have criticised Big Finish, and actually this entire generation of fan, as ladder-pulling anoraks. I don't know who would say that. Because, you know, that's not a nice thing to say about someone. What a bloody horrible, arrogant, and mean-minded review. And yet I still love him. There's something inescapably dorky and lovable about somebody who casts themselves as their own fan doctor in their own fan work. And that's exactly what he did in the pre-Big Finish days. Nick Briggs is the Doctor.
Sometimes it just takes a while to win them over. They'll see.
This incarnation of the Doctor, sometimes dubbed the Nth Doctor, appeared in 2 separate fan audio series. And being a fan creation of the Wilderness years, this is one of the few Doctors whose run I know nothing about. Just the wiki, some blogs, and some hearsay. And if anybody ever does listen to all 4 seasons of The Time Ravagers, give me a bell. The Nick Briggs Doctor shared something striking in common with Paul McGann's incarnation. No, not the hair, but that they were both subject to amnesia. The Nth Doctor forgot his name and who he was and went by the name Fred for most of his adventures. Steeped in mystery, his Doctor travelled with Greg and Nadia. I have it on good knowledge that a lot of Big Finish ideas actually germinated here. The Daleks almost killed by a mutant wasp. An artificial companion called Rhea. The introduction of the Gresselins. Nick Briggs' own baddies that later show up in Minuet in Hell.
The legends of Gallifrey speak of a world where everything is horror.
You're a bit of a sad case, aren't you?
So they are like canon. The Nth Doctor was a gentleman, a world-weary scientist explorer power fantasy. No, wait, sorry, not that last one. Fun fact, he had his hair shaved off by Daleks. Fantastic. And ever since, the idea of a Nick Briggs incarnation of the Doctor hasn't really gone away. The now spread out Wilderness fans were injecting him everywhere they could, from audiovisuals to Doctor Who magazine. He's in the background of Party Animals, getting down and drinking with Spider-Man and Optimus Prime. There was once a stage play adaptation of the Dalek Master Plan. The Doctor was caught in the Dalek's Time Destructor and regenerated into who else but Nick Briggs. In the Doctor Who Unbound series, the Doctor is sent into exile as Nick Briggs. That one's especially funny because it is explicitly stated in the text that this is the only Doctor incarnation to commit suicide. No, I don't mean like without witness, without reward, a self-sacrifice. I mean, like, a really bad evening. And of course, when a Time Lord commits suicide with the intention of taking their own life, they change sex. Huh. That's a bit of a weird modern reading to that. This pathetic alternate second Doctor, played by Nick Briggs, then went on to regenerate into Arabella Weir, a depressed, alcoholic, chain-smoking doctor who works in the local Asda. And it is probably the most thoroughly embarrassing thing on both her and David Tennant's CVs.
Whenever I've been here in London before, I've always been, otherwise occupied.
Oh, with all that doctoring you used to do.
Yes.
Turning to alcoholism and takeaways and her job at Asda, presumably to recover from the trauma of being Nick Briggs. This story is classist, man. In the 9th Doctor Chronicles, Nick Briggs takes the main role and yet again plays Doctor Who.
Hello, I'm the Doctor. Hey, what's going on round here?
An unspecified incarnation of the Doctor, travelling with Rose Tyler and Adam Mitchell, who remains a mystery to us to this day.
You know what? It's amazing to see you up close and everything, but I think on balance it's best if I... Run!
In Wormwood, we meet this man.
I'm the Dr. Harrish, for the love of stories.
And all of a sudden, it's the next Doctor, as he introduces himself as a future incarnation. Timeless Child? No, actually, it's much more interesting. Out there somewhere, there will always be Nick Briggs Doctors. He's like Thanos. He's inevitable. As if it wasn't enough for him to be every single Dalek, Cyberman, Jadoon and Ice Warrior. That big, lovable face is permeated onto Doctor Who forever. If only someone were to pen a fictional parody of this phenomenon. I think a person releasing that kind of video would deserve lots of likes and subscribers, personally. Thank you for watching, thank you for having me for another season. Have a fantastic Halloween.
They'll be rude about something you've written or say something fairly derogatory about it anyway, or dismissive. And then, if you comment on it, they are absolutely appalled that you would have the sheer gall to make a comment about their review. And I think, well, you're reviewing me, so I'll review you. Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't comment, and I'm not saying you shouldn't hate my work. But if you hate it in my direction, I'm probably going to say something mean back to you since you've said something mean to me. That's all.